Chapter 191. In the past, he chose to keep it a secret as he was worried about Li Ping. However, after experiencing so many things during this period of time, he understood a lot more. If he told Li Ping this news, although she would be worried, there would still be hope in her heart. No matter what happened, there would always be a glimmer of hope in her heart. As long as there was hope, it was enough. What news? Li Ping asked curiously when she saw Lu Ming's solemn expression. Father, he might not be dead, Lu Ming said seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ping's body suddenly trembled and her eyes widened. Then Li Ping's body trembled more and more violently. Her eyes flashed with strong hope as she said in a trembling voice, Ming? What did you say? Mother, I said that father might not be dead. Lu Ming repeated. Not dead? Not dead? Ming, is that true? Slowly, Li Ping revealed an emotional expression as tears flowed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Then she asked again, Ming, where did you get this news from? Is it true? If your father is not dead, where has he been all these years? Mother, it's like this. Then Lu Ming told Li Ping about his encounter with Zhou Linshan in detail. So it's him. He sent me a spiritual sword and a pendant back then. I once asked him about Yun Tian's whereabouts, but he told me that Yun Tian was dead. It turns out that he was lying back then. In that case, Yun Tian is really still alive in this world? Li Ping said excitedly. Her eyes were filled with hope. Yes, mother. Now that father might be in the hands of the Shifang sword sect, I plan to go to the imperial capital to investigate father's whereabouts. Ming, I heard that the Shifang sword sect is the strongest sect in the Blazing Sun Empire. You must be careful and cautious, Li Ping warned. She was very worried. Mother, don't worry. Ming will not clash with the Shifang sword sect now. I'm just investigating. Nothing will happen, Lu Ming said. Li Ping was relieved. Mother, don't worry. As long as father is still alive, Ming will definitely save father and let our family reunite, Lu Ming said firmly. Ming, mother believes in you? Li Ping smiled. Lu Ming nodded heavily and said, Mother, Ming will leave now. Go. Lu Ming bid farewell to Li Ping and left. Walking out of the Lu mansion, Lu Ming looked towards the back of the Lu mansion. He pondered for a moment before he made his way there. Behind the Lu residence was an orchard filled with fruit trees. Among them there were also small bridges, flowing water, pavilions and lakes. The environment was very elegant. Lu Ming walked into the orchard and came to a small lake. Beside the lake there was an old man fishing. This old man was none other than the golden-robed elder sent by the Mystic Essence Sword Sect Master, Lin Shui, to guard the Lu family. Lu Ming, your senses are really sharp. When I was cultivating for the past 2 days, you were able to sense even the slightest fluctuation. The golden-robed elder smiled. Lu Ming, thank you for coming to guard the Lu family. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. You don't have to thank me. I'm just following orders. Moreover, this is what you deserve. After all, the sect has wronged you. The golden-robed elder sighed. Lu Ming was silent and did not say anything. The golden-robed elder pondered for a moment and sighed. Lu Ming, I hope you don't blame the sect master. In fact, he was put in a difficult position. As the sect master, he has to put the Mystic Essence Sword sect's interests first. Senior, I'm not blaming anyone. In this world, the weak are prey to the strong. If I want to blame someone, I can only blame myself for being too weak. However, sooner or later, I will surpass all forces and families. Heaven will no longer be able to cover my eyes, Lu Ming said. It seemed like he was talking to the old man, but it also seemed like he was talking to himself. The old man was stunned. He seemed to be moved. No matter what, Lu Ming still wants to thank you, Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists again and bowed to the old man. He then turned around and strode away. Looking at Lu Ming's back, the old man was in a daze. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. Sect Master, perhaps you made the wrong choice this time. After leaving the orchard, Lu Ming did not leave Firestorm City immediately. Instead, he found a secluded place and entered the Temple of Paragon to cultivate. Time passed and night fell. Lu Ming finally left the Temple of Paragon. He put on his black robe and bamboo hat and left the city. Then, he headed in the direction of the imperial capital. The imperial capital was located at the center of the Burning Sun Empire. It was more than 10,000 miles away from Firestorm City. Even with Lu Ming's current movement technique, it would take him more than 20 days to reach the imperial capital. The first 3 days were calm and peaceful. However, on the evening of the 4th day, Lu Ming, who was in a hurry, suddenly stopped. He felt a few murderous intents looming over him. Someone wanted to kill him. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming stomped his foot and soared into the sky. Just as Lu Ming soared into the sky, a sharp and cold sword chi pierced the place where Lu Ming had been standing. With a sizzling sound, the sword chi left a bottomless hole in the ground. Swoosh, swoosh. Then 7 or 8 figures flashed out from all directions like ghosts. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the room. There were 8 figures in total. They were all wearing black robes and masks on their heads. They were wearing silver wolf masks. Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Lu Ming immediately realized that this was the Shadow Wolf Pavilion, one of the top 4 assassin organizations in the Burning Sun Empire. The silver wolf masks meant that they were silver wolf assassins of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. 5 6th grade martial masters and 3 7th grade martial masters. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion really thinks highly of me, Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Kill? Kill. 8 murderous cries and 8 extremely sharp sword chi pierced towards Lu Ming. Let's see who will kill who? Lu Ming roared. At the moment of life and death, Lu Ming directly activated his bloodline. At the same time, an ancient shield appeared on his body. Explode. Lu Ming ignored the attacks of the other 7. His long spear turned into a ray of light and shot towards a 6th grade martial master assassin of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Ping ping ping. 7 consecutive attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. 4 of them were blocked by the shield. The shield buzzed and vibrated continuously, but it was not broken in the end. However, a shield could only cover a limited area and could only block one direction. 3 more sword chi landed on Lu Ming's body. 50% of the attacks were absorbed by the spirit-devouring bloodline, but the remaining power still made Lu Ming's body tremble. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming's attack also exploded. The 6th grade martial master expert did not even have time to scream before he was killed by a spear. Devour. A huge devouring power appeared and devoured the blood essence of the assassin. Damn it, didn't they say that Lu Ming merged with the Demon King's soul and was half crippled? How can it be so terrifying? It seems that the information was wrong. Let's avoid that shield and directly attack Lu Ming's body. Once the time of his bloodline is up, we can kill him. Chapter 192. Chi. 7 silhouettes flickered rapidly. They were like 7 shadow wolves. Their speed was extremely fast. As their figures flashed, streams of sharp and ruthless sword chi avoided Lu Ming's ancient shield and stabbed towards Lu Ming. Kill? Lu Ming shouted, ignoring the attacks from all directions. He only targeted a 6th layer martial master assassin and attacked with all his strength. The assassin was shocked and quickly retreated. However, Lu Ming was even faster. He used the high air steps to the extreme and his body seemed to be weightless. Landslide. Lu Ming's long spear smashed down heavily from above. 100-meter-long spear light as thick as a water tank smashed towards the assassin. Bang. Although the assassin tried his best to block, he was still sent flying and blood spurted out of his mouth. Chasing thunder. With a sizzling sound, the spear light pierced through the assassin's heart like lightning. Another person was killed. However, in the process Lu Ming was hit 7 or 8 times. Even with the spirit-devouring bloodline, his face was still pale and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He was injured. At this moment, his aura was rapidly declining. It was time for his bloodline to erupt. It's time for his bloodline to erupt. The remaining assassins were overjoyed. Just now, Lu Ming was like an undying demon god. He ignored the attacks and killed 2 people in a row, which made their hearts tremble. He's already injured and his strength has weakened. He can't escape. A 7th layer martial master assassin shouted. The figures of the remaining 5 flashed and they surrounded Lu Ming. You were sent by the Duanmu family, right? Lu Ming suddenly asked. Why do you care who sent us? We're here to take your life anyway. An assassin sneered, his voice cold. Lu Ming sneered. Although the other party did not go easy on him, he was sure that it was the Duanmu family. Other than the Duanmu family who would want to kill him. He guessed that he had been targeted not long after coming out of Firestorm City. Moreover, when Lu Ming went to the Mystic Essence Sword sect to participate in the assessment, he was assassinated by the Shadow Wolf Pavilion in Mystic Sword City. At that time his only enemy was the Duanmu clan. Lu Ming would never believe that it wasn't the Duanmu clan. Speak, what is the relationship between the Duanmu clan and your Shadow Wolf Pavilion? Or perhaps, what is the relationship between your Shadow Wolf Pavilion and the Mystic Essence Sword sect? Lu Ming asked coldly. You're about to die, yet you still have so many questions. However, you'd better go and ask the King of Hell. Kill. A 7th level martial master assassin coldly shouted and charged towards Lu Ming. The other 5 people also launched their attacks. Sword chi was like a net covering Lu Ming. Whoosh. Lu Ming didn't take it head-on. Instead he used high air steps to dodge. However, the other party was a top-notch assassin with a tacit understanding of each other. Lu Ming simply could not dodge all of their attacks. If not for the protection of the ancient shield, he would have been injured long ago. Even so, Lu Ming was still surrounded by danger. Lu Ming's current cultivation was at the peak of the 3rd-level martial master realm. Without activating his bloodline, he could fight against a 7th-level martial master expert and even suppress them. However, the other party had 3 7th-level martial masters and 3 6th-level martial masters. With their tacit understanding of each other, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage. 6 streams of sword chi completely enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming's long spear moved horizontally as he fought with them. Bang! A 6th-level martial master assassin was swept by the long spear and his body was sent flying 100 meters away. His face was pale. However, Lu Ming also paid a price. There was an additional sword wound on his body and blood flowed out. Refined for me. Lu Ming roared. In his body, he had just devoured the blood essence of 2 6th-level martial master assassins. At this moment he was fighting and refining it at the same time. He wanted to break through to the next realm. His cultivation was originally at the peak of the 3rd-level martial master realm. He was only a step away from the 4th-level martial master realm. As long as he could break through, his battle strength would increase greatly and he would be able to fight back. However, it was not so easy to break through to the next realm after reaching the martial master realm. Boom. The true chi in his body was rumbling, but it was difficult to break through in a short period of time. Not enough energy. I have to kill another person and devour another person's blood essence before I can break through. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Kill. He used all his strength to pounce towards the injured assassin. However, how could the other assassins let him do as he wished? They attacked him with all their might. Not long after, 2 more wounds appeared on Lu Ming's body. If he had not dodged in time, he would have been split in half. However, he got the result he wanted after getting injured. That 6th-level martial master assassin was once again swept by Lu Ming's spear. This spear was even more domineering. Half of the opponent's body almost exploded as he flew out. He was already half dead. Die. Lu Ming dashed forward without a care for anything else. Puchi. Lu Ming paid the price of another wound, but he also finished off that 6th-level martial master assassin with a single spear. Devour. The spirit-devouring bloodline erupted with a powerful devouring power and devoured the opponent's blood essence in an instant. Rumble. Suddenly, waves of energy emerged from the bloodline. Break for me. Lu Ming roared in his heart as he dodged the remaining assassin's attacks with all his might. After a dozen more moves, Lu Ming's injuries became more serious and the situation became more and more unfavorable for him. Boom. At this moment, a rumble suddenly erupted from his body. Lu Ming's aura instantly surged. He had broken through to the 4th-level martial master realm. Boom. Lu Ming swept out with his spear and collided with a 7th-level martial master assassin. The long spear and the battle sword clashed. The assassin's face suddenly changed. His battle sword was bent, and his body was sent flying backwards with a swish sound. How is it possible to break through to the next realm? An assassin roared. Now let's see who will kill who. Lu Ming roared. His aura was wild as he swept out with his long spear. The spear light was like a mountain. Bang, bang. 2 6th-level martial master assassins were directly sent flying. They slid on the mountain for dozens of meters and were already half dead, unable to move. Monster, what a monster. Let's go. The remaining 3 7th-level martial master experts' faces changed. Without thinking, they actually turned around and ran. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he stared at one of them and chased after him. Ah! The assassin who was being chased by Lu Ming roared. He was shocked because he realized that his speed was not as fast as Lu Ming's. Soon Lu Ming caught up. I'll fight you to the death. The assassin roared and attacked Lu Ming. Unfortunately, he was not Lu Ming's opponent at all. Now, Lu Ming had already broken through to the 4th-level martial master realm. Even if he faced an 8th-level martial master, he could still fight, let alone him. Completely suppressed. This assassin used all his strength and could only resist a dozen moves before he was pierced through by Lu Ming's spear. Then Lu Ming devoured the assassin's blood essence and turned around to kill the other 2 6th-level martial master assassins and devoured their blood essence. Storage ring. Lu Ming realized that each of these assassins had a storage ring. Lu Ming took it without hesitation. Then, his figure moved and headed towards the deep mountains and forests. After running for more than 30 miles in one breath, Lu Ming stopped. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had achieved great results in the battle just now, his injuries were not light either. Duanmu family, if I, Lu Ming, don't flatten you, I swear I'm not human. Chapter 193. After that, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and started to refine the essence blood to heal himself. At this moment, on a mountain peak 100 miles away from Lu Ming, a black-robed man with a golden wolf mask stood with his hands behind his back. He was exuding a cold, murderous aura. He was the golden wolf assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, two figures rushed toward the mountain peak as fast as lightning. When they arrived in front of the man with the golden wolf mask, they immediately knelt down. What happened? Where are the others? The man with the golden wolf mask asked coldly. Sir, the others are all dead. They were killed by Lu Ming. The information we received was wrong. Lu Ming is not half crippled. One of the silver wolf assassins said. Not crippled? Then can he still use his beast soul? The golden wolf assassin asked. I don't think so. Although he killed so many of our men, Lu Ming's injuries are not light. He didn't use his beast soul even in such a situation. I think he has used up all his beast souls. One of the silver wolf assassins guessed. Good. It's good that he doesn't have any beast souls. Lu Ming is dead for sure. The two of you follow me and go after Lu Ming. The golden wolf assassin ordered. Previously, he did not attack together because he was afraid that Lu Ming still had beast souls, so he sent someone to test him first. Now that it was confirmed that Lu Ming did not have any beast souls, he was going to attack. Yes. The two silver wolf assassins answered. With the sound of something breaking through the air, the three figures disappeared without a trace. In the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming was refining the essence blood with all his might. Fortunately, most of his injuries were external, so it was relatively easy to treat them. When the essence blood turned into rolling energy and was refined by Lu Ming, his injuries healed quickly. His muscles wriggled and his wounds began to heal. Soon Lu Ming's wounds began to scab. This was also because Lu Ming's physical body had reached the complete second grade. Ordinary people would not be able to do this. 2 days later, Lu Ming's injuries had completely healed, and his cultivation had even improved. I'm afraid that the Shadow Wolf Pavilion will not give up so easily. They will definitely send people after me. I cannot take the main road to the imperial capital this time. I will travel along the desolate mountain range. I can hunt demonic beasts along the way and raise my cultivation. I can also practice martial techniques. Lu Ming fell into deep thought. After that, he walked out of the Temple of Paragon and hid his aura. He walked through the forest towards the imperial capital. But not long after, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure coming from afar. Whoosh! A beam of rainbow light pierced through the air. Within the rainbow light was a black-robed man wearing a golden wolf mask. Martial Ancestor Realm Expert, Shadow Wolf Pavilion's Golden Wolf Assassin. Lu Ming's expression changed greatly. The Golden Wolf Assassins of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion were all experts at the Martial Ancestor Realm and above. They were not people that Lu Ming could defeat. Go! Without any hesitation, Lu Ming executed the airborne steps to the maximum and ran towards the depths of the forest. Haha, Lu Ming, I don't know what method you used to hide for 2 days. But now you can't hide anymore and have shown yourself. Let's see where you can run to this time. The Golden Wolf Assassin let out an ear-piercing laugh. Lu Ming ran wildly. He stepped on the trees and his body shot forward like a bolt of lightning. He was so fast that he looked like a phantom. However, the Golden Wolf Assassin was a Martial Ancestor Realm expert and could walk in the air. His speed was beyond the realm of mortals. Lu Ming could not shake him off at all. Die. Whoosh. A beam of sword chi pierced through the air and charged towards Lu Ming. It was fast, ruthless, and extremely powerful. Dodge, I have to dodge. Lu Ming growled. His body moved continuously and he barely managed to dodge the sword. But he was also hit by the sword and a part of his sleeve disappeared. You actually managed to dodge my sword. What about now? The Golden Wolf Assassin sneered and waved the combat sword in his hand. Whoosh whoosh, there were more than 10 beams of sword chi. Each of them was extremely powerful and unstoppable. Ancient shield. Lu Ming shouted and an ancient shield appeared. Clang. The sword chi slashed on the shield and the shield shook violently. Then it exploded. Lu Ming's body was also sent flying dozens of meters backward. He crashed into a tree that was so thick that it would take one person to hug it. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. 2 figures rushed over. They were the 2 Silver Wolf assassins. Lu Ming, you won't be able to escape this time. One of the silver wolf assassins laughed loudly. Shadow Wolf Pavilion, I don't care where you came from. As long as I, Lu Ming, am alive, I will destroy your Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Lu Ming growled and continued to run into the depths of the forest. You want to destroy my Shadow Wolf Pavilion? How naive. The Golden Wolf assassin sneered and continued to chase him in the sky. Behind the golden mask, there was a cold look in his eyes. He was looking for an opportunity to kill with a single strike. Facing a genius like Lu Ming, even someone as powerful as him didn't dare to underestimate him. Otherwise he would be the one at a disadvantage. This is the time. The Golden Wolf assassin's eyes suddenly lit up. The combat sword in his hand glowed and a bright and sharp sword chi pierced out. The Golden Wolf assassin used all his strength in this attack. It was unbelievably fast. Moreover, it seemed like he had calculated Lu Ming's running route. It seemed like Lu Ming was going to collide with the sword chi. Oh no! Lu Ming's heart beat rapidly and his hair stood on end. At this moment he could feel the aura of death. It was as if the Grim Reaper was pointing his scythe at him. I can't dodge it. I have to block it. I can't die yet. Lu Ming screamed in his heart. His eyes were bloodshot. In an instant, the power of his bloodline erupted. At the same time, an ancient shield appeared. Explode. Lu Ming stabbed out with his long spear. The tip of the spear emitted a bright light. It was as if there was a bright star at the tip of Lu Ming's spear. A terrifying wave burst out. This was the strongest move that Lu Ming could perform at the moment. It blasted towards the sword chi above his head. Suddenly, a white light flew out from the depths of the forest. It was like a flying immortal. It also blasted towards the sword chi of the Golden Wolf assassin. Boom. Lu Ming's attack combined with the white light and collided with the sword chi of the Golden Wolf assassin. Violent energy shot out in all directions. The trees, flowers, and other things in the forest were instantly crushed into pieces. Lu Ming felt a powerful surge of energy. His body flew back dozens of meters. However, he also blocked the Golden Wolf assassin's attack. Who helped me? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Oh, how dare you block me? Are you courting death? The Golden Wolf assassin roared. In the depths of the forest, a white figure flashed out. The person who came was actually a young woman. She wore a white dress. Her skin was like jade and she was extremely beautiful. Seeing this woman, Lu Ming was shocked. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Xian Yanqing, it's you." The young woman's eyes flashed. She looked at Lu Ming and shouted, "Come with me." After saying that, her figure flashed. Like a fairy from the ninth heaven, she ran towards the depths of the forest. Chapter 194. You want to leave? None of you can leave today. The Golden Wolf assassin roared and chased after them. Below, the two Silver Wolf assassins also quickly followed behind. In a dozen breaths, they had covered a few hundred meters and arrived at a purple bamboo forest. At this point, the young woman stopped. Xian Yanqing, leave quickly. The opponent is a martial arts grandmaster. Even if we join forces, we won't be a match for him. Lu Ming exclaimed softly. I'm not Xian Yanqing. The young woman suddenly glanced at Lu Ming and said coldly. Lu Ming was stunned. Not Xian Yanqing? How could it be? She looked exactly like Xian Yanqing. How could she not be him? What was this girl up to again? Wait a minute. Something's not right. This woman is different from Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming took a closer look. Indeed, although this woman looked exactly like Xian Yanqing, there were still some differences. First of all, this woman should be slightly older than Xian Yanqing by 1 or 2 years. Xian Yanqing looked younger than Lu Ming, while this woman was about the same age as Lu Ming. Also, their temperaments were completely different. Xian Yanqing was mischievous like a little witch. This woman, on the other hand, had a calm expression, like an otherworldly fairy. How could there be two people who look so similar in this world? Lu Ming sighed inwardly. Swoosh. The Golden Wolf assassin flew above the purple bamboo forest. Behind him, the two Silver Wolf assassins also flew over. Haha, so it's such a beautiful woman. Good. I can kill Lu Ming and have a good time. When the Golden Wolf assassin saw the young woman's face, his eyes lit up and revealed a lustful look. He secretly sighed that his luck was really good. Chasing Lu Ming, he actually encountered such a peerless beauty. This trip was not in vain. You're courting death. The Golden Wolf assassin's words caused the young woman's eyes to emit a cold, killing intent. Her originally cold face became even colder. Demon slaughtering formation, rise. Suddenly the young woman shouted softly. Her hands formed a seal, and inscriptions appeared out of thin air and flew into the purple bamboo forest. In the purple bamboo forest there was a soft sound. Then rays of white light shot up into the sky. These white rays of light converged in the air, forming white sword chi. As the sword chi swam, a shocking killing intent filled the air. The Great Inscription Formation. So you set up the Great Inscription Formation here. But even if there is a Great Inscription Formation, so what? What can you, a great martial master, do to me? The Golden Wolf Assassin sneered. Demon Slaying Formation. Slay demons and eliminate demons. The young woman shouted and waved her hands. In the air, 3 streaks of white sword chi danced and whistled towards the Golden Wolf Assassin. Demon Slaughtering Array, let's see who you can slaughter. Break. The Golden Wolf Assassin slashed out with his sword, and 3 resplendent sword chi blasted towards the white sword chi. Boom, boom, boom. There was an explosion, but it did not destroy the young woman's Great Inscription Formation as the Golden Wolf Assassin had expected. The sword chi collided and dissipated together. How can she be so strong? The Golden Wolf Assassin was shocked. However, the young woman waved her hand again. In the purple bamboo forest, the white light became brighter. In an instant, more than 10 streaks of white sword chi condensed in the air. Oh no, you guys retreat. The Golden Wolf Assassin's face changed greatly, and he shouted at the 2 silver wolf assassins. It's too late. The young woman's voice seemed to be emotionless and incomparably cold. As her voice fell, the white sword chi in the air also crossed the void. With 2 screams, the 2 silver wolf assassins of the 7th level martial mentor realm were pierced through by the sword chi and killed in the forest. At the same time, more sword chi rushed towards the Golden Wolf Assassins. Damn it! The Golden Wolf Assassin roared. Blood flashed on his body, and a black giant wolf appeared. There were 8 blood-colored chakras on the giant wolf. This was the 2nd bloodline awakening of the Golden Wolf Assassin. The 2nd bloodline was a level 8 ordinary bloodline. The Golden Wolf Assassin's combat strength increased greatly, and in an instant he slashed out more than 10 times. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the sky sword chi crisscrossed. Streaks of black sword chi and white sword chi intersected, and the terrifying sword chi shot out in all directions. Demon Slaying Formation, God Slaying. The young woman shouted softly. Her body emitted a dazzling white light, and she looked incomparably holy. In the purple bamboo forest, the power of the Inscription Formation was even stronger. Streaks of sword chi seemed to appear endlessly, and they blasted towards the Golden Wolf Assassin. Suddenly there was a scream. Blood splattered, and one of the Golden Wolf Assassin's arms was cut off. The Golden Wolf Assassin roared. He became one with his sword, and turned into a dazzling sword light that soared into the sky, out of the attack range of the Inscription Formation. Damn it, I'll remember today's big grudge. The 2 of you will face the endless pursuit of my Shadow Wolf Pavilion. The Golden Wolf Assassin roared, filled with endless killing intent. Then he turned into a streak of light and disappeared in the sky. What a pity. The young woman sighed softly, as if it was a pity that she didn't kill the Golden Wolf Assassin. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was shocked. This woman's methods were really shocking. She actually used an Inscription Formation to cut off one of the Golden Wolf Assassin's arms. Although the Golden Wolf Assassin's cultivation was at the 1st Martial Ancestor realm. But this woman's cultivation was only at the 6th Martial Master realm. The gap between a Martial Grandmaster realm and a Martial Ancestor realm was huge, and it was difficult to cross. What a terrifying formation. What is this woman's background? Lu Ming thought to himself. Alright, the other party has left. You should leave too. The young woman looked at Lu Ming with her beautiful eyes. Her voice was still cold, like a fairy that couldn't be approached. Miss, why did you save me? Lu Ming asked. He was a little curious. He had never met this woman before, so why would she spend so much effort to save him, and even fight a Martial Ancestor realm expert? He didn't think that he had such great charm, and looking at the young woman's expression, it didn't seem like it was because of his charm. Woo-woo. At this moment, a flash of lightning appeared in the depths of the purple bamboo forest. No, that wasn't lightning. It was a leopard, a lightning leopard. Lightning leopard. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered that when he had just joined the Mystic Essence Sword sect and participated in the assessment, he had released a lightning leopard cub and obtained a little lightning leopard blood. Although the lightning leopard in front of him wasn't a cub, it was very young and was quite similar to the lightning leopard cub back then. Woo-woo. The lightning leopard stared at Lu Ming and barked a few times. Then it approached Lu Ming and rubbed against Lu Ming's thigh. You are the one from back then? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Woo-woo, the lightning leopard nodded. It was really the lightning leopard cub from back then. What a coincidence. If you hadn't saved little lightning once, Why would I save you this time? Chapter 195. The young woman's voice was very cold. She continued, if little Shan hadn't recognized you just now, I wouldn't have saved you. This is good too. You saved little Shan once and I saved you once. From now on we don't owe each other anything. Lu Ming was speechless. This woman was too arrogant and cold. At the same time, Lu Ming also understood that the reason why she had saved him was because the lightning leopard had discovered him. No matter what, it's all because you saved me this time. Lu Ming is grateful. I'll take my leave then. Lu Ming cupped his fists and then turned to leave. Wait a minute. Unexpectedly, the young woman called out. Lu Ming turned and said, May I know what's the matter, miss? I heard you call me Xian Yanqing just now. You're Xian Yanqing's friend, right? The young woman asked. Friend? Lu Ming couldn't help but think of his relationship with Xian Yanqing. It was already good enough that Xian Yanqing didn't attack him when she saw him. How could she be his friend? Lu Ming shook his head and said, I've only met Xian Yanqing once. We can't be considered friends. I don't care if you're her friend or not. The next time you see her, help me pass her a message. Tell her not to keep thinking about surpassing me because it's just a waste of time. It's impossible. The young woman said, her voice filled with confidence and a sense of superiority. Seeing this expression, Lu Ming didn't know why, but he felt uncomfortable in his heart. May I know what's the relationship between you and Xian Yanqing? If I meet her, I'll definitely pass on the message. Lu Ming said indifferently. His voice also became a little cold. I'm Xian Yanjuan. I'm her elder sister. The young woman said. As expected, no wonder they look exactly the same. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. But other than their looks, the two sisters were too different in other aspects. Alright, the Shadow Wolf Pavilion will definitely send people here. I'm leaving. You should leave too. Xian Yanjuan said indifferently. Miss, why don't you leave first? I'll leave after a while. Lu Ming said. Suit yourself. Xian Yanjuan said indifferently. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at the two silver wolf assassins' corpses. She turned around and floated away. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Is the item left behind by a 7th-level martial master not even worth mentioning in her eyes? But I won't miss it. Lu Ming walked towards the bodies of the two silver wolf assassins. After devouring their blood essences, he took off their storage rings. With a flash, Lu Ming left the place and headed towards the depths of the forest. In the forest, ancient trees towered into the sky. Lu Ming walked for more than 100 miles. Then, with a thought, he entered the Temple of Paragon and began to refine the blood essence. Not long after, the meridian blood of the two 7th-level martial grandmasters was completely refined by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation had also reached the mid-7th-level martial grandmaster. After refining the essence blood, Lu Ming started to organize the storage rings he got from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. There were a total of 8 rings. In the end, he got more than 60 million taels of silver. The silver was just a small number. The most important thing was the spirit crystals. After sorting them out, there were more than 23,000 pieces. Adding the previous ones, Lu Ming had nearly 40,000 spirit crystals. Other than the silver and spirit crystals, the rest were all miscellaneous items. They weren't of much help to Lu Ming. Is this a disguise mask? Suddenly, Lu Ming found a disguise mask among the clothes and miscellaneous items. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion was an assassin organization. They often had to disguise themselves to assassinate people. It was normal for them to have a disguise on them. Lu Ming looked at it carefully and found that the quality of the disguise was very good. It should be made from the skin of some kind of demonic beast. Lu Ming put the disguise on his face. It didn't feel like he was wearing anything because it was very thin. I wonder how effective it is. Let's go out and take a look. Lu Ming went out of the Temple of Paragon and found a pool in the forest. He looked at himself in the pool. Suddenly, a young man in his 20s with a dark face and a rather cold face came into view. What a wonderful disguise. It's like I'm a completely different person. Lu Ming looked at it carefully and found that the disguise was tightly attached to his face. It was impossible to tell that he was wearing a disguise. Then let's change again. With a thought, crackling sounds could be heard from Lu Ming's body. His bones were wriggling and in the end, Lu Ming's height actually increased by a little. His figure also became a little more burly. Lu Ming could only do this when his physical body reached the complete 2nd grade. It could cause slight changes in his physical body. Although the changes weren't big with the disguise, Lu Ming seemed to be a completely different person. Even the people closest to him wouldn't be able to recognize him. Good. This way, I won't be afraid of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Moreover, no one will be able to recognize me when I go to the imperial capital. This will make it easier for me to investigate my father's matter. Lu Ming thought. Then Lu Ming continued to go deep into the mountains. According to his previous plan, he would cultivate as he went to the imperial capital. Now Lu Ming's cultivation mainly had three directions. One was the comprehension of the fire force, the second was the high air steps, and the third was the ancient shield technique. Roar. 7 days later, a Class 6 LV-3 demonic beast covered in scales was pierced through the throat by Lu Ming's spear. It roared and fell to the ground. The spirit-devouring bloodline activated and devoured the demonic beast's blood essence. At the same time, the monster core appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The blood essence was used by Lu Ming to upgrade his bloodline grade, while the monster core was used to improve his cultivation. Just like this, he hunted demonic beasts while he went to the imperial capital. 1 month later, a swift wind sparrow flapped its wings in the air and fled frantically. Behind it, Lu Ming stepped on the void and followed closely behind the swift wind sparrow at lightning speed. Swoosh, swoosh. Lu Ming's body seemed to be weightless as he floated in the air. After flying for a few hundred meters, Lu Ming's body slowly landed. After landing, Lu Ming stepped on the tip of a big tree. Lu Ming's body shot into the sky like an arrow and chased after the swift wind sparrow. The swift wind sparrow screeched in fright and flew desperately. However, no matter what it did, it couldn't get rid of Lu Ming. Ha! Lu Ming laughed. After flying for a few miles, Lu Ming landed on the top of a mountain and sat down cross-legged. After more than a month of hard work, Lu Ming's airborne steps had reached the peak of the 5th level. Just a little bit more and he would be able to enter the 6th level. Just now, when he was chasing after the swift wind sparrow, he suddenly understood something. Wind, invisible yet omnipresent. Wind, light, erratic yet fast as lightning. Lu Ming closed his eyes and quietly comprehended. The principle of the airborne steps was to use the genuine qi in the body to resonate with the wind and the air to achieve the purpose of riding the wind for a short period of time. Feeling the breeze from the top of the mountain, Lu Ming's face revealed a smile. A green breeze slowly swirled around his body. Lu Ming's body seemed to be as light as a feather, as if he could be blown away by the wind at any time. After an unknown period of time, swish, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. His figure moved and he took a step forward. Chapter 196. With his hands behind his back, Lu Ming walked step by step in the air as if he was walking on flat ground. The 6th stage of the airborne steps, man and martial arts as one. I finally reached it. A faint smile hung on Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming was only a 4th grade martial master. Furthermore, it had not been long since he became a martial master. Yet, he was able to cultivate a profound class superior grade martial arts technique to the realm of man and martial arts as one. If news of this were to spread, it would shock many people. It seems that I am indeed a peerless genius. Lu Ming laughed shamelessly. In the past, with the chanting of scriptures, his cultivation speed was extremely fast. However, now that the chanting of scriptures had disappeared, Lu Ming only battled with himself every day, and his cultivation speed did not decrease. It could be seen that Lu Ming's talent was extremely shocking. Whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming walked step by step. His body was like a bolt of lightning crossing the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was a few hundred meters away. However, there was no sign of him descending. Lu Ming continued to walk in the air. His body faintly gave off a light and erratic feeling. Wind force. Is this the wind force? Lu Ming muttered to himself. Previously, when he comprehended the airborne steps and broke through to the airborne steps, he took the opportunity to comprehend a little bit of the wind force. Although it was only a little bit, it was already enough to make Lu Ming go wild with joy. Ordinary people were only qualified to comprehend force when they reached the martial ancestor realm. However, Lu Ming's fire force had already reached the small success stage, and he had even comprehended the second force. Wind force. In the future, when he combined wind and fire, his power would definitely be even more shocking. Using the wind force together with the airborne steps, the power of the airborne steps would reach a shocking level. Lu Ming walked in the air for a full 2,000 meters before slowly descending. Originally, even if he cultivated the airborne steps to the 6th stage, it would be considered good to be able to walk 1,000 meters in the air. Suddenly there was a screech from below. Then a golden goshawk soared into the sky. It flapped its wings and streaks of golden feathers shot toward Lu Ming like golden divine swords. Class 7 LV-3 Demonic Beast, Golden Goshawk. Finally, a decent demonic beast. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. In the next moment, 2 ancient shields appeared in front of Lu Ming. Clang, clang. The golden feathers landed on the shield, emitting the sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew in all directions in the air. However, the shield in front of Lu Ming did not budge. Kill the power of wind and fire. Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear. The spear contained a blazing aura. At the same time, the wind assisted the fire, causing Lu Ming's spear to completely transform into a flaming spear. The spear broke through all obstacles and pierced into the golden goshawk's chest. The violent energy instantly tore apart the golden goshawk's internal organs. The golden goshawk let out a shriek and died. A single spear killed a Class 7 LV3 demonic beast. The combination of the power of wind and fire is actually so powerful? Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised. Currently he was only at the entry level of the wind force. He could imagine that if his understanding of the wind force became more profound, it would be even more powerful when combined with the fire force. However, wind and fire complement each other. That's why it was so easy to combine them. If they were two opposite forces, it would not be so easy to combine them. Lu Ming was very clear. Moreover, this was only a preliminary combination. It was not a true combination. Now, I finally have the ability to protect myself when facing a martial ancestor realm martial artist. Lu Ming thought to himself. In the past, when he faced a martial ancestor realm expert, he could not escape even if he used all his strength. However, Lu Ming was slightly more confident now. Next, Lu Ming continued to cultivate as he headed to the Imperial City. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. Therefore, it took Lu Ming another half a month to reach the Imperial City. In front of him there was a huge object. It was boundless and spanned between heaven and earth as if it had existed since ancient times. As he walked closer, he realized that it was even bigger. The black city wall was 100 meters high and extended into the sky. It was impossible to see how long the city wall was. At a glance, there seemed to be no end to it. According to legend, the Imperial City of the Burning Sun was 100 miles long in each direction. It was extremely majestic. On top of the city walls, there were rows of armored soldiers standing in rows. Their armor was thick like a forest and their armor was dense. Every soldier emitted a powerful aura. The Imperial City of the Burning Sun Empire was the most majestic city in the Burning Sun Empire. It was the core of the Burning Sun Imperial family's power. According to legend, 800 years ago, the Burning Sun Imperial family was the most powerful force in the Burning Sun Empire. All the major sects had to bow before the Burning Sun Imperial family. At that time, the Burning Sun Imperial family ruled the world. Thousands of cities in the Burning Sun Empire were under the rule of the Burning Sun Empire and their strength was at its peak. Unfortunately, the Burning Sun Imperial family fell into internal strife and wars were endless. Later their strength weakened and the sects rose. In particular, the Shifang Sword sect took control of the Imperial family and their strength increased tremendously. The Burning Sun Imperial family would not be able to make a comeback. Now, the people of the Burning Sun Empire only had the 5 major sects in their eyes. The influence of the Imperial family was very weak. Lu Ming walked along the official road and entered the Imperial City. The streets of the Imperial City were very wide. It would not be a problem for 10 carriages to travel side by side. On both sides of the street there were many shops. There were elixir shops, weapon refining pavilions and so on. It was not something that Firestorm City could compare to. Even Mysterious Sword City could not compare. The streets were bustling with people coming and going. Lu Ming looked around curiously as he walked. The Burning Sun Imperial City is so big. How should I investigate father's news? Lu Ming thought. For a moment he had no idea at all. Hua Qi said that he is in the Imperial City. Maybe he is from the Imperial City. If I can find him and ask him about the situation in the Imperial City and the division of forces, it will be of great help to my next move. But what made Lu Ming dumbfounded was that he did not know how to find Hua Qi. Forget it, the restaurant is the most informative place. Let's go to the restaurant first and find out more information while eating. Lu Ming was planning to look for a restaurant when there was a commotion on the street. Not good, Hua Jie is walking his beast again. What? Let's go. In the streets, the crowd was in chaos. The crowd was running around with fear on their faces. Brr. Suddenly, a deafening beast roar was heard. Then, at the end of the street, a behemoth was running towards them. It was a beast that was 3 meters tall and 6 to 7 meters long. Its body was covered with fiery red scales and it was emitting a ferocious aura as it ran on the street. Rank 1 Rank 3 Cracked Armor Beast. Lu Ming recognized the beast's origin and level at a glance. Ah, go. Behind the cracked armor beast, there was a group of people riding on horses and shouting loudly. As the cracked armor beast ran, the pedestrians on the street retreated. Even some experts of the martial grandmaster realm and above were shocked and retreated to the side. Mother, where are you? Ling Er is scared. Chapter 197. In the middle of the street, a little girl about 4 or 5 years old was crying. She had pigtails and was holding a stick of candied hawthorn in her hand. The cracked armor beast was charging at the little girl. Ling Er. Someone save my Ling Er. Not far away, a woman screamed in fear and ran toward the little girl. However, she was obviously not a warrior and could not make it in time. None of the other warriors around her made a move. The warrior's eyes were filled with fear. The cracked armor beast saw the little girl. It roared and charged toward the little girl with a bloodthirsty look in its eyes. In the blink of an eye, it was close to the little girl. The cracked armor beast opened its bloody mouth and bit at the little girl. Its huge bloody mouth was big enough to swallow the little girl in one bite. Behind it, the people on horseback laughed. Crack armor, enjoy it. A young man in a gold-threaded robe shouted excitedly. At this moment, the little girl had already forgotten to cry. She just stared blankly. Obviously she was scared stiff. Ling, The woman uttered a shrill cry. Lu Ming frowned. How could they let a beast eat people on the street? Was this still the imperial capital? Just as the cracked armor beast was about to bite the little girl, Lu Ming moved. His body swayed slightly and appeared beside the little girl. He reached out to grab the little girl and floated back. Seeing that the fat meat in its mouth was snatched away, the cracked armor beast roared and charged toward Lu Ming with a murderous look in its eyes. Get lost. Lu Ming suddenly widened his eyes and shouted. A murderous aura that was even stronger than that of the cracked armor beast erupted. The cracked armor beast roared and its eyes were filled with fear. Like a frightened puppy, it ran back. Who is it? How dare you stop my beast from eating? You're courting death. An angry roar sounded. Thud, thud, thud. 7 or 8 horses galloped toward them. The person in the lead was the young man in the gold-threaded robe. The young man's face was slightly pale. His eyes were malicious as he stared coldly at Lu Ming. The cracked armor beast stood in front of the young man in the gold-threaded roar at Lu Ming. Little girl, are you all right? Lu Ming did not even look at the young man. Instead, he smiled at the little girl in his arms. I'm fine. Thank you, big brother. The little girl said obediently. At this moment, the old woman, Ling is next to the golden-robed young man. A thin-faced young man shouted coldly. He pulled out a soft whip and whipped the woman's body. Immediately, a bloody mark appeared and blood seeped out, dyeing her clothes red. That little girl is dead for sure. Isn't that so? How could Hua Jie's beast be satisfied with just kowtowing? What a pity for that young man. He's probably just arrived at the imperial capital, yet he actually interfered in this matter. I'm afraid his end will be miserable. He can only blame his bad luck. Whispers could be heard from all around. His voice was very soft, for fear that Hua Jie would hear him. But what kind of cultivation did Lu Ming have? Still, he listened to every single word that was said. But he only smiled. The woman continued to kowtow. On the warhorse, the golden-robed young man, Hua Jie, frowned. His long and narrow eyes flashed with killing intent. I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me? A ferocious look appeared on the skinny young man's face as he lashed out at the woman with the whip again. Lu Ming frowned. He reached out and grabbed the soft whip in his hand. Brat, you've got guts. I didn't look for you, but you still dared to interfere. Now kneel down and slap yourself 100 times. Obediently put down this little girl and then scram. The thin-faced young man pointed at Lu Ming and yelled. Lu Ming's eyes darkened as he coldly stared at the thin-faced young man. Brat, you're still not letting go? Fine, since that's the case, you'll also become the food of my young master's war beast. The thin-faced young man pulled the whip and realized that it wouldn't budge. He immediately yelled again. Do you usually feed your war beasts with humans? Lu Ming coldly asked. So what if we do? These lowly people are like ants. To be able to become the food of my young master's war beast is a blessing that they've cultivated for several lifetimes. The thin-faced young man hooted arrogantly. He didn't put Lu Ming in his eyes at all. What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and kill this brat. Can't you see that I'm hungry? At this moment, Hua Jie indifferently said. There was a hint of impatience in his voice. The thin-faced young man's expression changed greatly. He looked at Lu Ming ferociously and yelled, Brat, then I'll send you on your way. After saying this, he jumped down from the warhorse and pounced towards Lu Ming like a goshawk. His momentum was not weak at all. First layer martial grandmaster. Lu Ming's eyes moved. This thin-faced young man was not even 30 years old. It was already not bad for him to be a first-layer martial grandmaster. However, in front of Lu Ming it was not enough. He flicked the whip in his hand and a strong burst of true chi rushed towards the soft whip. The thin-faced young man was still holding the soft whip in one hand. He suddenly felt a surge of power coming from the soft whip. This power rushed into his palm and almost caused his palm to explode. A terrifying wound appeared on his palm. His hand also let go of the soft whip. Swish. Lu Ming flicked the soft whip like a snake and coiled it around the thin-faced young man's neck. He then flicked it and the thin-faced young man heavily fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. With one move, he easily made the thin-faced young man, who was a first-layer martial grandmaster, lie on the ground like a dead dog. The sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard from all around. So powerful, finished in one move. What's so powerful about that? He dared to hit one of Hua Jie's men. He's finished. It seems like this is his first time in the imperial capital. That's true. Hua Jie will definitely not let him go. At this moment, the thin-faced young man let out an ear-piercing scream. Ah, smash. Little bastard, you actually dared to hit me. Young master, you must seek justice for me. Let the cracked armor chew him into pieces. Is that so? If that's the case, then I'll feed you to the demonic beast. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He flicked the soft whip in his hand and the thin-faced young man's body directly flew towards the cracked armor beast. At the same time, the thin-faced young man's blood splashed into the cracked armor beast's mouth. Stimulated by the blood, the cracked armor beast let out a roar and the bloodthirsty light in its eyes became stronger. With a roar, it opened its bloody mouth and directly bit towards the thin-faced young man. No, don't. The thin-faced young man was scared out of his wits and crazily screamed. Ling'er, don't look. Lu Ming blocked the little girl's eyes. Puchi. Chapter 198. Ah. The skinny young man screamed in agony. The cracked armor beast roared as its bloodlust intensified. Crack armor, stop right there. Hua Jie roared from his warhorse. But the cracked armor beast had bitten off an arm. The blood made it go berserk. It ignored Hua Jie's words and continued to pounce on the skinny young man. Help! Help! The skinny young man screamed in agony. He wanted to run away but he couldn't because of the whip. Lu Ming pulled the whip and the skinny young man flew towards Lu Ming. The cracked armor beast roared and continued to pounce. Lu Ming put down the little girl and stepped forward. He pressed his palm against the cracked armor beast's head. Boom! The cracked armor beast's huge body was pressed to the ground by Lu Ming, causing cracks to appear on the ground. The cracked armor beast roared and struggled but it was useless. The skinny young man screamed and looked at Lu Ming in confusion. He didn't know why Lu Ming wanted to save him. Don't misunderstand. I don't want to save you. I just want you to feel what it's like to be eaten by a beast. There was not a trace of emotion in his voice. No, please let me go. The skinny young man screamed. Let you go? No, it's a blessing to be the food of your young master's beast. I must fulfill your wish. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The skinny young man had said that himself. No, I was just talking nonsense. Just take it as a fart and let it go. The skinny young man said in a trembling voice. Enough. On the warhorse, Hua Jie's expression was extremely gloomy. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Lad, this farce ends here. You have 3 breaths. Within 3 breaths, destroy your own cultivation and kowtow to me 18 times. Then I will let today's matter go. His words shocked everyone. Hua Jie was willing to let Lu Ming go? This was rare. It seemed like Hua Jie was a little afraid of Lu Ming. Hua Jie sat on his warhorse and looked down at Lu Ming from above. In his opinion, he was already doing him a great favor by offering such conditions. However, Lu Ming didn't seem to appreciate it. Get out of my sight now and I'll let it go. Lu Ming shouted. This caused the surrounding people to be dumbfounded. Hua Jie. It seemed like he didn't know anything about Hua Jie's identity. Next to her, the woman hugged Ling-er tightly, trembling in fear. Hua Jie was stunned for a moment. Then, as if he had heard a hilarious joke, he laughed and said, You want me to get lost? Ah, good. Now, you have lost your only chance of survival. Kill him for me. Yes. Behind Hua Jie, 6 silhouettes jumped off their warhorses. The eyes of the 6 middle-aged men shone brightly. The moment they leaped into the air, their auras exploded. They were all martial grandmasters. The weakest one was a 2nd-layer martial grandmaster. The strongest one was a 3rd-layer martial grandmaster. 3 2nd-layer martial grandmasters and 3 3rd-layer martial grandmasters. The 6 of them were powerful. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. However, Lu Ming merely glanced at them nonchalantly before he waved his palm. Lu Ming's palm flickered. He had already infused the power of wind into it, making Lu Ming's palm unbelievably fast. Clap clap clap. Everyone only heard 6 slaps before they saw the 6 burly men fly back at a speed faster than they had pounced. They were like 6 broken sacks as they heavily fell to the ground. The crowd saw that the left side of each of the 6 men's faces was swollen. A clear handprint could be seen. Hiss, gasps could be heard all around. Many people's eyes almost popped out. They were dumbfounded. 6 experts were sent flying with a single slap. They were all experts of the 2nd or 3rd layer of the martial master realm. Lu Ming looked like he was in his 20s. How could he be so terrifying? Where did this young expert come from? It was too shocking. The skinny young man was stunned. His eyes were filled with despair. Even the cracked armor beast was shocked. The bloodthirsty look in its eyes disappeared and was replaced by fear. Kept retreating. Wuxia was also stunned. After a while he reacted and shouted angrily, "Little bastard, you dare to fight back? You're dead. I'm going to chop you up and feed you to the beasts." They wanted to kill me. Can't I fight back? Lu Ming sneered. His eyes were cold as he walked towards Wuxia. How ridiculous. He really didn't know what Wuxia was thinking. Did he think that he was better than others and that he could humiliate others and take their lives without them fighting back? How ridiculous. What do you want? Wuxia's face was extremely gloomy. The killing intent in his eyes was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. He wanted to tear Lu Ming into pieces. What do I want? Don't you like to use other people's lives to feed your beasts? I really want to know what kind of expression you will have when you become the food for that beast of yours. Lu Ming walked towards Wuxia and said with a faint smile, "How dare you? Don't you know who I am? If you dare to do this, I'll kill your entire family." Wuxia shouted. "Who are you?" "It's none of my business." Lu Ming replied calmly. "So you don't know who I am? Let me tell you. I'm the son of the Sky-Suppressing King. Do you know that my father is the Sky-Suppressing King? If you kneel down and admit your mistake, you can still live." Wuxia continued to shout. His eyes were filled with viciousness. So Lu Ming didn't know who he was. Now that he told him who he was, he believed that Lu Ming would be scared half to death. However, he was disappointed. Lu Ming didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. He didn't even bat an eyelid. It seemed like the name of the Sky-Suppressing King didn't affect Lu Ming at all. Wuxia's expression changed. It was extremely ugly and he was flustered. Wuxia gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. Just you wait. I won't let you go. Let's go." "Go. Did I say that you can go?" Lu Ming said calmly. He moved and appeared in front of Wuxia. "Kid, don't be so shameless. I swear that if you dare to touch me today, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Wuxia roared. "Is that so?" Lu Ming sneered and said, "All the more reason for me to try." Lu Ming's palm glowed red as he grabbed at Wuxia. "Stop, young man. Let me give you a piece of advice. My young master is not someone you can mess with." The 6 burly men rushed over again. One of them roared, "You don't know what you're talking about." Sizzle sizzle. Lu Ming used his finger as a spear and stabbed out. 6 streaks of spear light shot out. Bam bam. The 6 burly men roared and tried their best to resist. However, it was useless. They were sent flying again and coughed up blood. Wuxia's expression changed. "Now no one can stop me." Lu Ming clawed at Wuxia. Chapter 199. Wuxia struggled madly. However, in Lu Ming's hands he was like a little chick, unable to put up any resistance. Silence. At this moment, the air between heaven and earth seemed to have frozen. Everyone stared at Lu Ming in a daze. After knowing Wuxia's identity, Lu Ming still dared to grab Wuxia by the throat. Even the elites of the 5 major sects did not have the guts to do so. After all, they were in Imperial City and the geniuses of the Imperial family. "Let go of young master." The 6 burly men ignored their injuries and rushed over. "If you don't want him to die, go ahead," Lu Ming said. The 6 burly men stopped in their tracks. Lu Ming moved and appeared in front of the cracked armor beast. Brr. The cracked armor beast seemed to be afraid of Lu Ming and slowly retreated. Lu Ming flicked his finger and a spear radiance pierced through the cracked armor beast's scales, causing blood to flow. Brr. The cracked armor beast was injured and let out an angry roar. Its eyes were red and filled with a murderous aura. "Come on." Lu Ming stretched out his hand and brought Wuxia to the cracked armor beast's mouth. However, the cracked armor beast looked at Wuxia and hesitated. It seemed to be afraid of Huajie. Lu Ming smiled and cut Huajie's arm. A stream of blood flew into the cracked armor beast's mouth. The cracked armor beast went crazy after being injured and having blood in its mouth. It opened its mouth and roared. Its eyes were filled with greed as it stared at Huajie. No, don't. Huajie screamed at the top of his lungs. He was scared out of his wits and his whole body was trembling. I'm sure many people have been eaten by your demon beasts. Now that your cracked armor beast has swallowed you, you deserve it. Lu Ming said indifferently. Everyone around them was shocked. They stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Lu Ming was too bold. He actually wanted the cracked armor beast to eat Huajie. Many people were cheering in their hearts. Huajie had committed all kinds of crimes in Imperial City because of his status, but no one dared to say anything. Because his father was Heavenly King Suppressor. Given that he was known as Heaven Suppressing, one could imagine how powerful he was. Most importantly, Heavenly King Suppressor was very close to the Decimo Sword sect. The splinter armor beast roared and lunged at Huajie with its mouth wide open. No. The 6 middle-aged men roared. Ah. Huajie let out an incomparably miserable scream. It was incomparably sorrowful and mournful. Huajie was so scared that he wet his pants. Lu Ming smiled faintly and retreated slightly, causing the cracked armor beast to miss. Huajie continued to scream. After a while he realized that he was fine and stopped. Then he realized that the people around him were looking at him strangely. Their faces were all red. It was obvious that they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. At the same time, a foul stench wafted into Huajie's nose. In an instant, his face changed from pale to ashen and then to red. At this moment he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Ah, damn it, damn it. Huajie screamed madly in his heart. The young lord ordered his beast to devour others. I didn't know that he was so cowardly. Today I've learned something new. Ah. Lu Ming tossed Huajie aside casually. He did not even look at Huajie as he laughed and left. In fact, he didn't plan to kill Huajie from the beginning. He came to the imperial capital this time to investigate his father. If he killed Huajie, Heavenly King Suppressor would definitely go crazy and it would be difficult for him to stay in the imperial capital. Now he just wanted to teach Huajie a lesson. The grudge he had with Huajie was only between the younger generation. Heavenly King Suppressor wouldn't dare to interfere. At least on the surface he wouldn't. If they were juniors, Lu Ming was not afraid of anyone. Damn it, I swear that I'll kill you no matter who you are. Huajie roared in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He was afraid that Lu Ming would return. If any of you dare to tell anyone about what happened today, I'll kill his entire family. After Lu Ming walked far away, Huajie looked at the surrounding crowd and shouted angrily. Everyone despised him. This Huajie was a bully. He pissed his pants in front of Lu Ming. After Lu Ming left, he started to show off again. However, they weren't as bold as Lu Ming and could only nod their heads. Let's go. Huajie shouted and left in a hurry. He needed to find a place to change his pants. Lu Ming didn't look for a restaurant in this area. He planned to walk further and find a place to rest. Brother, please wait a moment. After walking for a while, a shout came from behind him. Lu Ming was curious. He stopped and turned around. Behind him, 2 people were striding towards him. One of them was a girl in her late teens. She was slightly older than Lu Ming and was very beautiful. The other was a young man in his mid-teens. He looked similar to the girl. He had red lips and white teeth. He was very handsome. Lu Ming's brows twitched slightly. He didn't know these 2 people. Why were they looking for him? Were they Huajie's men? Are you looking for me? Lu Ming asked. That's right. I'm Pearl. I admire you for teaching Huajie a lesson. That's why I wanted to get to know you. The girl cupped her fists. I'm Ming Peak and I'm Ming Peak. What's your name, brother? It was so satisfying just now. I wanted to fight too, but my sister stopped me. The young man exclaimed. He seemed very lively. The 2 people's gazes were pure and harmless. They must be telling the truth. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, I'm Tianyun. Tianyun was Lu Yuntian's name in reverse. Since he had disguised himself, he naturally had to change his name. So it's Brother Tian. You look young, but your cultivation is so profound that it's admirable. Moreover, you didn't fear Huajie and brazenly attacked him. I'm ashamed. Pearl said. You're too polite. It was just a small effort. It's nothing. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Brother Tianyun, you're too humble. I don't have that kind of cultivation. Otherwise, I would have taught that Huajie a lesson. Haha, he actually pissed his pants just now. That was so fun. I'm sure it'll cause a sensation in Imperial Capital. Ming Peak laughed. He was very good at making connections. He directly called Brother Tianyun. Lu Ming didn't mind. He only smiled. Brother Tian, this should be your first time in Imperial Capital, right? Pearl asked. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. Mingzhu nodded with an as-expected expression and continued, Brother Tian, although that Hua Jie is a hedonistic son and is not worth mentioning, his father is the suppressing heavenly king. You have to be careful. Sky-suppressing king? Is he strong? Lu Ming asked. To be honest, he had never heard of the sky-suppressing king before. Of course he's strong. A hint of fear flashed in Pearl's eyes. He said, the sky-suppressing king is the eldest brother of the current emperor. He has extremely profound cultivation and is in charge of more than half of the military power in the world. He's invincible. It's said that he has a special relationship with the Shifang sword sect. Oh, he's really a big shot. Chapter 200. Even if he knew what kind of person the heaven-suppressing king was, he would still do what he had to do. Seeing Lu Ming's calm expression, Pearl secretly admired him. Big brother Tianyun, are you also here to join the Star General Hall? Ming Peak suddenly asked. Star General Hall? Lu Ming was taken aback, his face filled with confusion. That's right, the Star General Hall is a place created by the imperial family to gather the world's geniuses. Besides the 5 major sects, it is the place with the most geniuses in the Blazing Sun Empire. Ming Peak answered. There's such a place? Lu Ming's expression flickered. Brother Tian, if you're here for business and will leave soon, then it's fine. But if you plan to stay in the imperial capital for a long time, then I suggest you join the Star General Hall. The Star General Hall was created by the previous emperors of the Blazing Sun Empire and has been in use ever since. As long as you join the Star General Hall, the older generation like the heaven-suppressing king will have no reason to act. At most, only the younger generation will be able to act. Pearl explained. Then Pearl explained a little about the Star General Hall. It was very simple. It was a place where the imperial family gathered the world's geniuses and trained generals. Thus, it was called the Star General Hall. Many of those who came out of the Star General Hall would become great generals. Lu Ming was tempted. Joining the Star General Hall might be a good choice. Joining the Star General Hall would at least give him a temporary place to stay. Moreover, the Star General Hall was an extremely important place in the imperial capital. He might be able to obtain some important information there. What are the requirements to join the Star General Hall? Lu Ming asked. There's almost no requirement. If there's a requirement, there's only one, and that is talent. As long as you have talent, the Star General Hall will accept you regardless of your identity, background, or cultivation. It doesn't matter if you're the son or daughter of a noble or a commoner. Pearl said. So lenient? Lu Ming was shocked and somewhat incredulous. Big brother Tianyun, let me tell you something. There's a saying that the Scorching Sun royal family is unwilling to be controlled by the 10 Direction Sword sect and wants to nurture their own faction. That's why they created the Star General Hall with such low conditions. Ming Peak whispered. Lu Ming fell into deep thought. It seemed that the relationship between the 10 Direction Sword sect and the imperial family was rather subtle. Brother Tian, Star General Hall will open its doors to recruit a new batch of people every month. The day after tomorrow is Star General Hall's monthly recruitment. Brother Tian, you can go and give it a try. Pearl said. Big brother Tianyun, let me tell you, my sister is also a member of the Star General Hall. As for me, I will also be joining the Star General Hall the day after tomorrow. At that time, let's go together. Ming Peak shouted. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Brother Tian, take care. See you the day after tomorrow. Pearl cupped his fists and left with Ming Peak. After that, Lu Ming continued to wander around. After passing a few streets, he found an inn and checked in. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. During these 2 days, everything was calm and peaceful. Nothing much happened. 2 days later, Lu Ming walked out of the inn. The Star General Hall was very famous in the imperial capital. He found out the exact location of the Star General Hall after asking around. Lu Ming headed toward the Star General Hall. The Star General Hall was located in the northernmost part of the imperial capital. There were continuous mountains and numerous halls there, stretching as far as the eye could see. The entrance of the Star General Hall was very majestic. On both sides there were 2 bronze Qilin statues, looking extraordinarily mighty. At the entrance there were more than 10 burly men standing upright. Their bodies emitted a strong and ferocious aura. Obviously they were all experts. Furthermore, they were martial grandmasters. There was a table in front of the entrance. A white-haired old man was registering. There were many people coming and going at the entrance. They were all old students of the Star General Hall. Those who joined the Star General Hall were called students. There were also some who, like Lu Ming, were new students who wanted to join the Star General Hall. Big brother Tianyun. Lu Ming heard a shout the moment he arrived. Ming Peek and Pearl walked over. Good morning. Lu Ming greeted them with a smile. Looks like there aren't many people here. Lu Ming swept his gaze and said with a smile. The Star General Hall recruits a new batch of people every month. Therefore there aren't many people here. On average there are about 100 people here every month. Pearl explained. Show me your bloodline. At that moment, a young man walked up to the old man. The old man said indifferently. Bus. A blood-red light flashed on the young man's body and a tall brown bear appeared. 3 blood-red chakras flashed on the brown bear's body. 3rd grade bloodline, not bad. What's your name? The old man asked. Feng Wei. The young man replied. Then the old man took out a jade token and inscribed several inscriptions on it. He passed the jade token to the young man and said, All right, this is your identity jade token. From now on you're a student of the Star General Hall. The young man was overjoyed. He took the jade token and walked into the Star General Hall. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Isn't this procedure too simple? It's that simple. Pearl smiled. Then won't there be disciples from the 5 major sects in the Star General Hall? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course, there will be disciples from the 5 major sections. There are quite a number of them. Some of them specially came to join the Star General Hall. Some are here to cultivate, some are here to gain experience. However, after joining the Star General Hall, there are certain measures in place. Pearl explained. Lu Ming was amazed. One by one the young men went to register. Lu Ming noticed that as long as one's bloodline was at least 2nd grade, they could join the Star General Hall. Brat, it's you. Suddenly, a voice filled with murderous intent sounded. Lu Ming turned around and could not help but reveal a cold smile at the corners of his mouth. It was Huajie. Huajie had changed into a silver robe with a jade belt around his waist. He stared coldly at Lu Ming. Beside him, there were a few young men following behind him as they walked over. Brat, you dare to stay in the Imperial capital and even want to join the Star General Hall? Just as well you won't be leaving today. Huajie said darkly. Aha, isn't this the young prince? What a coincidence. You've changed your pants, why do you still have a stench? Lu Ming's nose twitched as he said with a smile. You're courting death. Huajie's face instantly turned red as he shouted with a sinister expression. This was the greatest hatred in his heart. Although he had warned others not to speak of what happened 2 days ago, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall. The news spread quickly and in 2 days, it had almost spread throughout the imperial capital. He had become a laughingstock. Huajie hated Lu Ming to the core. Now Lu Ming still dared to mention this matter? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but laugh out loud. So he's the young man from 2 days ago? How dare he treat Huajie like that? Huajie probably hates him to the core. There's going to be a show to watch. Qin Xiong is beside Huajie. That brat is finished. Chapter 201. Little Prince, is this the kid? A tall young man beside Huajie looked at Lu Ming with hostility. That's the kid. I'll recognize him even if he turns into ashes. Huajie gritted his teeth. Hee, little prince, how do you want me to teach him a lesson? I'll teach him a lesson. Qin Xiong took a few steps forward and looked at Lu Ming mockingly. Do as you see fit. Break his arms and legs first. The rest is up to you. Huajie said in a deep voice. All right, I'll beat him until his mother can't recognize him. Qin Xiong sneered as a powerful aura emanated from his body. Peak 4th level martial master. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He was merely a peak 4th level martial master and yet he dared to be so arrogant. Qin Xiong, this is the General Hall. Don't mess around. Mingzhu's face was solemn as he stepped forward. Io, isn't this beautiful Pearl? Why do you want to help him? But do you think you can stop me? Get out of my way. Don't ask for trouble. Qin Xiong scolded. Pearl's expression changed and turned ugly. What are you being so arrogant for? At most we'll fight. Ming Peak shouted when he saw Pearl being bullied. You're just a kid whose hair hasn't even grown out. You're just an ant. You want to fight? I'll cripple you right now. Qin Xiong sneered and closed in on Ming Peak. Lu Ming smiled faintly and took a step forward. His gaze was calm as a powerful aura rose from his body. 4th level martial master aura. So you're a 4th level martial master. No wonder you can defeat the 6 experts under the little prince. No wonder you're so arrogant. But do you think you can fight me just because we're both 4th level martial masters? I'll let you know how naive you are. Chen Xiong's gaze flickered as he said in disdain. Then you can try. Lu Ming said indifferently. Boom. Their auras clashed and a gust of wind swept up. What are you doing? No fighting is allowed at the entrance of the general hall. Get out. Suddenly, the old man in charge of registration at the entrance of the Star General Hall let out a furious roar. An extremely powerful aura burst out and enveloped the entire area. Lu Ming's expression changed. This old man was definitely a martial ancestor realm expert. Elder, this person has a grudge with me. I'll cripple him and leave immediately. Hua Jie cupped his fists at the old man. Young prince, although you are of noble status, this is Star General Hall. Star General Hall has its own rules. Aside from His Majesty the Emperor, no one is allowed to break the rules of Star General Hall. You are no exception. The old man cupped his fists slightly, but he had no intention of backing down. You. Hua Jie's expression was ugly, but there was nothing he could do. The elders of the Star General Hall were directly under the Emperor. Even if his father, the Heavenly King Suppression, was here, the elders of the Star General Hall might not give him face. Humph, brat, consider yourself lucky. However, your luck will only last for 3 days. Let's see how you'll die in 3 days. Hua Jie stared coldly at Lu Ming. Let's go. Then Hua Jie waved his hand and strode into the Star General Hall. Chen Xiong glanced coldly at Lu Ming, sneered, and followed Hua Jie. All right. Continue. The old man waved his hand and said. There were not many people in the hall to begin with. Soon it was Ming Peak's turn. After Ming Peak, it was Lu Ming's turn. Condense your bloodline and let me see. The old man glanced indifferently at Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Then there was a flash of blood-red light on his body. The spirit-devouring bloodline was condensed. At the same time, his 6 blood-red chakras shone brightly. Level 6 bloodline. The old man's eyes suddenly emitted an intense light, like 2 suns. On the side, Pearl, Ming Peak, and a few others looked at Lu Ming in shock. Level 6 bloodline. It was actually a level 6 bloodline. One should know that in the 5 major sects, those with a level 6 bloodline were top-notch geniuses and newcomers. At most, there would be 1 or 2 in a year. The old man's eyes flickered and he suddenly asked, which of the 5 major sects do you belong to? Lu Ming was taken aback. He smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that the old man was suspicious because his bloodline was too high. However, the appearance of his chakras was not under his control. Otherwise he would have shown 3 chakras and it would not be too eye-catching. I don't belong to any of the 5 major sections. I'm just a rogue cultivator. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. He was not lying. He was indeed a rogue cultivator. Oh. The old man's eyes flickered. Obviously he did not believe him. What's your name? The old man asked. Tianyun. Lu Ming replied. Then the old man took out a jade token and engraved a few inscriptions on it. He handed the jade token to Lu Ming and said, 3 days later, there will be a test at the martial arts field. Okay. Lu Ming took the jade token and nodded. Big brother Tianyun, where's your room? After Lu Ming registered, Ming Peak came up and asked. Lu Ming took the jade token and injected his true chi into it. Immediately, some information appeared. Outer Hall, room 11,232. Lu Ming said. Ah, then we're together. I'm in room 11231 and my sister is not far from us. She's in room 11186. Ming Peak was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded, but his heart skipped a beat. Martial artists must have their own rooms. There were more than 10,000 people in the Hall of General. There must be at least 10,000 people in the Hall of General. But it was normal when he thought about it. The Hall of General recruited a group of people every month. Even if it was not a lot each time, it would accumulate over the years. Lu Ming, you have to be careful in 3 days. At this moment, Pearl warned with a serious expression. Lu Ming's expression changed. That elder had told everyone who joined that there would be a test at the martial arts field 3 days later. Moreover, Hua Jie had also said that Lu Ming's luck was good. It would only be 3 days. 3 days later, let's see how he'll die. He was very curious about this. What exactly is going on with the test 3 days later? Lu Ming asked. Ming Zhu pondered for a moment and said, Brother Tian, you also know that when the Star General Hall recruits people, they don't ask about their background or background. They take in anyone. There are definitely all sorts of people in there. Of course the Hall of General won't do nothing. Thus, the students who have just joined the Hall of General will be tested 3 days later. The test is actually very simple. The old students will spar with the new students. On the surface it's a spar, but in reality, it's to test the new students. If they are disciples of the 5 great sects, they will definitely not receive any training in the future. Pearl explained in detail. So that's how it is. Lu Ming nodded his head. If that's the case, Hua Jie and the others were planning to tamper with the test in 3 days. Therefore, Brother Tian, you have to be careful in 3 days. Normally, the old students will be selected by the elders of the Hall of General. However, with Hua Jie's influence, it won't be difficult for him to tamper with the test. Pearl continued. If they want to come, then let them come. Lu Ming smiled, not minding it at all. Brother Tian, don't be careless. Qin Xiong is a top genius. Although his cultivation is only at the peak of the 4th layer of the Martial Master Realm, he once killed a 5th layer Martial Master Realm expert with a single slash. He is incomparably powerful and is not someone ordinary cultivators can compare to. Pearl continued. Genius? Isn't that more interesting? Lu Ming was still smiling faintly. Chapter 202. The Star General Hall was really huge. It was like a small world inside. Mountains, rivers, historical sites and scenic spots were everywhere. Especially the halls and pavilions, they were densely packed and stacked on top of each other. The dormitories in the Star General Hall were filled with pavilions. They were all 7 floors high and had rooms. Lu Ming's room was on the 3rd floor. There was a metal plate hanging on the door with the number 11232. Ming Peek's room was right next to his. He took out his identity jade token and shone it at the metal plate. The metal plate glowed and the door opened automatically. Lu Ming walked in. The room was spacious and elegantly decorated. There was even a bookshelf at the side of the room. The bookshelf was filled with brand new books. The treatment in the Star General Hall is better than in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Although the imperial family has declined, they are still legitimate and have a strong foundation. Lu Ming thought to himself. Soon there was a knock on the door. When he opened it, it was Pearl and Ming Peek. Brother Tian, you just joined the Star General Hall. Let me show you around. Ming Zhu smiled sweetly. Lu Ming nodded. He wanted to familiarize himself with the place. Lu Ming, Pearl, and Ming Peek walked around the Star General Hall. They chatted as they walked. During this time, Lu Ming found out that Pearl and Ming Peek were the sons and daughters of a general in the Blazing Sun Empire. Their father guarded the borders and fought wars all year round. As his sons and daughters, they naturally joined the Star General Hall and could become great generals in the future. The 3 of them chatted as they walked and slowly became closer. A few hours later, Lu Ming returned to his room and entered the Temple of Paragon. With a wave of his hand, a secret manual appeared in his hand. 3 Dao Palms was one of the 2 Earth-rank martial techniques that Lu Ming had obtained from the Dongi tribe's ruins. He did not have the energy to cultivate it before, but now that he had cultivated the airborne steps to the highest level, he could finally cultivate the 3 Dao Palms. Lu Ming opened the 3 Dao Palms manual and carefully read it. After a long time, Lu Ming closed the secret manual, his face revealing a look of amazement. The 3 Palms was a completely offensive martial skill, and its power was beyond his imagination. 3 palms, in fact there were only 3 palms in total. The first palm was the human Dao palm. The second palm was the beast Dao palm. The third palm was the heavenly law palm. According to the introduction, the power of the first palm, the human Dao palm, was already equivalent to the power of other earth-level martial skills. The power of the second palm had completely exceeded the power of a low-grade earth-rank martial skill. It was infinitely close to a high-grade earth-rank martial skill. As for the third palm, the Heaven's Path palm, it was said that when cultivated to the highest level, its might would be infinitely close to a heaven-tier martial skill. It was infinitely close to a heaven-tier martial skill. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart fiercely twitched. What kind of concept was a Tian-tier martial skill? It was much stronger than an Earth-tier martial skill. It was incomparably terrifying. It was a martial skill that only kings were qualified to cultivate. The reason why the 3 Dao Palms was classified as a low-grade Earth-tier martial skill was because very few people in history were able to successfully cultivate the third palm. It was too difficult. Having it was equivalent to not having it, so the 3 Dao Palms was classified as a low-grade Earth-tier martial skill. Only by cultivating the first palm to the 3rd level could one cultivate the second palm. And to cultivate the 3rd palm, no one knew what conditions one had to meet. It all depended on one's luck. Lu Ming carefully comprehended it, then took out the 3 Dao Palms secret manual and carefully read it again. The difficulty of cultivating the 3 Dao Palms was even more difficult than the ancient shield technique. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In 3 days there was no progress in the 3 Dao Palms. At this time it was time for the new students' test. Pearl and Ming Peek found Lu Ming early in the morning and walked with Lu Ming to the martial arts field. The martial arts field was very vast. It was said that it was the place where the emperor reviewed the troops. It was impossible to see the end of it. On one side of the martial arts field, there were more than 10 fighting stages. At this time, there were already hundreds of people gathered around one of the fighting stages. More than 100 of them were new students who had just joined this time. The rest were old students. Some were here to watch the show and some were here to participate in the test. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, he saw a few cold eyes staring at him. It was Hua Jie, Qin Xiong and the others. Beside Hua Jie there were more than 10 young men. They were here as expected. Lu Ming smiled faintly and could not be bothered with them. This kid is so calm now. Let's see how he'll die later. That's right. He's lucky to be alive today after offending the young prince. But it'll end here. The other young men beside Hua Jie sneered. Hua Jie's lips curled into a cold murderous intent. He said, Qin Xiong later, you just have to be ruthless and blame the Star Hall. I'll take responsibility. Don't worry, young prince. I know what to do. Qin Xiong sneered. After a while the number of people gradually increased. In the end there were about 500 people. At this time, a middle-aged elder went up to the fighting stage. The test this time is very simple. I will send out the old students to spar with the new students. The new students need not have any misgivings and can display your strength to your heart's content. If you are able to last 100 moves against the old students, the Star General Hall will give you a generous reward. If you are able to defeat the old students, the 7 great cultivation sacred grounds of the Star General Hall, with the exception of the Earth Yuan Cave, the other 6 sacred grounds will be able to cultivate for a year free of charge. The middle-aged elder announced. As soon as he said that, the eyes of many new students lit up. 7 sacred grounds? Lu Ming was a little confused. Obviously he had never heard of it. Brother Tian, the 7 sacred grounds are unique to the Star General Hall. It's very mysterious. After the test I'll explain it to you in detail. Pearl said softly. Alright, let's begin. The first one is Wu Yuan. The middle-aged elder announced. As soon as he said that, a skinny young man went up to the fighting stage. You can go up and test him. The middle-aged elder instructed an old student. Yes. An old student in a red robe went up. Without saying anything the battle began. The new student, Wu Yuan, launched a crazy attack. The saber in his hand turned into a rolling saber light as he attacked Du Can. However, Du Can had a smile on his face. He was calm and did not fight back. Instead he kept dodging. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He could tell that Du Can's cultivation was definitely above the martial Grand Master realm. On the other hand, Wu Yuan was only a 6th grade martial master. The difference was too big. If Du Can really attacked, half a move would be enough to take Wu Yuan's life. However, Du Can did not attack. Lu Ming's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He raised his head and looked at the sky on his right. In the sky, on top of a cloud, a few old men were watching the fighting stage with bright eyes. There are indeed experts observing in the dark. It seems like the Star General Hall is not simple. Could it be that the rumors are true? That the Star General Hall is used by the royal family to nurture their own forces in an attempt to fight against the Shifang Sword faction? But it's so obvious. The Shifang Sword faction must know about it. Lu Ming pondered, full of doubts. At this moment, the few old men on the cloud were seriously watching the battle on the fighting stage. The saber light is rolling. This is the Lone Peak's 30 sabers. This Wu Yuan should be from Lone Peak City. There's no problem. An old man said. It's a pity that his cultivation is too weak and his talent is ordinary. Another old man sighed. There's nothing we can do. Most of the talented ones have been recruited by the 5 major sections. Let's just watch. Chapter 203. Soon, 50 to 60 moves had passed on the fighting stage. Let's end this. Du Can shouted and punched out. Wu Yuan was directly blasted off the battle stage. Continue the second round, go away. The middle-aged elder announced again. The tests continued one after another. However, the strength of the new students was mixed. Some of them were only in the martial soldier realm and could not last more than 100 moves against the old students. Of course, there were exceptions. There was a person whose cultivation had reached the 3rd layer of the martial Grandmaster realm. He directly defeated an old student and attracted a lot of attention. Soon it was Ming Peek's turn. However, Ming Peek's cultivation was only in the 6th level martial master realm. It was not bad for his age, but it was impossible for him to be a match for the old student. The old student purposely went easy on Ming Peak for more than 50 moves and then defeated him. Next, Tianyun. The middle-aged elder announced. Lu Ming's expression changed and he stepped onto the fighting stage. Qin Xiong, come up and take the test. The middle-aged elder shouted. Qin Xiong as expected. Lu Ming's eyes moved and he sneered. It's really Qin Xiong. It can't be so coincidental. He must have done something or this elder was bribed. Pearl whispered. Isn't this too hateful? Why don't we ask Brother Tianyun to give up the test? Ming Peak said. No, if he gives up the test, he can't stay in the Star General Hall. Pearl said. Then what should we do? Sister, is that Qin Xiong really that powerful? No matter what, Brother Tianyun is still in the 4th level Martial Master realm. Ming Peak said anxiously. Pearl sighed and said, of course Qin Xiong is strong. Ordinary 5th level Martial Masters were killed by him in one move. It is said that no less than 3 5th level Martial Masters have died in his hands. If he's that powerful, what should we do? Ming Peak was even more anxious. There's no other way. We can only rely on Tianyun's luck. Pearl sighed. Ah. On the other side, Qin Xiong laughed heartily and stepped onto the battle stage, standing in front of Lu Ming. Below the stage, Hua Jie sneered. Brat, your name is Tianyun, right? You've given me 3 more days to live. Now accept your fate. Hua Jie, you haven't fought for a few days. Are your bones itching again? Or do you want to pee in your pants again? Lu Ming glanced at Hua Jie and shouted. His voice spread far and wide. Hua Jie almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming was really too abominable. He was simply poking at Hua Jie's sore spot. Hua Jie's face was flushed red. He glared at Lu Ming and roared, little bastard, go ahead and scream. This is your last chance. I'll let you have your fill. After all, you're about to die. Hee. Lu Ming responded with a sneer. He was too lazy to deal with Hua Jie, this mad dog. Clang. At this moment, Qin Xiong unsheathed his long sword. A bright, blood-red sword Qi soared into the sky. Tianyun, I once used this sword to kill an expert of the 5th level of the Martial Master realm. It is your honor to be able to die under my sword. Qin Xiong said loudly. His face was full of pride. You killed a 5th grade Martial Master expert with a single sword. You're shameless enough to brag about it. Don't you find it embarrassing? Lu Ming curled his lips and said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding crowd staggered and almost fell. They looked at Lu Ming speechlessly. Embarrassing? As a 4th level Martial Master, he had killed a 5th level Martial Master expert with one sword. In Lu Ming's eyes, this was a broken record and embarrassing? This was a battle that surpassed one's level. Moreover, it was in the Martial Master realm. To be able to kill an opponent in the Martial Master realm, one must be a top genius. Bragging, he must be bragging. Almost everyone thought that Lu Ming was bragging. Even Pearl and Ming Peak looked at each other. Bragging. Since you're about to die, I'll let you brag to your heart's content. Hua Jie laughed loudly. However, Qin Xiong's face was extremely ugly. The battle that he had always been proud of was actually so unbearable in Lu Ming's eyes. Whether or not Qin Xiong was bragging in his eyes, it was an insult to him. Tianyun, wait a moment. I hope you can still say it. Qin Xiong's voice was extremely cold. He pointed his long sword and a surging sword Qi rushed towards Lu Ming. Kill. Qin Xiong shouted. His killing intent soared to the heavens. Man and sword became one, turning into a blood-red sword Qi and slashing towards Lu Ming. The sword Qi whistled as if it could cut the space in half. Its power was extremely shocking. How was this a test or a spar? This was blatantly trying to kill Lu Ming. Oh no. Pearl and Ming Peak's faces changed dramatically. As for Hua Jie, he sneered and thought, boy, it's really too easy for you to die like this. In the fighting ring, Lu Ming's face was calm. Looking at the incoming sword Qi, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He did not take out a weapon. Instead, he waved his hand and a red spear appeared in his hand. Chasing thunder. Whoosh! The red spear Qi flashed by. Fast, too fast, unbelievably fast. Most people did not even see it clearly. Only a few old men in the clouds were shocked. Bang! In the fighting ring, 2 rays of light collided. However, Qin Xiong's sword Qi was like a layer of bubbles that burst upon contact. Then the spear Qi continued to flash and disappeared. The spear quickly disappeared. In the fighting ring, 2 figures stood facing each other. 1. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. Suddenly, a stream of blood spurted out from Qin Xiong's throat. Qin Xiong screamed and covered his throat with his hands. His eyes were as wide as a dead fish's as he stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. I've said it before. It's really embarrassing to talk about your lousy battle record. Lu Ming said indifferently. You? Qin Xiong's eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. Then he fell to the ground and stopped breathing. The surrounding students of the Star General Hall were all dumbfounded as they watched on. One move to kill a top genius, Qin Xiong. Moreover, Lu Ming did not even use a weapon. He merely condensed a long spear with his true qi and killed Qin Xiong with a casual move. What kind of strength is this? Isn't he too strong? Qin Xiong did not even have the strength to fight back in front of him. Genius, a peerless genius. Many people shouted in their hearts. So strong, this young man is not simple. In the clouds, an old man said. Could he be a genius from the 5 major sects? It's hard to say. I really hope he is not a disciple of the 5 major sections. Investigate thoroughly. If he is not from the 5 major sects, we must try our best to rope him in. A few old men looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. Below the fighting ring, Hua Jie stared at the scene with his mouth agape. After a while, he came to his senses and roared furiously, Tingyun, how dare you kill Qin Xiong? How dare you kill him? You will pay with your life. Pay with my life? Ridiculous, Qin Xiong was the one who said he wanted to kill me. Now that I killed him, he deserved it. Moreover, the elders did not say that killing is forbidden. Chapter 204. On the battle platform, the middle-aged elder's expression darkened, but he didn't say anything. He was indeed bribed by Hua Jie, but he knew that there were a few big shots watching from the clouds. He didn't dare to go overboard. Hua Jie was stunned. He couldn't refute Lu Ming's words. How about this, Hua Jie, I'll give you a chance. All of you can come at me together. Lu Ming said indifferently. What? There was an uproar. Lu Ming actually wanted all of Hua Jie's people to come at him together? This was too arrogant. One must know that all of Hua Jie's people were geniuses. They were the children of many big shots in the imperial capital. Their combat strength was very strong. Some of them were even stronger than Qin Xiong. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, how could he be a match for so many experts? Crazy. What? You want to challenge so many of us? Even Hua Jie was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted, All right, this is what you said. Don't go back on your words. At the same time, he was laughing in his heart. He was laughing at Lu Ming for courting death. On the battle platform, the middle-aged elder was a little stunned. This was the first time he had seen such a scene during a test. For a moment, he didn't know whether to agree or not. At this moment, a voice transmission was transmitted to his ears, asking him to agree. It was from an elder above the clouds. They also wanted to take this opportunity to observe Lu Ming. All right, this battle can be carried out. The middle-aged elder announced. Go. Hua Jie hurriedly waved his hand. Over 10 young men beside him rushed up the battle platform. Brat, do you think you can be so arrogant after defeating Qin Xiong? How naive. You actually challenged so many of us at once. You're simply courting death. If I don't beat him up, my surname isn't Wang. These young men stared at Lu Ming with hostility and sneered. Lu Ming actually challenged so many of them at once. It was obvious that he was looking down on them. This was an insult. They wanted to make Lu Ming regret it. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, do it quickly. If not, scram. Lu Ming berated. Damn it, you're courting death. Kill him. Over 10 young men let out angry roars and emitted powerful auras. Boom. 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 Blood-red light flashed as the bloodlines of more than a dozen youths burst out at the same time. The terrifying attack was like a never-ending wave that surged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was instantly drowned out by the multicolored brilliance. Everyone stared with wide eyes. Lu Ming was so arrogant. They wanted to see how Lu Ming would fight with more than 10 young geniuses. At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. Just like before, Zhang Xian didn't even need to use a weapon. Instead, a spear materialized in his hand. Whoosh! The long spear swept out in a very direct and violent manner. A full moon appeared on the battle platform. Bang! Bang! A loud explosion could be heard as the attacks launched by the young men were shattered instantly. A terrifying spear glow swept across the surroundings. More than a dozen screams rang out as more than a dozen figures were sent flying off the stage, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment. Everyone stared blankly at the scene. One move, just one move, and all the young geniuses brought by Hua Jie were defeated. It was so easy as if he was swatting a dozen flies. What a waste of time. Lu Ming curled his lips and said. Everyone was speechless and roared in their hearts. What do you mean by a waste of time? You're too abnormal. Even if you want to defeat someone, you shouldn't do it like that. Hua Jie's body trembled. His face was pale and his lips were trembling. He pointed at Lu Ming and said, You. He stuttered for a long time but couldn't say a word. Strong, too strong. Brother Tianyun is too strong. Ming Peek kept muttering, his face full of excitement. By the side, Ming Zhu's beautiful eyes flashed with splendor. Lu Ming's strength was completely beyond her expectations. Phew. Above the clouds, several old men let out a long sigh, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. How is it? Can you tell where they came from? One of the old men asked. I can't tell. It was just one move and most of them were defeated with absolute strength. Very little information was exposed. What's more, he probably used his own personal martial arts technique. There's no trace of the 5 biggest sections. Another old man said. This is difficult. Is such a peerless genius from the 5 great sects or not? Pay attention. We must pay attention to him. If he's from the 5 biggest sects, he just wants to cultivate in the sacred ground and won't stay for long. If he's not, we must rope him in. The old men discussed quickly. Elder, is my test over? Lu Ming asked the middle-aged man. Yes, it's over. The middle-aged man stammered. Lu Ming nodded and jumped down from the fighting ring. Hua Jie glared at Lu Ming with resentment. He left with more than 10 young men who were staggering. They were in a sorry state. Hua Jie came with a high profile and left with a face full of dust. He would become a laughingstock once again. Lu Ming smiled faintly. As long as the older generation did not appear, he did not care about a foppish young master like Hua Jie. Then the test continued. However, no one who stood out appeared. Soon all the tests were over. The middle-aged man marked each new student's identity jade token. Haha, I can finally cultivate in the 7 sacred grounds? Ming Peek laughed. Ming Peek, are the 7 sacred grounds really that good? Lu Ming asked curiously. Good, of course it's good. Brother Tianyun, do you know why the 5 biggest sects disciples sneaked in? They want to cultivate in the 7 sacred grounds of the Hall of General. Ming Peek said with glowing eyes. Brother Tian, the 7 sacred grounds of the Hall of General are the most important places for the imperial family. It is said that the omnidirectional sword sect covets it, but the imperial family has a tight grip on it. It can be said that the 7 sacred grounds are the foundation of the imperial family and they will not give it to others. Pearl explained. Yes, Brother Tianyun, you defeated the older students this time. Apart from the Earth Essence Cave, you can choose any of the other 6 sacred grounds and cultivate for free for a year. I'm so envious. Ming Peek exclaimed. I wonder what the 7 great cultivation sanctuaries are? Lu Ming asked. Let me tell you. Ming Feng immediately rushed to say, the 7 great cultivation holy grounds are respectively the Earth Essence Cave, Gingjin Valley, Divine Wind Valley, Unending Tower, 10,000 Kills Secret Realm, Fog Swamp, and Lightning Light Hall. Among them, the most mysterious one is the Earth Essence Cave. The Earth Essence Cave contains rich fire spiritual chi that can condense true chi. In the Earth Essence Cave, whether it is to raise one's cultivation or to cultivate fire attribute martial skills, it will be twice the result with half the effort. The Gingjin Valley contains rich Gingjin Chi and is the best place to cultivate metal attribute martial skills and martial skills. The Divine Wind Valley is filled with gales and hurricanes and is the best place to cultivate wind attribute martial skills. Chapter 205. It's so magical. There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes. He was very interested. Mystic Essence Sword Sect did not have many places like this. Lu Ming only knew of the Phoenix Perch Cave in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. The royal family that ruled the Blazing Sun Empire had a strong foundation. Brother Tianyun, which one do you want to go to first? Ming Peek asked. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, the Earth Essence Cave. Sure, I want to go too. Let's go together. Ming Peek was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded. The 2 of you can go to the Earth Essence Cave. I'm going to the Fog Swamp to cultivate a martial technique. I won't be going with you. Pearl smiled. Sister, hurry up and go. Ming Peek urged. You brat, you've just arrived at the Star General Hall. Don't cause trouble. Pearl glared at Ming Peek and left. Brother Tianyun, let's go to the Earth Essence Cave together. Ming Peek shouted excitedly. They could find the way to the Earth Essence Cave just by asking any senior student. The 2 of them passed through many halls and arrived at a mountain peak. There was a huge stone wall at the foot of the mountain. There was a stone door on the wall and 2 middle-aged men were guarding the door. The 2 middle-aged men were just casually standing there, but their bodies were emitting waves of ocean-like aura, unfathomable. What a strong cultivation. They're definitely martial ancestor realm experts. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Everyone said that the royal family had declined. However, it seemed that their strength was not to be underestimated. A martial ancestor realm expert in the Mystic Essence Sword sect would be a silver-robed elder. Senior, we're going to the Earth Essence Cave to cultivate. Ming Peak walked to one of the men and bowed respectfully. Identity Jade Token. Let me take a look. The man said expressionlessly. Lu Ming and Ming Peak took out their Identity Jade cards and handed them over to the big man. The big man took a look at it and nodded. You can go in. First, exchange for the inscription stones. Only with the inscription stones can you open the secret training room in the Earth Essence Cave. All right, thank you, Senior. Ming Peak nodded and took out the spiritual crystals. Lu Ming also took out spirit crystals. On the way here, Ming Peak had already explained the situation of the Diyuan Cave to Lu Ming in detail. From top to bottom, the imperial family had dug out 13 layers of the earthen cave. On every floor, there were cultivation chambers that were filled with fire-attributed spiritual energy. Regardless of whether it was to raise one's cultivation, refine one's jinqi, or cultivate fire-attributed martial techniques, they were all extremely useful. The further down he went, the denser the spiritual qi was and the better the effects. However, it was impossible for them to let people cultivate there for free. Inscriptions were carved into every secret room. Only the imperial family's inscription stones could open the secret rooms and allow people to cultivate there. The inscription stone cost 30 spiritual crystals. Of course, the further down he went, the more inscription stones he would need. How many inscription stones do you want? The middle-aged man asked Ming Peak. One piece is enough. Ming Peak said. On the first floor of the Earth Essence Cave, one inscription stone was enough to open a secret training room and cultivate there for a month. Ming Peak took out 30 spiritual crystals and handed them to the middle-aged man. Then, the middle-aged man handed Ming Peak a fiery red stone that was engraved with inscriptions. How about you? How many inscription stones do you want? The middle-aged man asked. Let's exchange for 100 first. Lu Ming said casually. What? 100? The two middle-aged men were shocked. Ming Peak also widened his eyes. 100 inscription stones would cost 3,000 spiritual crystals, which was equivalent to 30 million taels of silver. Lu Ming was so young. How could he have so many spiritual crystals? Lu Ming smiled. His fingers glowed and a jade box appeared. Rows of spiritual crystals were neatly stacked in it. Lu Ming took out 3,000 spiritual crystals and handed them to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took them and then took out 100 inscription stones and handed them to Lu Ming. Go in and cultivate. The two middle-aged men finally smiled. The stone door opened and Lu Ming and Ming Peak walked in. As soon as they entered, they could feel the rich spiritual qi of the fire attribute. After walking for about 100 meters, a huge underground cave appeared. The surroundings were neat and tidy. It was obvious that it was man-made. There were secret training rooms around the cave. The doors of the secret rooms were closed. Some of the doors were shining faintly, which meant that someone was cultivating inside. Those that were not shining on the doors meant that no one was cultivating inside. In the middle was a cave entrance. As they walked in, they saw a spiral staircase below the cave entrance. This was the first floor. If they went further down, they would reach the second floor. Brother Tianyun, which floor are you going to cultivate on? I'll cultivate here. Ming Feng said, his voice faintly revealing a look of envy. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth here is not very rich. Let's go down. Lu Ming said. Go down? But my inscription stones. Don't I have them here? I haven't. Thank you for telling me so much. Let's go down together. I'll treat you. Lu Ming smiled. Treat me? Really? Then I won't stand on ceremony. Ming Peak was overjoyed and did not stand on ceremony at all. Ming Feng's youthful temperament was genuine and he did not beat around the bush. He took the lead and went to the second floor. The space of the second floor was not smaller than the first floor. The layout was almost the same as the first floor. However, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was richer. Lu Ming could almost feel the blazing spiritual qi of heaven and earth wrapping around his body as if it was going to drill into his body. The Earth Essence Cave is indeed worthy of its reputation. This is the outside of the secret room. If I cultivate in the secret room, my cultivation will probably improve 10 times faster than outside. Moreover, it will definitely be very useful to cultivate fire-based martial arts. Even the comprehension of fire force will be very useful. I made the right choice to come today. Moreover, this is only the second floor and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth essence is so rich. It is said that there are 13 floors in the earth essence cave. I wonder what it will be like if I go all the way down? Lu Ming thought to himself. Brother Tianyun, in this floor, you will need 3 inscription stones to cultivate in a secret room for a month. Ming Peak said. Let's continue. Lu Ming smiled and went to the 3rd floor. Ming Peak hurried to follow. On the 3rd floor, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was even richer. On this floor, Lu Ming's eyes moved because he saw 5 or 6 young men sitting cross-legged in the middle of the floor. Although the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was rich in the open space outside, it could not be compared to the secret room. What were these people doing sitting outside? Ming Peak seemed to have thought of something and his face changed. He whispered to Lu Ming, I heard from my sister that in the Earth Essence Cave, some people don't have spiritual crystals to exchange for inscription stones, so they specialize in robbing other people's secret rooms. When someone opens a secret room they will rob it. Lu Ming nodded. Chapter 206. Then he scanned the room. There were more than 20 secret rooms around him. More than 10 of them were lit up. It was obvious that someone was cultivating in them. 6 of them were dimmed. Lu Ming looked around and walked towards a secret room. The 6 young men sitting in the middle saw Lu Ming walking towards a secret room and their eyes lit up. I've never seen this kid before. He's probably a hothead. Could it be that he just arrived? I've waited for a few days. Finally, someone is here to open the secret room. I'm going to snatch it. The 6 young men all thought in their hearts. Big brother Tianyun. Ming Peak was a little nervous as he followed behind Lu Ming. After all, those who dared to snatch someone else's secret room were definitely ruthless people. Lu Ming didn't care and took out 9 inscription stones. The secret room on the 3rd floor required 9 inscription stones to open. There were a few pits on the stone door. Lu Ming placed the 9 inscription stones into the pit. The stone door instantly shone. Then there was a creaking sound and the stone door opened. Aha, this secret room is mine. In your dreams. I'm the first one here. I've been here for 7 days. This secret room is mine. You're the first one here? In your dreams. The secret room belongs to the strong. Get out of here immediately. When the door of the secret room opened, the 6 young men all stood up and shouted. They all wanted to take the secret room for themselves. As for Lu Ming's thoughts, they directly ignored them. Who would care about someone who looked like he had just arrived? Clang, clang. The sound of weapons being unsheathed rang out. The 6 of them actually drew their weapons and confronted each other. You want to fight with me? You're courting death. Boom. At this moment, the aura of one of the pockmarked young men burst out. Judging from his aura, he had actually reached the 4th level martial master realm. The other 5 young men's faces instantly changed. Pockmarked Lu, you actually broke through to the 4th level martial master realm? When did this happen? One of the young men shouted in shock. Aha, you didn't expect it, did you? I've already broken through. Let's see how you're going to compete with me. Now get the hell out of here. I need this chamber to consolidate my cultivation base. Lu Matzi shouted coldly, and his powerful aura surged violently in the cave. The other 5 had ugly expressions on their faces, but they didn't dare to refute. Most of them were in the 2nd or 3rd layer of the martial grandmaster realm. They were not a match for the 4th layer of the martial grandmaster realm. Damn it, I've waited for 7 days and finally found a hothead. Looks like I've waited for nothing. A tall young man shouted in a low voice, extremely displeased. He helplessly retreated and stood to the side. The others fell silent for a moment before retreating one after another. Ha ha ha. Pockmarked Lu laughed loudly, looking majestic and proud. Then he turned to Lu Ming and said, Boy, I want your secret room. Also, if you have any inscription stones, hand them all over and get lost. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't make things difficult for you. 4th layer martial grandmaster? When Pockmarked Lu revealed his cultivation base, Ming Peak didn't feel nervous anymore. He muttered and looked at Pockmarked Lu with a strange expression. Lu Ming had easily defeated a group of geniuses in the 3rd or 4th layer of the martial grandmaster realm with one move. Pockmarked Lu was nothing to him. Ming Peak had already started to mourn for Pockmarked Lu in his heart. How pitiful. Looking at Pockmarked Lu's arrogant expression, Ming Peak muttered in his heart. Are you sure you want to do this? Don't you want to think about it? Lu Ming looked at Pockmarked Lu and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Nonsense, what's there to think about? Stop talking nonsense and wasting my time. Pockmarked Lu shouted. Since that's the case, fine. Hand over your storage ring and scram. Lu Ming said indifferently. What did you say? Pockmarked Lu was stunned, thinking that he had misheard. Hurry up, I don't want to repeat myself, Lu Ming said. Haha kid, you still want my storage ring? I think you're crazy. Let me cure you. Pockmarked Lu burst out laughing. He took a step forward and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Bang. Following that, the others heard a loud explosion. Then they saw a figure flying backward and landing heavily on the ground, screaming in agony. It was Pockmarked Lu. The other 5 young men were stunned. Pockmarked Lu was defeated. Most importantly, he was defeated too quickly. They didn't even see how he was defeated. Whoosh. Lu Ming moved like a ghost and appeared in front of Pockmarked Lu. He stepped on Pockmarked Lu's face, causing it to fall heavily to the ground. Pockmarked Lu screamed in agony. The other 5 young men felt a chill down their spines and a toothache. An expert, so this is a peerless expert. Luckily, I didn't make a move just now. It's all Pockmarked Lu's fault. If it weren't for him, I would be the one suffering. I have to thank Pockmarked Lu. The other 5 young men were secretly relieved. Their palms were sweating. Now hand over your storage ring. Lu Ming looked down at Pockmarked Lu and said indifferently. Yes, I'll hand it over. Pockmarked Lu screamed and handed the storage ring to Lu Ming with trembling hands. He wanted to die. He thought that he had gotten a good deal, but in the end he suffered a double loss. I'll never fight for the secret room again. You're such a scammer. Pockmarked Lu screamed in his heart. Lu Ming took the storage ring and moved his foot away. Get lost. Yes, yes. Lu Matzi scrambled to his feet, trying to get up and leave. Click. At that moment, the door of a secret room opened. Whoosh. With a flash, a silhouette emerged from within. It was a man in his 20s. He wore a black robe and had a cold expression. As soon as he came out, his eyes scanned the surroundings. Bai Long, it's Bai Long. The other young men's faces changed when they saw the black-robed young man. Who has an inscription stone? Hand it over quickly. My time in the secret room is up. I need to continue cultivating and break through a martial skill. Bai Long yelled. His eyes were like lightning and he did not hide his powerful aura. 5th layer martial master. This young man is actually a 5th layer martial master. Suddenly, Bai Long's gaze landed on the secret room behind Lu Ming. Haha, the secret room that just opened is perfect for me. After saying this, he strode toward the secret room. Lu Ming moved slightly and blocked in front of Bai Long. This secret room is mine. Bai Long was startled. He looked at Lu Ming and said with a cold smile, Yours? Give it to me now. Although he said give, his tone was overbearing and domineering. It was a direct command. I'm sorry, I won't give it to you. Lu Ming said calmly. Won't give it to you? Kid, it seems like you don't know who I am. I'll say it again. I'm going to cultivate my martial skill in the secret room. If I'm delayed by you and my martial skill fails to break through, can you bear the responsibility? Bai Long said coldly. If you need a secret room, open it yourself. Don't talk nonsense here. It's none of my business if you need a martial skill. Get lost, I still need to cultivate. Chapter 207. Bai Long's face instantly darkened. Haha, although this kid has some strength, he's really a hothead. He dares to talk to Bai Long like that. He's finished. Lu Matzi was about to leave, but he stopped at this moment. Seeing Lu Ming talking to Bai Long like that, he laughed in his heart, taking pleasure in Lu Ming's misfortune. It would be a lie to say that he did not resent Lu Ming for what he had done to him. However, he was not as strong as Lu Ming, so he could only swallow his pride. Now that he saw that Lu Ming had provoked Bai Long, he was naturally overjoyed. He hoped that Bai Long would teach Lu Ming a lesson. The others were similar, taking pleasure in Lu Ming's misfortune. Kid, what did you say? Bai Long's face was cold as he asked in a deep voice. Are you deaf? I told you to get lost. Lu Ming repeated. Ha ha ha. Bai Long laughed out of anger. A cold, killing intent erupted from his body as he looked at Lu Ming ferociously. Kid, in this outer hall, no one has dared to talk to me like that for a long time. You're the first. It seems that I haven't made a move for a long time, and some ants are about to overturn the sky. Today I'll teach you an unforgettable lesson. After saying that, he took a few steps forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming in an instant. Boom. Bai Long punched out, and a terrifying whistling sound immediately rang out. This punch was extremely shocking. The fist force rolled out and even a mountain would be shattered. Bai Long's lips curled into a ferocious smile. He wanted to break all the bones in Lu Ming's body with this punch. In the world of martial artists, strength spoke louder than words. It was normal to draw a sword and kill if there was a disagreement. I didn't want to make a move today, but there's a group of people who are courting death. Lu Ming whispered and waved his palm at Bai Long. The moment he waved his hand, a long spear condensed. Whoosh! The tip of the spear pierced through everything. Bai Long's terrifying fist energy was pierced through like tofu. Bai Long screamed and retreated rapidly. Lu Matzi and the others were shocked. They hurriedly looked at Bai Long and sucked in a breath of cold air. There was a hole in Bai Long's fist. White bones could be seen and blood flowed out. The hole went straight through his arm as if it had been blasted open. It was extremely terrifying. Bai Long was trembling all over. His face was pale and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. He let out a low growl. With this little ability of yours, you're still acting like you're about to explode. I'm really speechless. Now get out of here. Lu Ming coldly shouted. Brat, you win, but today's matter isn't over. Just you wait. Bai Long roared angrily and then fled in a sorry state. Why are you still here? Do you want to be like Bai Long? Lu Ming looked at Lu Matzi and the others with a half smile. Lu Matzi and the others' expressions changed drastically. They were almost scared out of their wits. Lu Ming was too powerful. He crippled Bai Long's arm in one move. How could they afford to offend such a ruthless person? Let's go. I'll leave right away. Lu Matzi shouted and quickly walked up the stone stairs. The others followed closely behind. When they reached the second floor, Lu Matzi stopped. Lu Matzi, what's wrong? Haven't you been taught a lesson yet? Do you want to stay and be tortured? One of the young men sneered and gloated. Shut up. Lu Matzi shouted coldly. His face was extremely gloomy. Although that brat is strong, he's brainless. He even dared to hurt Bai Long. Now that Bai Long is injured, he'll definitely go back and ask his elder brother Bai Qi. Once Bai Qi comes, that brat will be dead. Of course I'll stay and watch the show. As soon as these words came out, the other young men's expressions changed. That's right. Bai Qi is one of the top 10 outer hall experts. With him here, that brat is doomed. I'll stay and watch the show too. The young men spoke one after another. Then they sat down cross-legged on the second floor and waited for Bai Qi's arrival. The third floor. Brother Tianyun, you're so powerful. When can I be as powerful as you? No, I'll be happy if I can be half as powerful as you. Ming Peak looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Now Lu Ming was his idol. As long as you work hard, you'll soon catch up with me. Lu Ming smiled and walked into the secret chamber. He sensed it carefully and then shook his head. Although the fire attribute spiritual qi in the secret chamber was rich, it did not meet Lu Ming's requirements. He needed to continue down. Ming Peak, this secret chamber is for you to cultivate. Lu Ming said. For me? Brother Tianyun, what about you? Ming Peak asked. I want to continue down. This place isn't very useful for me. Lu Ming said. Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony. Ming Peak's eyes lit up with excitement and walked into the secret chamber. Brother Tianyun, I'll close the door and cultivate. Ming Peak shouted. Seeing Lu Ming nod, he pressed a button and the stone door of the secret chamber closed. On the other hand, Lu Ming continued to head down. Soon he arrived at the fourth floor. 27 inscription stones were required to open a secret chamber on the fourth floor. In the middle of the fourth floor, there were two people sitting cross-legged. When Lu Ming came down, the two of them looked at Lu Ming maliciously. Obviously, they wanted to snatch the secret chamber for themselves. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not take it to heart. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and shook his head. Then he continued to walk down to the fifth floor. The two young men's faces changed as they watched Lu Ming walk down to the fifth floor. Their eyes flickered, but they did not follow him in the end. Those who could cultivate on the fifth floor were not weak. Many of them were even disciples of the Star General Hall, experts above the 7th level of the Martial Master realm. Lu Ming walked down the stairs. When he approached the fifth floor, the power of inscription acted on his body, preventing him from continuing. Lu Ming's body shook and the power was defeated. It seems that without a certain cultivation, you can't cultivate here. Lu Ming smiled. When he stepped foot on the fifth level, Lu Ming felt waves of scorching and violent fire attribute spirit energy surging from all around him, causing his skin to feel a little numb and itchy. No wonder there was an inscription. The fire attribute spiritual qi here is too hot and violent. If an ordinary person is hit by this spiritual qi, they will die. If a weaker martial artist cultivates here for a long time, their meridians will be burned. However, this spiritual qi is suitable for me. Lu Ming thought to himself. There were more than a dozen secret chambers around the fifth floor. About half of them were occupied. There was not a single person in the open space. Here no one had snatched the secret chamber. Lu Ming walked to a secret chamber and took out 81 inscription stones. That's right. On the fifth floor, One needed 81 inscription stones to open a secret chamber and cultivate for a month. He inlaid the inscription stones on the stone door. The light opened and Lu Ming walked in. After walking in, he closed the stone door. When the stone door closed, the walls of the secret chamber flowed with inscriptions. The inscriptions glowed and the fire attribute spiritual chi in the secret chamber became denser. The inscription array in the secret chamber helped to absorb and gather the spiritual chi between heaven and earth. The fire attribute spiritual chi here seems to come from the depths of the ground. Chapter 208. There were a total of 13 levels in the earth element cave. The further down one went, the denser the fire element spiritual chi. It was said that the further down one went, the fire element spiritual chi was not the only thing. There were other things of a deeper level. The 13 levels were not natural. The Burning Sun Imperial family had spent a lot of manpower to excavate them. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could only excavate the 13th level. It was impossible for him to continue down. It was said that the last 2 levels were excavated by a peerless martial king of the Burning Sun Imperial family in ancient times. Others could not even go down. Lu Ming heard all this from Ming Peak. What was below the 13th level? Countless people in the Burning Sun Empire were wondering, but no one knew the answer. Lu Ming shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate using the true dragon fighting technique. The fire element spiritual chi around him was absorbed into Lu Ming's body. The scorching fire element spiritual chi was constantly converted into genuine chi. The scorching aura could also refine genuine chi and make it more condensed. Lu Ming realized that the speed of cultivation here was more than 20 times faster than outside. 1 day of cultivation here was equivalent to more than 20 days outside. Although the cost was huge, 80 inscription stones were equivalent to more than 2,400 spiritual crystals. The effect was worth it. Especially for martial artists who needed to break through their bottlenecks. They would have a higher chance of breaking through their bottlenecks here. Lu Ming's bloodline was now at level 6. However, the speed of absorbing spiritual chi was as fast as a level 9 bloodline. It was terrifyingly fast. The spirit-devouring bloodline was activated. Lu Ming's body was like a whirlpool, constantly devouring the surrounding spirit energy of heaven and earth. Whoosh whoosh, Lu Ming circulated his true chi. The true chi in his meridians transformed into many small dragons that seemed to be material, swimming in his meridians. The vortex in his dantian spun continuously like a nebula. Just like that, Lu Ming was immersed in his cultivation. A few hours later, at the second level of the earth element cave. They're here. Suddenly, Lu Mozi's eyes lit up and he shouted. The others looked at the entrance. 2 figures walked in. One of them was Bai Long. At this time, one of Bai Long's hands was wrapped in a thick bandage. Beside Bai Long, there was a young man with a cold expression who looked 50 to 60% similar to Bai Long. Bai Chi really came. Lu Mozi and the others looked at the young man with deep respect. Bai Chi was one of the top 10 experts of the Outer Palace. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of the Martial Master realm. However, his battle prowess was extremely terrifying. It was easy for him to kill 7th-layer martial grandmasters. Many inner hall students were not his match. He was a peerless genius. They couldn't compare to him at all. Bai Chi glanced at Lu Mozi and the others indifferently before heading to the 3rd floor. Let's go and take a look. Gritting his teeth, Lu Mozi followed him down to the 3rd level, followed by the others. When Bai Chi and the others arrived at the 3rd floor, they saw that there was no one there. Speak, where is that little bastard? Bai Long's eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Lu Mozi and the others. We don't know. We were also chased away by that kid. Lu Mozi's face changed greatly. It seems that he has already entered the secret room to cultivate. Second brother, do you still remember which secret room it was? Bai Chi said. His voice was calm, but there was a hidden murderous intent, causing Lu Mozi and the others to shiver involuntarily. That room, that's right. Bai Long pointed at the room that Lu Ming had opened previously, which was also the room that Ming Peak was cultivating in. Alright, does that kid think that hiding in the secret room is useful? Even if he is hiding in there, I will still blast him out. Bai Chi sneered. Boom. Then he attacked and slammed his palm on the stone door of the secret room. A violent tremor sounded. In the secret room Ming Peak was cultivating. Suddenly an earth-shattering boom sounded. His body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Oh, who is attacking the stone door? Damn it. Ming Peak roared. Boom. Outside, Bai Chi slammed his palm again, causing the stone door to tremble. Lu Mozi and the others were shocked. Bai Chi was really audacious. There was a rule in the Star General Hall that no one could attack the door of the secret room because it would easily cause the person inside to go berserk. But now Bai Qi completely ignored this rule. This was the confidence that came with being strong. In the secret room, Ming Peak gritted his teeth. But the sound of the bombardment continued as if it was endless. An hour later, Ming Peak could no longer endure it. I want to see who it is. I will report him to the elders. Ming Peak roared, opened the stone door and walked out. Bai Long, it's you again. As soon as the stone door was opened, Ming Peak saw Bai Long. Finally out, why is it you? Where is that kid? Which secret room is he in? Bai Long stared at Ming Peak and said coldly. Why should I tell you? Also, you attacked the stone door and violated the rules of the Star General Hall. I will report you, Ming Peak shouted. But before he could finish his words, he felt a strong gust of wind attack him. The speed of this gust of wind was far beyond his imagination. There was no way he could dodge it. Slap. Ming Peak's face was heavily slapped. Ming Peak's body flew out. So much nonsense. Speak, which secret room is that kid in? Bai Qi retracted his palm and asked coldly. I don't know. Ming Peak struggled to get up and shouted. You don't know? You still dare to be stubborn? Bai Qi's eyes revealed a cold, murderous intent. With a flash, he appeared beside Ming Peak and stepped on Ming Peak's face, causing Ming Peak's face to collide with the stone floor. Do you know now? Bai Qi asked indifferently. Brr. Ming Peak let out a beast-like roar and struggled angrily. He shouted, I said I don't know and I mean I don't know. If you have the guts, kill me today. Otherwise, I will definitely take revenge. Big brother, it seems that he is not lying. I have seen the secret rooms here before and there are no more than one. I guess that kid went down. Bai Long said. Went down? Bai Qi furrowed his brows. If it went down, it would be troublesome because they did not know which secret room Lu Ming went into. Without knowing which secret room it was, he did not dare to attack recklessly. Especially from the 4th floor onwards, everyone was an expert. If he attacked the wrong room and provoked other experts, things would be troublesome. Bang. Bai Qi kicked Ming Peak away and said disdainfully, a martial master like an ant wants to take revenge on me? Fine, I will wait for you. After saying that, Bai Qi looked at Lu Matzi and the others and said, you guys guard here. When you see that kid come out, immediately report to me. This. Lu Matzi and the others hesitated. What? Do you want to refuse? Bai Qi stared at Lu Matzi and the others with an unfriendly expression and said coldly. No, we will definitely guard here. When that kid comes out, we will report to you immediately. Lu Matzi hurriedly nodded in agreement. Okay. Chapter 209. After Bai Qi left, Ming Peak spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Ming Peak clenched his fists tightly. Because he used too much force, his nails pierced into his flesh, causing blood to seep out. Bai Qi, I swear I'm not human if I don't take revenge for this. Ming Peak's eyes were red. With a roar, he staggered upwards and left the Earth Yuan cave. Lu Matzi and the rest waited there. 3 days later, in Ming Peak's dormitory, Pearl and Ming Peak sat opposite each other. Bang. Pearl slammed the table heavily and said with a gloomy face, Bai Qi, you've gone too far. Sister, I'll definitely take revenge for this. Ming Peak gritted his teeth and said. After 3 days, his injuries were much better, but there were a few broken bones in his body. It was not something that could be healed in a few days. Little brother, do you really want Big Brother to take action? Pearl asked. That's right. Only Big Brother can take revenge for me. Ming Peak said. Big Brother is focused on cultivation and keeps a low profile, so he's not listed in the top 10 experts of the Outer Palace. However, you and I both know his combat strength. It should be enough to deal with Bai Qi, but Big Brother is in seclusion now. I'm afraid you'll have to wait. Pearl pondered for a while and said. It's okay, I'll wait. When Big Brother comes out of seclusion, he'll definitely take revenge for me. Ming Peak said. That's good. Pearl nodded. Lu Ming knew nothing about what happened in the outside world. He was focused on cultivation. Every day, apart from cultivating the true dragon fighting art, he comprehended the power of fire. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lu Ming had gained a lot in this 1 month. Cultivating here for a month was equivalent to cultivating outside for more than a year. In close to 2 years, Lu Ming had properly condensed his true qi. Not only had he eliminated all the hidden dangers left behind by his rapid advancement, his cultivation had also steadily advanced, step by step reaching the peak of the 4th layer of the martial master realm. There was no other way. Lu Ming needed too much energy to increase his cultivation, and Lu Ming's main goal was to lay down his foundation. Therefore his progress was very slow. However, Xiao Chen's true qi was full and smooth. He had already reached the limits of the 4th grade martial Grand Master. He was only a step away from the 5th grade martial Grand Master. Lu Ming was still very satisfied. His power of fire had also made great progress. Although it was still far from reaching great accomplishment, it had been steadily advancing. He had taken a large step forward from the foundation of small accomplishment. If I have time in the future, I should come here more often to cultivate. This is only the 5th level. I'm sure that the levels below will be even more effective. Lu Ming pondered. Then the stone door opened. It was time. Lu Ming walked out. Then he went up. When he reached the 3rd level, Lu Ming was slightly stunned because Lu Matzi and the others were still there. It's that kid. He came out. When Lu Matzi and the others saw Lu Ming, their eyes lit up. He really doesn't change, Lu Ming muttered. Then he looked at Ming Peek's secret room. The stone door was dim. Obviously no one was cultivating inside. And Ming Peek should have arrived at the secret room a few minutes earlier than me. Logically speaking, if he came out, he should have waited for me. Why don't I see him now? Could it be that he came out early? Lu Ming thought in his heart. That's not right. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed because he saw some faint palm prints on the secret room's stone door. Although the palm prints were very dim, how could they escape Lu Ming's eyes? Lu Ming remembered that there was definitely no such thing before. Could it be that something happened to Ming Peek? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Matzi and the others. Stop right there. At this time, Lu Matzi and the others were trying to escape. Lu Ming roared. They were so scared that their faces turned pale and they had to stop. Let me ask you, where is the person in this secret room? Is it the young man who came with me? Lu Ming asked coldly. This we don't know. Lu Matzi's eyes flickered and he stammered. There must be something wrong. The expressions of Lu Matzi and the others made Lu Ming even more certain. Tell me what happened. If you don't tell me, you can't leave. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly and his killing intent burst out. Lu Matzi and the others felt cold all over and were scared to death. Finally, they told him everything. Boom. An extremely powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. The violent genuine qi was raging in the cave. Bai Long Bai Qi, damn you. Lu Ming whispered in an extremely cold voice. Speaking of which, Ming Peek was still implicated by him. He must get revenge for Ming Peek. Big brother, this has nothing to do with us. We are here because Bai Qi forced us. Lu Matzi said in a trembling voice. Cut the crap. Lead the way to Bai Qi's residence. Lu Ming said coldly. Ah. Lu Matzi and the others were stunned and then they were shocked. It turned out that Lu Ming was going to find trouble with Bai Qi directly. Well, this guy is really arrogant. Take him to Bai Qi and let Bai Qi teach him a lesson. Let me vent my anger. Lu Matzi thought in his heart and then quickly nodded in agreement. Immediately, Lu Matzi and the others led Lu Ming to Bai Qi's residence. Just 10 minutes before Lu Ming ended his cultivation, a tall young man carrying a saber on his back walked into Ming Peek's residence. Haha, little brother, you finally joined the Star General Hall. I have been busy with my cultivation and didn't come to see you. Don't blame me. The moment the young man walked into Ming Peek's room, he laughed loudly. Beside the young man was Pearl. Big brother, you are out? When Ming Peek saw the young man, he exclaimed in joy. Yes, I'm out. It's been a long time. Let me see if your cultivation has improved. The young man had a smile on his face as he sized up Ming Peek. After taking a look, his face changed slightly and he said, Little brother, you were injured some time ago? As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury. Ming Peek had many of his bones broken a month ago. Even if his cultivation wasn't weak, he still couldn't recover to his peak in a month. Naturally, the young man saw through it at a glance. Big brother, you have to help me. At that moment, Ming Peek cried out. What happened? The young man frowned. It's like this. At that moment, Ming Peek told him what happened. Bai Qi, what a Bai Qi, you are merely ranked 10th in the Outer Hall's top 10 experts. How dare you be so arrogant? It seems that I, Myongcheng, have been cultivating hard all this time. It's time for me to move my muscles and bones and let others know how powerful I am. Myongcheng's face darkened as he said coldly. Let's go. Take me to Bai Qi's residence. I will get back at you. Myongcheng waved his hand. Big brother, I know where Bai Qi lives. Pearl said. Then the 3 Ming siblings went to Bai Qi's residence together. As one of the Outer Hall's top 10 experts, Bai Qi lived in a completely different place from the other students. He had his own courtyard, which was right behind the other students' pavilions. Soon, Myeongchang, Ming Peak and Pearl arrived at Bai Chi's courtyard. Bai Chi, get out here. Chapter 210. His voice rumbled and spread throughout the entire dormitory area. The entire dormitory area was shaken all of a sudden. What? Someone asked Bai Chi to come out. Who is this person? Why is he so arrogant? Could he be one of the top 10 outer hall experts? Bai Chi ranks 10th among the top 10 outer hall experts. Only the other top 10 experts dare to call him that. There's a show to watch. Let's go and have a look. Suddenly, figures flashed out from the pavilion of the dormitory and headed towards Bai Chi's courtyard. Soon, there was a circle of figures outside Bai Chi's courtyard, and the number of people was still increasing. Where did this blind dog come from? Do you want to die? A loud roar came from Bai Chi's courtyard. Then, the gate of the courtyard opened and 4 or 5 figures walked out. The one in the lead was Bai Chi, and Bai Long was also by his side. It had been a month, but Bai Long's arm had not recovered and was still wrapped in a thick bandage. At this time Bai Long glanced around. It was obvious that he was the one who roared just now. Then his eyes fell on Ming Peak. Little bastard, it's you. What's wrong? Didn't I teach you a lesson last time? You want to die now? In that case I'll fulfill your wish. Bai Long grinned hideously. Whoosh. Slap him. Suddenly Myeongchang moved. In a flash he appeared in front of Bai Long and slapped him. He was so fast that even Bai Chi could not save him in time. Slap. Bai Long was sent flying by the slap. The scene suddenly fell silent. Isn't that Myeongchang, the martial arts maniac? How dare he slap Bai Long in front of Bai Chi? Yes, Myeongchang, the martial arts maniac, used to cultivate into a demon. I didn't expect him to be so bold. Bai Chi is going crazy. I wonder if Myeongchang can handle him? Sounds of discussion could be heard all around. Myeongchang, right? Do you know the consequences of doing this? Bai Chi's face was extremely gloomy as he looked coldly at Myeongchang. You hurt my brother, why didn't you think of the consequences? Now I gave him a slap, which is considered light. Now it's your turn. Let me see what means you, one of the top 10 masters, have. Myeongchang stared at Bai Chi, his eyes flashing with a crazy desire to fight. At the same time, a powerful aura burst out from his body. The aura of a peak 6th layer martial master. Bai Chi's pupils slightly shrunk. Soon after, he coldly smiled and said, So you have the cultivation of the peak of the 6th level of the martial master realm. No wonder you dared to cause trouble in front of my door. However, today I will tell you that although we are both at the peak of the 6th level of the martial master realm, the difference in battle strength is like heaven and earth. You will regret your actions today. Boom. A powerful aura also erupted from Bai Chi's body. It was also the aura of a peak 6th layer martial master. The two auras collided, stirring up a gale. Then let's fight. Myeongchang laughed wildly. His battle saber was unsheathed, carrying a terrifying saber light. The saber light turned black and soared into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. 8 desolate battle saber. Myeongchang roared and slashed out. The terrifying saber light violently slashed towards Bai Chi. As soon as the saber was slashed out, a terrifying saber intent filled the entire place. Everyone felt a terrifying pressure. So strong, too strong. Someone roared. Bai Chi's pupils suddenly shrunk and he shouted, White snake dragon palm. As the palm blasted out, the space shook. A huge white snake condensed, hissing towards the sky and rushing towards Myeongchang's saber light. An earth-shattering vibration sounded. Bai Chi's body shook and he was shaken back. As for Myeongchang, he did not move at all. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Myeongchang, this martial madman, is actually so strong. Bai Chi was beaten back in one move. It seems that we have underestimated Myeongchang before. Some people just don't like fame, they're not necessarily weak. Now it seems that the top 10 experts of the Outer Palace are not necessarily the strongest. That's right. Of course, there were also people who disagreed. Bai Chi was just careless just now. He may not lose. It's too early to say this. Someone retorted. Everyone was discussing, but Bai Chi's face was extremely gloomy. Bai Chi, it turns out that your strength is only like this. It's really disappointing. From now on, your title of top 10 experts of the Outer Palace will be mine. Myeongchang laughed. The battle has just begun. It's too early for you to be happy. You are not qualified to defeat me. White snake dragon palm, dragon transformation. Bai Chi roared. His genuine chi surged and his hands were filled with dense white light. He blasted out a palm and a huge white snake appeared. As soon as it appeared, it changed rapidly and finally turned into a huge white dragon, pouncing towards Myeongchang. Dragon, it really turned into a dragon. Everyone's heart trembled when they saw this scene. Bai Chi's combat strength was really amazing. With such combat strength, not to mention a martial artist at the peak of LV6 martial master, even a LV7 martial master would not be able to withstand it. Insignificant skill. I will defeat you in 30 moves. Miangcheng sneered and slowly raised his saber with both hands. At this moment, a huge saber was formed. The huge saber was dark like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. It slowly slashed towards Bai Chi. The huge saber and the white dragon collided. The white dragon roared and opened its mouth to bite the huge saber. However, the huge saber shook violently and the terrifying saber light was shocking. Boom. In the end, the huge white dragon was defeated and turned into energy and dissipated. However, the huge saber did not stop. White snake dragon palm, 10 dragons in one palm. Bai Chi roared and clapped with both hands. Roar. Roar. At this moment, 10 gigantic white dragons appeared and roared as they charged towards Ming City. 8 Wasteland Saber. Fight. 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 Miangcheng's battle intent was shocking. He slashed his saber wildly, displaying the domineering and powerful strength of a swordsman. At this moment, Lu Ming, Lu Matzi and the others just arrived. Someone is fighting Bai Chi. Who is it? How can he be so powerful? Pockmark Lu sucked in a cold breath. That's Miangcheng, the martial madman Miangcheng. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. It's amazing. Fortunately, I didn't offend him before. Another young man said. Miangcheng? His surname is Ming? Lu Ming's expression changed. He glanced around and saw Pearl and Ming peek. I wonder what's the relationship between Miangcheng and Pearl and Ming peek? Lu Ming thought. At the same time he walked forward and the true chi in his body surged out. The people in front of him unconsciously moved aside. Lu Ming walked forward and stood in the crowd to watch. Boom, boom, boom. The rumbling continued. Miangcheng and Bai Chi fought for more than 10 moves in the blink of an eye. However, Miangcheng became more and more powerful and Bai Chi gradually lost. Ah! Bai Chi roared, but it was useless. He was completely suppressed by Miangcheng. 8 Wasteland Saber. Break heaven and earth. Miangcheng made the last slash. This slash condensed all of Miangcheng's battle intent. This slash seemed to be able to destroy everything. As the saber slashed down, Bai Chi roared furiously and retreated at top speed. Everyone could see that a wound had appeared on Bai Chi's body, and it was dripping with blood. Bai Chi's face was pale. Chapter 211. Miangcheng, a martial arts madman who usually kept a low profile and only knew how to cultivate, actually had such a strong strength. He said that he would defeat Bai Chi within 30 moves, and then he defeated Bai Chi within 30 moves. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Bai Chi, is this all you've got? It's really disappointing. From now on, you are out of the top 10 experts and your ranking will be inherited by me. Miangcheng said loudly. Bai Chi clenched his teeth and his face was livid, but he couldn't refute. He was originally ranked 10th among the top 10 experts. Now that he was defeated, he should naturally withdraw from the top 10 experts and be replaced by Miangcheng. Also, you are not qualified to live in this courtyard. You have 3 days to move out. Miangcheng laughed. What? Don't go too far. Bai Chi roared. Go too far? Why didn't you think so when you beat my brother? It's nothing more than thinking that you can bully others at will because you are strong. Now, my strength is stronger than yours. So what if I bully you? Miangcheng was very strong and sneered. You? Bai Chi was furious, but he had nothing to say. Haha, second sister, little brother, let's go. Miangcheng laughed and turned to walk out. Humph, why aren't you arrogant now? Trash. Ming Peak curled his lips and looked at Bai Chi and Bai Long contemptuously. Bai Chi and Bai Long were so angry that their mouths were crooked and their eyes almost popped out. Miangcheng and his siblings passed through the crowd. The people around saw that Bai Chi was so embarrassed and gloated. Bai Chi and his brother usually offended a lot of people. What are you looking at? If you look again, be careful that your eyes will be gouged out. Bai Long roared and swept his gaze across the crowd. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but lower their heads, but their hearts were filled with disdain. Just now, in front of Miangcheng, why wasn't he arrogant? Now that Miangcheng was gone, he started to be arrogant. Bai Long's gaze swept over the crowd. Suddenly, his eyes widened and revealed a ferocious expression. He pointed in Lu Ming's direction and shouted, "It's you, you little bastard, it's all your fault. Big brother, it's this bastard who injured me that day." Bai Long pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. The people around Lu Ming were horrified. They hurriedly took a few steps back, distancing themselves from Lu Ming. In this way Lu Ming was exposed. This is the kid? Bai Qi looked at Lu Ming, his eyes full of cold murderous intent. Yes, at this moment, his murderous intent towards Lu Ming was incomparably strong. He believed that the reason he ended up like this, being defeated and humiliated by Miangcheng in public, was all thanks to Lu Ming. If Lu Ming hadn't injured Bai Long, he wouldn't have gone to the Earth Element Cave to find trouble with Lu Ming, injured Ming Peak and attracted Miangcheng here. At this moment he blamed everything on Lu Ming. His murderous intent towards Lu Ming was even stronger than towards Miangcheng. Damn it, this kid deserves to die. Bai Qi roared. Senior Bai, we've brought the kid you wanted. At this moment, Lu Matzi squeezed out of the crowd and said to Bai Qi, little bastard, come here, kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times in public to apologize to me. Hurry up. Bai Qi pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. He wanted to get back at Lu Ming for the humiliation he suffered today. He also wanted to let others know that he, Bai Qi, was still a powerhouse that everyone respected. Lu Ming's lips suddenly curled into a sneer. How could he not see through Bai Qi's intentions? He was treating him as a pushover. However, was Lu Ming a pushover? Lu Ming casually took a step forward, looked at Bai Long and said, what's wrong? Didn't you get taught a lesson back then? Now you want to be taught a lesson again? Bai Long's face showed a hint of malevolence and he said, kid, today I'm going to take back 10 times what you did to me. Take back 10 times? Just by you or just by your big brother who was easily defeated just now? Lu Ming smiled faintly and glanced at Bai Qi in an instant. Bai Qi's face changed and became extremely ugly. The muscles on his face trembled violently, and his eyes revealed an extremely cold murderous intent. He regarded the incident just now as a great humiliation, but Lu Ming still brought it up now? This was a scar that was reopened in public. Faint gasps could be heard from the audience. Lu Ming was too bold. He actually dared to say that about Bai Qi in public. It's over. Everyone thought that Lu Ming was finished. Bai Qi would never let him go. Sure enough, Bai Qi's face was ferocious. He looked at Lu Ming and said in a cold voice, little bastard, if I don't break all the bones in your body today, I'm not Bai Qi. Change it to idiot. It's very smooth, isn't it? It's also very compatible with you. Lu Ming said with a smile. Ah, you're courting death. Bai Qi couldn't bear it anymore. He roared and pounced on Lu Ming. White Snake Dragon Palm. As soon as he made his move, Bai Qi used his ultimate move. A giant white dragon roared and pounced on Lu Ming. A fierce aura surged out and filled the audience. Many people felt the terrifying pressure and retreated with a change in expression. Although Bai Qi was defeated by Miangcheng, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. His strength didn't weaken and was still terrifying. Everyone was shocked. They knew that the reason why Bai Qi was easily defeated by Miangcheng wasn't that Bai Qi was weak, but that Miangcheng was too strong. That kid won't be smashed into a meat patty, right? Many people had such a thought in their minds. Insignificant skill. A faint voice came from Lu Ming's mouth. Then Lu Ming's hand glowed and condensed a long spear. He swept it out. Bang. The long spear swept across the giant white dragon and smashed it into pieces. Bai Qi groaned and his expression changed. He retreated rapidly and took more than 10 steps back before he could stabilize himself. The crowd was stunned and their eyes widened as they watched this scene. Bai Qi retreated. He was actually pushed back by Lu Ming. How was this possible? Some people even rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they had seen wrongly. What dragon palm? I think it's more like insect palm. Lu Ming said lightly. You. Take this. Bai Qi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He roared and continued to pounce on Lu Ming. White Snake Dragon Palm, 10 dragons in one palm. Bai Qi struck out with both palms and used his strongest move in the fierce battle with Miangcheng. I'll defeat you in 3 moves. Lu Ming roared and moved his hand. The demon-suppressing spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming thrust his spear and the demon-suppressing spear turned into 10 spear shadows. They were so fast that it was as if 10 bolts of lightning had appeared in the sky. Then 10 roars sounded in the sky. The 10 giant white dragons that Bai Qi blasted out were all defeated by Lu Ming. This is the first move. Next, the second move. Before the crowd could be shocked, Lu Ming used the second move. Whoosh. The black demon-suppressing spear pierced through the air and stabbed towards Bai Qi. So fast, too fast. Chapter 212. But puff. Lu Ming's long spear pierced through, and the palm power completely collapsed. Bai Qi's expression changed drastically, and he frantically retreated. Shwa, shwa. Outside the crowd, Miangcheng, Pearl and Ming Peak had returned, and were rapidly rushing over. Evidently they had heard the commotion and returned. That's Big Brother Tianyun. Big brother Tianyun is too strong, he actually forced Bai Qi to retreat. Ming Peak cried out in surprise. Pearl also looked on in surprise. And Yang Cheng's eyes were filled with shock. The third move. Lu Ming's faint voice came from his mouth again. Xiu. The third spear pierced out. On the tip of this spear, there was a faint azure light, and a nimble, elegant and extremely sharp aura spread out. The space seemed to have been pierced and an azure mark appeared. There was only a mark but no spear. It was too fast. Puchi. Bai Qi did not even have time to react before Lu Ming's spear pierced through his shoulder, and directly pinned Bai Qi to the ground. Everyone present was stunned. They were completely unable to react. Only when Bai Qi let out a shrill scream did everyone come to their senses. CSI. Immediately there was the sound of people sucking in cold air. 3 moves, it really was 3 moves. Lu Ming had pinned Bai Qi to the ground. Too strong, he was really too strong. Everyone roared in their hearts. Even an idiot could see that Bai Qi did not have the power to fight back in the hands of Lu Ming. Where did this young man come from? His strength was too terrifying. Today there was a Miangcheng who defeated Bai Qi within 30 moves. This made everyone realize that the so-called top 10 experts of the Outer Palace were not invincible. There were many hidden experts in the Outer Palace. Then Lu Ming made his move, which was even more exaggerated. He nailed Bai Qi to the ground in 3 moves. This made everyone even more certain that there were many experts hidden in the Outer Palace. Force, that's force. What he used just now was the force of wind. Suddenly someone shouted. In the outer hall there was no lack of experts. Naturally, there were people who recognized the power of wind that Lu Ming displayed. Lu Ming had indeed used the power of wind just now. Using the power of the wind, Lu Ming's spear speed was extremely fast. What? It was actually the power of the wind? How old is he? Furthermore, he is only a martial grand master, yet he has already comprehended force. How terrifying. Genius, a peerless genius. Even in the 5 great sects, he is a rare peerless genius. There was an intense discussion in the surroundings. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He had only comprehended the power of wind recently. If everyone knew that he had also comprehended the power of fire, and that he had already reached the small success stage, how shocked would they be? Force, big brother Tianyun has already comprehended force? In the crowd, Ming Peak's mouth was wide open in shock. Second sister, little brother, he is the Tianyun that you were talking about? He is indeed a peerless genius. Ah, I must spar with him in the future. Miangcheng grinned and said, his eyes flickering with excitement. How could this be? How could this be? Impossible, impossible. Bai Long looked at this scene in a daze. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He kept muttering as if he could not accept this. Nothing is impossible. There are so many genius experts. What can trash like you brothers count for? Lu Ming said indifferently. He really did not put a genius like Bai Qi in his eyes. He estimated that Bai Qi's level of genius, if placed in the Mystic Essence Sword sect, would be similar to the top 10 on the bronze list. With his current combat strength, facing a genius of this level, there was no difficulty in fighting across a few levels. Ah! Bai Qi roared and struggled with all his might. His eyes were filled with humiliation. What are you shouting for? I forgot to tell you that I have a strong point, and that is, I like to return what others want to do to me. Just now, you seem to have threatened to break all the bones in my body, hee hee. Lu Ming laughed. His voice was not loud, but it made people feel a chill. They could not help but tremble all over. Bai Qi's eyes were filled with horror. He shouted, no, don't, Buzz. Lu Ming's palm shook and the long spear suddenly trembled. A powerful force gushed out of the long spear and rushed into Bai Qi's body. Crack crack. Bai Qi's body made a sound like beans being fried. Bai Qi let out a shrill scream. All the bones in his body were instantly shattered by Lu Ming. Everyone was shocked. Then a bone-piercing chill spread out from their backs. Ruthless, too ruthless. Lu Ming actually broke Bai Qi's bones. But there were also a large number of people who were extremely happy. They completely agreed with Lu Ming. This was how a martial artist should be. Lu Ming's eyes were calm, without the slightest trace of pity. If he was defeated today and fell into Bai Qi's hands, Bai Qi would definitely break his bones. If he was not ruthless, others would be ruthless to him. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. Big brother, on the side, Bai Long's body was trembling non-stop. His face was pale without a trace of blood. Even his voice was trembling. Lu Ming's eyes swept over him. Bai Long shouted, no, and directly collapsed on the ground. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Bai Long's body trembled. He suddenly struggled to get up and was about to run out. "Get back here and take your big brother away," Lu Ming shouted. Bai Long hurried back, supported by Qi, and staggered away. Big brother Tianyun, you are really amazing. I admire you so much." At this time, Ming Peak squeezed into the crowd and ran toward Lu Ming. Behind him, Pearl and Myongcheng followed. "Ming Peak, I implicated you before. You were injured by Qi," Lu Ming said. "How can you blame big brother Tianyun for this? It's just that my cultivation state is too weak. Moreover, didn't big brother Tianyun teach Qi a lesson today to avenge me?" Ming Peak said. Cough cough. Behind Ming Peak, Myongcheng coughed a few times. "Ah. Of course, my beloved big brother also taught Qi a lesson and helped me vent my anger. Thank you, big brother." Ming Feng rolled his eyes and quickly said with a smile. "You." Myongcheng scolded jokingly. Then he looked at Lu Ming, cupped his fists and said, "I'm Myongcheng, the big brother of Pearl and Ming Peak. I just heard them talking about you. I didn't expect that brother Tianyun is really a peerless genius. I admire you. Brother Ming, you flatter me. I was just lucky," Lu Ming said with a smile. "Brother Tianyun, you don't have to be so modest. How about this? Let's exchange pointers some other day, how about it?" Myongcheng looked at Lu Ming expectantly. Ming Zhu and Ming Feng, on the other hand, revealed an expression of, as expected. "Sure." Lu Ming didn't refuse. Good ha. Myongcheng laughed. "Let's go, I feel that we are fated to meet brother Tianyun today. Let's drink my treat." Myongcheng laughed. Lu Ming didn't refuse. In the Imperial City it was always good to make more friends. They found a restaurant and drank. When they returned it was already late at night. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning an old man came to Lu Ming's dormitory. "Tianyun, my young master wants to see you." Chapter 213. Your young master? Lu Ming was stunned. Who would invite him? Could it be another student of the general hall? Lu Ming frowned, wanting to reject. The old man smiled. "Young Master Tianyun, you don't have to be in a hurry to reject. My young master said that he is an old friend of yours." Old friend? Lu Ming was even more puzzled. How could he have any old friends in the imperial capital? Suddenly Lu Ming thought of a person, Hua Qi, but he was in disguise now, changing his name to Tianyun. How could he be Hua Qi? Lu Ming was very curious. "All right, I'll go with you." Lu Ming thought for a moment and nodded. "Please." The old man smiled. Lu Ming and the old man left the general hall. There was already a luxurious carriage waiting at the entrance of the general hall. The horse in the carriage was not an ordinary horse, but a flood dragon horse. It had a strong physique, a horn on its head, and was covered in scales. It was said that the flood dragon horse had the bloodline of a flood dragon and could travel 10,000 miles in a day. It was an extremely precious mount. And this carriage was pulled by 3 flood dragon horses. The owner of the carriage was definitely not ordinary. After boarding the carriage, the coachman shouted and the carriage rushed out like a whirlwind. Lu Ming sat in the carriage. It was very stable and did not feel the slightest bit bumpy. The old man sat opposite Lu Ming, not saying a word, and closed his eyes to rest. Soon the carriage stopped. "We're here, young Master Tianyun, please." The old man opened his eyes and smiled. Lu Ming nodded and walked down the carriage, but he was shocked by the scene in front of him. They stopped at a wide square, and there were many carriages parked in the square. Each carriage was very luxurious, and the ones pulling the carriages were mostly strange beasts. In front of the square, there was a very majestic building with high walls and dazzling gold and jade. On the high walls at the entrance, there were rows of armored soldiers patrolling, each of them emitting a strong aura. This is the Imperial Palace. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he was slightly taken aback. "Young Master Tianyun, please." The old man raised his hand and said, "Who is your young master?" Lu Ming frowned and asked again. The old man smiled gently and said, "To be honest with you, young Master Tianyun, my young master is the current 8th prince." 8th prince? Lu Ming was surprised. He had never heard of the 8th prince. "Young Master Tianyun, please," the old man said again. "All right." Lu Ming's heart stirred as he spoke. Regardless of whether he was the 8th prince or not, he would meet him. Lu Ming was not a timid person. Following the old man, he easily walked through the palace gates and headed inside. The imperial palace was simply too big. There were countless pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. Armored guards patrolled back and forth, and the place was heavily guarded. Lu Ming could faintly feel that there were many powerful auras hidden within, like sleeping dragons. Once they erupted, it would be extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's heart trembled. It seemed that the imperial palace was not as weak as the rumors said. They were still powerful and should not be underestimated. Following the old man, Zhang Xian wandered around for some time before finally arriving at a residence. The courtyard was very big and hundreds of flowers bloomed, their fragrance filling the air. In the middle of the courtyard there was a small lake. The lake water was clear like a mirror. There was a pavilion beside the small lake. At this time, there were a few exquisite dishes and wine on the jade table in the pavilion. In the pavilion, a slender figure wearing a purple dragon robe with a jade belt around his waist stood there. He had his hands behind his back facing Lu Ming and the others. He looked at the small lake as if he was thinking about something. The old man came to the back of the figure, bowed and said, "Your Highness, young Master Tianyun has arrived." The figure moved slightly as if he had reacted, and then slowly turned around. When he saw the person's appearance, Lu Ming's pupils shrank. Hua Qi, this person was Hua Qi. Hua Qi was the 8th prince? Wasn't the imperial palace surnamed Hua? However, there were so many people with the surname Hua in the world. He had never thought that Hua Qi would be a member of the imperial palace, let alone the 8th prince. Lu Ming, long time no see. The 8th prince said with a smile on his face. Lu Ming was startled, then he cupped his fists and said, "8th prince, I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. My name is Tianyun, not Lu Ming." Hua Qi smiled and said, "I was there when you fought with Bai Qi yesterday. Lu Ming, you can hide it from others, but how can you hide it from me? Especially your temperament during the battle, how can others imitate it?" Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Although he had disguised himself, Hua Qi was too familiar with his expression and voice, so it was difficult to hide it. Crack crack. Lu Ming's body wriggled, his bones moved and his body returned to normal. He then wiped his face, revealing his handsome face. "Hua Qi, I didn't expect you to be the 8th prince of the Blazing Sun Empire," Lu Ming said with a smile. "So what if I'm the 8th prince?" Hua Qi sighed, then waved his hand and said, "Lu Ming, come have a seat, let's have a drink." The two sat opposite each other, and Hua Qi poured Lu Ming a cup of wine. Lu Ming did not hold back and drank it in one gulp. "Lu Ming, I've heard about you. The Mystic Essence Sword sect is really disappointing." Hua Qi drank a cup and sighed. "Ah, what's there to be disappointed about? I'll destroy the Duanmu family sooner or later. As for you, as the 8th prince, I really don't understand why you're in the Mystic Essence Sword sect?" Lu Ming laughed and asked. Hua Qi was silent for a long time before he sighed. "Lu Ming, I'm sure you know about the history of the imperial family and our current situation?" Hua Qi said. Lu Ming nodded. The imperial family of the Blazing Sun Empire used to be so powerful that even the 5 major sects had to tremble in front of them. Unfortunately, the royal family suffered a great loss due to the internal strife. The sects rose to prominence, especially the Shifang Sword sect. They were so ambitious that they took control of the former emperor. They used the name of the rightful ruler to rule the world. That was how they rose to prominence so quickly. In the past 800 years, they dominated the Burning Sun Empire and became the most powerful sect. However, the imperial family is the true imperial family and we can't be controlled by a lowly sect like the Shifang Sword sect. At this point, Hua Qi's eyes flickered with a shocking light. It was a kind of persistence and conviction. But then he sighed and said, "Unfortunately, the people of the Blazing Sun Empire only know about the 5 major sections. Almost all the geniuses have been recruited by the 5 major sections. So the imperial family established the Star General Hall to cultivate their own forces?" Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he asked. "That's right," Hua Qi replied. "It's so obvious that the Shifang Sword sect doesn't know about it?" Lu Ming asked. "Of course the Shifang Sword sect knows about it, but maybe they don't care and think it's useless. There's another reason. The imperial family isn't weak and the Shifang Sword sect doesn't dare to go too far." Hua Qi said. "They don't dare to go too far? With the Shifang Sword sect's current strength, it shouldn't be difficult to destroy the imperial family, right?" Chapter 214. Ever since he came to the imperial capital, he felt that the relationship between the imperial capital and the Decimo Sword sect was very subtle. It wasn't like the legends where the Decimo Sword sect controlled the imperial capital. The Decimo Sword sect has the strength, but they don't dare to. Although the imperial capital has declined, we are still the orthodox. If the Decimo Sword sect destroys the imperial capital, the other 4 sects will join forces and attack us. It's sad to say that the Decimo Sword sect isn't afraid of the imperial capital, but the other 4 sections. Hua Qi sighed. Lu Ming's heart moved. So that's why. However, the Decimo Sword sect is ambitious. They have been supporting their own people in the royal family. They want to slowly erode the resistance of the royal family. In the end they will achieve their goal of complete control. At that time, everything in the royal family will really belong to the Decimo Sword sect. Now the imperial capital is divided into two factions. One faction is determined to resist, but the other faction wants to join the Decimo Sword sect. They are a disgrace to the imperial capital, scum. Especially that sky-suppressing king. Hua Qi gritted his teeth. Lu Ming listened quietly. He didn't expect there to be so many secrets. Hua Qi clearly trusted him, which was why he told him so many secrets. I originally wanted to join the Mystic Essence Sword sect and see if I can borrow the power of the Mystic Essence Sword sect to fight against the Decimo Sword sect in the future. Now it seems that this method won't work at all. It's better to stay in the imperial capital and accumulate my strength. Lu Ming, I have a request and I hope you can agree to it. Speaking until here, Hua Qi suddenly bowed to Lu Ming. What are you doing? Lu Ming waved his hand and a force surged out, lifting Hua Qi up. You're my friend. If you have something to say, say it. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, I hope you can help me. Help me destroy the Decimo Sword sect. Hua Qi's eyes flashed with shocking killing intent. Help you destroy the Decimo Sword sect? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Lu Ming, I know that you are exceptionally talented and a dragon among men. In the future, you will definitely not be trapped in a small place like the Burning Sun Empire. You will have a broader stage. I will not ask you to join the royal family. I only hope that when you become powerful in the future, you can lend me a hand. Hua Qi said. Alright, I promise you. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said. Firstly, Hua Qi was his friend. Also, his father, Lu Yuntian, might very well have fallen into the hands of the Ten Direction Sword sect. If that was true, then he and the Ten Direction Sword sect were mortal enemies. Sooner or later they would have to fight, so there was no harm in agreeing to Hua Qi's request. Good, that's great. Hua Qi was overjoyed. He was well aware of Lu Ming's talent. As long as Lu Ming continued to grow, it was possible for him to become a martial king in the future. With Lu Ming's help, great things could be expected. Naturally he was excited. Hua Qi's hand moved and a gold token appeared in his hand. He passed it to Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you're now a member of the Stellar Cluster Hall. With this command token, you can enter and exit the Stellar Cluster Hall as you wish from now on, and you don't have to pay any fees. I can enter and leave the 7 great cultivation holy lands as I please? Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he received the golden token without any hesitation. Also, what's the Stellar Cluster Hall? Lu Ming asked. Hua Qi wore a smile on his face, obviously much happier than before as he said, Lu Ming, the Stellar Cluster Hall is open to all kinds of people. With such low requirements, of course, it wouldn't be for no reason. Once a person enters the Stellar Cluster Hall, the imperial family will send people to observe them, to determine if they are from the 5 top sects, and if they can be used by the imperial family. After a series of observations, it's confirmed that they can be used by the imperial family, and that they have great talent, they will be recruited into the Stellar Cluster Hall. The Stellar Cluster Hall is the core of the Stellar Cluster Hall, and it will receive the full support of the imperial family. Currently, many of the generals guarding the border are from the Stellar Cluster Hall, and it's also the trump card of the imperial family against the 10 Direction Sword sect. At this point, Hua Qi pursed his lips and continued, of course there is another core of the Stellar Cluster Hall, and that is the Dark Star Hall. What? The Dark Star Hall belongs to the imperial family? Lu Ming was shocked. The Dark Star Hall was as famous as the Shadow Wolf Pavilion, one of the 4 great assassin organizations of the Blazing Sun Empire. Lu Ming didn't expect the Dark Star Hall to belong to the imperial family. Lu Ming, not many people know about this, you must not speak of it, otherwise the 10 Direction Sword sect might make a big move. Hua Qi said. Of course I won't. Lu Ming said. In fact, among the 4 great assassin organizations of the Blazing Sun Empire, 2 of them are nurtured by the 10 Direction Sword sect, and they are the Blood Rain Tower and Shadow Wolf Pavilion. The other one is the most mysterious, the King of Hell Manor, I don't even know who is behind it. Hua Qi said. What? The Shadow Wolf Pavilion belongs to the 10 Direction Sword sect? Lu Ming was shocked. The Duanmu family sent assassins from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion to kill him, and he thought that the Shadow Wolf Pavilion was supported by the Mystic Essence Sword sect. He didn't expect them to be supported by the 10 Direction Sword sect. If they belonged to the 10 Direction Sword sect, how could the Duanmu family order them around? Maybe the Shadow Wolf Pavilion would do anything for money, or maybe the Duanmu family and the Shadow Wolf Pavilion, or rather, the 10 Direction Sword sect had some kind of relationship. Lu Ming, what did you discover? Hua Qi asked. Nothing. Lu Ming shook his head and didn't tell Hua Qi his guess. Hua Qi, I also have something that I need your help with. Lu Ming's expression changed and he suddenly said. What is it? As long as I can help, I will do my best to help, Hua Qi said. I need you to help me investigate a person, and that person is my father. Lu Ming didn't hide anything and told Hua Qi that Lu Yuntian might be in the imperial capital and in the hands of the Ten Direction Sword sect. There's actually such a secret, Lu Ming, don't worry, I will use all my power to help you investigate. As long as Uncle Lu is still in the imperial capital, I will help you find him even if I have to turn the imperial capital upside down. Hua Qi said resolutely. Thank you. With Hua Qi's help, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He finally had some confidence in his heart. Hua Qi was the 8th prince of the imperial capital, and he definitely had a lot of power in the imperial capital. With his help, it was 1,000 times better than him investigating alone. Next the two drank and chatted. Soon after 3 rounds of wine, Lu Ming bid farewell to Hua Qi. Lu Ming, there's something that I almost forgot to tell you. 2 months later, the royal family and the Shifang sword sect will open a plane together to harvest the treasures and resources inside. Do you want to go with us then? There are treasures that can greatly help awaken the second bloodline. Hua Qi suddenly said. Treasures that can greatly help awaken the second bloodline? Of course I'll go. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The awakening of the second bloodline was of utmost importance, and any treasures that could help awaken the second bloodline couldn't be missed. Good, actually you defeated Bai Qi, so there will definitely be a spot for you, Hua Qi said with a smile. Then Lu Ming took his leave and returned to the Star General Hall in Tianyun's appearance. I hope I can hear news about father as soon as possible. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the bed thinking. He had a feeling that although the Blazing Sun Empire seemed peaceful now, there were undercurrents surging. Various parties were fighting and he didn't know when it would erupt. He had to find Lu Yuntian as soon as possible. Chapter 215. The next morning Lu Ming walked out of his room. This time his target was the Divine Wind Valley. 2 months later, if he wanted to enter the plane, he would definitely encounter the top geniuses of the Ten Direction Sword sect. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Now there was still a long way to go for the Fire Force. 2 months was far from enough. Even if he cultivated in the Earth Force cave, it was still not enough. It was better to focus on comprehending the Wind Force. If he could reach the small success stage of the Wind Force, his battle strength would increase explosively in a short period of time. The Divine Wind Valley was located in a huge valley north of the Star General Hall. That's right, it was not a valley but a valley. Among them, the valleys were densely packed and crisscrossed. There were many of them. If one looked down from the sky, they would discover that these valleys seemed to have been carved out by a peerless expert with a chaotic blade. In these valleys, violent winds howled and hurricanes swirled. Some of the hurricanes could even tear steel into pieces. It was extremely terrifying. However, it was also the best place to cultivate wind attribute martial skills and comprehend the wind force. When Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of the Divine Wind Valley, he could hear the howling of the wind inside. Lu Ming was not the only one who came here. At the same time, there were a few young men who came with him. Entering the Divine Wind Valley to cultivate is 10 spirit crystals a day. How many days do you need to go in? At the entrance of the Divine Wind Valley, a burly man looked at one of the young men and said coldly, 10 spirit crystals for a day, isn't that too expensive? The young man shouted. If you think it's expensive, then leave quickly. No one is begging you to come here to cultivate. The burly man glanced at the young man coldly. Then he ignored him and looked at the others. The others were helpless and took out their spirit crystals. I need to cultivate for 10 days. A young man took out 100 spirit crystals and handed it to the burly man. Half a month for me, no, 10 days. Another young man took out 100 spirit crystals with a pained expression. The burly man's face darkened as he took them one by one and registered them. What about you? How many days do you need? The burly man looked at Lu Ming. Look at this. Lu Ming moved his hand and the golden token given by Hua Qi appeared. When the burly man saw the golden token, his face suddenly changed. He revealed a gentle smile and said, Please come in. You don't need to pay spirit crystals. Lu Ming put away the token and smiled faintly. It seemed that this token was really useful. It's not fair. One of the young men shouted. Shut up. The burly man shouted coldly, causing the few young men's expressions to change drastically. They shut their mouths and dared not speak, looking at Lu Ming with envy. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He touched his nose and strode into the Divine Wind Valley. Whoosh! Once he entered the Divine Wind Valley, he could feel a terrifying whistling sound. A gust of wind blew towards him, making Lu Ming's body feel like it was about to float. Lu Ming circulated his true qi and his body flashed. His body became as immovable as a mountain. No matter how strong the wind was, it could not move him. I just entered the valley and there's already such a strong gust of wind. This is indeed a good place to cultivate wind attribute martial skills and comprehend wind force. He did not stop and continued to walk forward. Soon he reached the end of the valley. On his left and right there was another valley. The gust of wind was even stronger. Lu Ming did not even think about it and chose the side with the strongest gust of wind. Just like that, Lu Ming turned left and right and walked through 7 or 8 valleys. Here the gust of wind was very strong and terrifying. The strong gust of wind even condensed into wind blades in the air. The wind blades were like blades as they constantly collided with Lu Ming's body protecting true qi, causing ripples to appear on Lu Ming's body protecting true qi. What a terrifying wind blade. The wind blades here are already equivalent to a first-level martial master's full-strength attack. With so many wind blades, it was as if a large group of first-level martial masters were constantly attacking Lu Ming. The true qi in Lu Ming's body was rapidly depleting. Not only can I comprehend the wind force here, but I can also cultivate the ancient shield technique with half the effort. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then 2 ancient shields condensed in front of him. Clang, clang. The wind blades constantly bombarded the shields, but the shields did not budge. The power is not enough. I'll go deeper. Lu Ming continued to walk forward and the wind blades became stronger and stronger. It was equivalent to a second-level martial master's full-strength attack, followed by a third-level martial master, a fourth-level martial master. After Lu Ming walked through more than 10 valleys, the power of the wind blades here was equivalent to a first-level martial master's full-strength attack. It was equivalent to a first-level martial master's attack. How terrifying was this? Even steel would be instantly torn to pieces. Most importantly, the wind blades here were not just 1 or 2, but densely packed and unceasingly bombarded him. Clang clang. The wind blades bombarded the ancient shield, causing the sound of iron striking and sparks to fly in all directions. The ancient shield in front of Lu Ming trembled non-stop. Especially to guard against the wind blades coming from all directions, 2 ancient shields were not enough. Lu Ming's mind was completely immersed in it. He constantly controlled the ancient shield to fly up and down, blocking the wind blades while carefully sensing the changes in the wind around him. This was equivalent to Lu Ming cultivating the ancient shield technique while comprehending the wind force. Cultivating like this would allow one to improve at a terrifying speed. However, the consumption of Lu Ming's true qi was also extremely large. Even with Lu Ming's true qi that far exceeded that of an ordinary person, he had no choice but to leave after cultivating for an hour. If it was an ordinary person, it would be impossible for them to cultivate like this. After leaving, Lu Ming comprehended the 3 Dao palms while recovering his true qi. After recovering his true qi, Lu Ming entered the valley again and continued his high-intensity cultivation. A month later, the ancient shield technique broke through and entered the 3rd level. As for the wind force, his progress was also extremely fast. Although it had not reached the small success stage, it was not far away. As for the 3 Dao palms, he had not succeeded in cultivating it. However, Lu Ming felt that it would be soon. After cultivating for a month, I'll go out and rest for 2 days. Following which, Lu Ming left the Divine Wind Valley. Not long after returning to his residence, Ming Peak, Pearl and Myongcheng found Lu Ming. Tianyun, everyone says that I'm a martial arts madman. I think you're even crazier than me. You're cultivating all day long and I can't even see your shadow. When Ming Qing saw Lu Ming, he called out in a loud voice. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Big brother Tianyun, you're definitely going to enter the Blood Ant secret realm this time, right? Ming Peak asked. Blood Ant secret realm? Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. Then he had a flash of inspiration. Chapter 216. Big brother Tianyun, don't you know? You're indeed a cultivation maniac. Ming Feng curled his lips speechlessly before continuing. The Blood Ant secret realm is a plane jointly controlled by the Imperial family and the Shifang Sword sect. It opens once every 3 years. In a month it will be the end of the 3 years. The Star General Hall has already given the order that anyone above the 3rd level Martial Master realm, including 3rd level Martial Masters, must participate. As for those below the 3rd level Martial Master realm, if their battle strength has reached the 3rd level Martial Master realm, they can also participate. Currently, many second-layer Martial Masters are desperately cultivating, hoping to reach the 3rd layer Martial Master realm and enter the Blood Ant secret realm. After all, this is a great opportunity and no one wants to miss it. Big brother Tianyun, don't you know about it? After Ming Peak finished speaking, he curled his lips again. As expected, it's the same thing as Hua Qi, Lu Ming said in his heart. Of course I've heard about it. Of course I'll participate. Lu Ming smiled. In the Blood Ant Secret Realm, cultivators above the 7th layer Martial Master Realm will not be able to enter. At that time, with Brother Qinyun's strength, you will definitely reap a great harvest. However, you still have to be careful of the Shifang Sword faction because every time, the disciples of the Shifang Sword faction will wantonly hunt down the geniuses of the General Hall. Pearl said in a deep voice. The Shifang Sword sect better not provoke me. Otherwise I'll kill whoever comes. Miangcheng coldly snorted, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he asked, those above the 7th layer Martial Master Realm really can't participate? Yes, I've also heard about it. It said that the secret realm is a newly born plane, probably around 10,000 years old. The laws of heaven and earth are not perfect. The higher the cultivation, the greater the rejection. Those above the 7th layer Martial Master Realm will be rejected once they enter. Pearl explained. I see. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. If those above the 7th layer Martial Master Realm couldn't enter, no matter how talented or strong the disciples of the Shifang Sword sect were, he wouldn't be afraid. Tianyun, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come, let's spar. At this moment, Miangcheng shouted. He stared at Lu Ming, full of fighting spirit. Sure. Lu Ming said with a smile. Then they found a spacious area. A few minutes later. Ah, Tianyun, you pervert, I don't want to fight with you anymore, I don't want to spar with you anymore, you pervert. Miangcheng screamed miserably. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He looked at Lu Ming with resentment. Lu Ming was speechless. He thought to himself, you're the one who insisted on sparring with me. Ming Peak and Pearl were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen their big brother being beaten up so badly and screaming so miserably. He even shouted that he wouldn't spar with Lu Ming in the future. This was something that had never happened before. Don't, brother Miangcheng, I've gained a lot from sparring with you. Let's continue another day. I'll go easy on you. Lu Ming said. My stomach hurts, I'm leaving first. Miangcheng almost cried. He clutched his stomach and ran away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Behind him, Lu Ming, Ming Peak and Pearl were dumbfounded. Is this still my big brother? Did I get the wrong person? Ming Peak muttered. Did you get the wrong person? Or is someone too perverted? Pearl rolled his eyes at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. During this period of time, the cultivation atmosphere in the General Star Hall was extremely dense. Everyone who had hopes of entering the Blood Ant Secret Realm was bitterly cultivating, hoping to increase their battle strength and gain more in the Blood Ant Secret Realm. Lu Ming rested for 2 days and returned to the Divine Wind Valley. He found that there were many more people cultivating in the Divine Wind Valley. In the crisscrossing valleys of the Divine Wind Valley, one could see a figure every once in a while. Lu Ming went to the place where he cultivated last time. There was no one here. No one could cultivate here. This was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. No one would disturb him. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the Blood Ant Secret Realm to open. Lu Ming left the Divine Wind Valley a day in advance. The next day he and Miangcheng arrived at the martial field of the General Star Hall. All the students of the General Star Hall who wanted to enter the Blood Ant Secret Realm had to gather here. Soon, more than 120 people had gathered at the martial field. This was the total number of people entering the Blood Ant Secret Realm. Every one of them had a cultivation between the 3rd and 6th level of the Martial Master Realm. Swoosh. A few old men appeared in the air. I believe everyone knows a little about the rules this time. I won't go into the details. Now I will talk about the most important points. One of the red-haired old men spoke. His aura was turbulent and his voice was like a bell. First, the Blood Ant Secret Realm opens once every 3 years. This time, it is time for the blood ants to refine their eggs. The eggs of the blood ants are the best material to refine the blood refining pill. Every 3 eggs of the blood ants can be refined into a blood refining pill. As long as you hand over the eggs of the blood ants to the Imperial family, you will receive half of them. That is to say, as long as you hand over 6 eggs of the blood ants, the Imperial family will give you a blood refining pill. Blood refining pill, it's actually a blood refining pill? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, revealing a blazing light. Before a cultivator awakened their second bloodline, there would be a process of accumulation. What was accumulation? It was the accumulation of bloodline energy. The stronger the bloodline energy accumulated, the higher the grade of the second bloodline awakened. As for the blood refining pill, it was a treasure that could accumulate bloodline energy. Lu Ming finally understood. The treasure that Hua Qi had mentioned before was the blood refining pill. Not only Lu Ming but the eyes of everyone present, including the geniuses who thought they could break through to the martial ancestor realm, were filled with a blazing light. As long as they obtained 6 eggs of the blood ants, they would be able to exchange them for a blood refining pill. Second, I must warn you, you must be careful of the disciples of the Shifang Sword Sect. Every time the secret realm opens, the disciples of the Shifang Sword Sect will hunt down the disciples of the General Hall. Killing and plundering are not prohibited in the secret realm, so you must be careful. The red-haired old man's voice sounded again, warning with a solemn expression. Humph, so what if they are geniuses of the Shifang Sword Sect? Why would I be afraid of them? Some of the students were very confident as they spoke. Alright, that's all I want to say. The rest is up to you. Now let's go to the Blood Ant secret realm. As soon as the red-haired old man finished speaking, a few screeches sounded in the sky as 8 large wind eagles descended. These 8 wind eagles were much larger than the ones that Lu Ming had seen in Dongke City. As the wind eagles descended, the crowd soared into the sky and leaped onto their backs. Following the 8 screeches, the wind eagles soared into the sky and headed north. The Blood Ant secret realm was located in the north of the imperial capital, about 20,000 miles away. It was said that the Blood Ant secret realm originally belonged to the imperial family, but the Shifang Sword Sect took over a portion of its authority and requested to split the Blood Ant secret realm equally with the imperial family. Every 3 years, both sides would send their disciples into the Blood Ant secret realm to harvest the eggs of the blood ants. The eggs belonged to whoever obtained them. Chapter 217. The Decimo Sword Sect was extremely powerful and had countless geniuses and masters. Even the Mystic Essence Sword Sect was inferior to them, let alone the imperial family. Therefore, every time the Blood Ant secret realm opened, most of the blood ant eggs were taken by the Decimo Sword Sect. The imperial family could only get a small portion. The Wind Eagle was extremely fast and it only took half a day to cover the distance of 20,000 miles. This was a rather desolate forest. There were bare stones everywhere and only a few trees and weeds grew sparsely here and there. The Wind Eagle landed on a slightly flatter area. The red-haired old man and the others jumped down first. The others followed suit. The Decimo Sword Sect is not here yet. Let's wait here. The red-haired old man said. Everyone nodded. Swoosh! At this moment, more than a dozen figures jumped high and landed on the 10 stone pillars on one side. They jumped on the stone pillars and sat cross-legged. Lu Ming saw the person on the outermost stone pillar at a glance. It was Bai Qi. It's the top 10 experts of the outer palace. Is this the gold pillar? It must be. But that Bai Qi still has the face to jump on it. Miangcheng and Tianyun are much stronger than him. How thick-skinned? There was a burst of discussion. Gold pillar? Lu Ming was puzzled. Brother Tianyun, there's nothing special about it. It's just an ordinary stone pillar. It's called the gold pillar because it's easier to see the secret realm from the top. Only the strongest can climb it every time. It's a symbol of strength. Miangcheng explained. I see. Lu Ming nodded and then looked at the opposite side. There were more than a dozen stone pillars but no one jumped on them. That's the Decimo Sword Sect's territory. Those ascendant pillars belong to the Decimo Sword Sect. Miangcheng said. Lu Ming suddenly understood why no one jumped on them. Then he glanced at the people on the stone pillars. These people were the top 10 experts of the outer palace of the Star General Hall. Bai Qi, you're really shameless. How dare you occupy a seeker pillar? Get down here right now. Miangcheng looked at Bai Qi and shouted. His voice rang out from afar, causing Bai Qi's face to turn red. Miangcheng. Bai Qi gritted his teeth angrily, but he didn't come down. Haha, Bai Qi, do you think you're an expert just because you're holding on? How shameless. Forget it, I won't fight with you. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Miangcheng casually waved his hand and sneered. Ah. The rest of the audience also burst into laughter. Bai Qi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Lu Ming smiled. He had no interest in this kind of battle for empty fame. Shaking his head, he casually found a place to sit cross-legged and wait. 10 minutes later, several bird cries resounded through the barren mountain. 3 huge golden birds appeared in the sky. These 3 huge golden birds spread their wings and covered the sky. They were more than 100 meters long and were extremely terrifying. Their wings were golden as if they were made of gold. A powerful aura spread out and was as heavy as a mountain. Martial ancestor realm demonic beasts. Lu Ming's face changed. These are small golden rocks. It's said that they have the bloodline of the divine beast golden winged rock. The Decimo Sword faction has such a strange beast and there are 3 of them. The number 1 sect of the Burning Sun Empire is really terrifying. Some of the students in the Star General Hall exclaimed in shock. The small golden rocks cried loudly and their voices pierced through the clouds and landed. Ah, Hua Feixiong, you're here early. A loud laugh came from one of the small golden rocks in the middle. Then a few elders stepped down from the sky. Then 3 young men with swords on their backs leaped down from the 3 small golden rocks. These young men and women were all dignified and had extraordinary auras. Each of them was like a divine sword and their sword chi pierced through the clouds. There were more than 360 people. So many people. The faces of the people in the Star General Hall changed. The red-haired elder's face was grave as he said, "They're just a few minutes early." The leader of the 10 Direction Sword faction was a skinny old man. At this moment, his gaze swept across the group from the Star General Hall as he chuckled and said, "There seems to be a little more people this time around. Be careful not to let all of them die inside. Otherwise, the people that your Star General Hall recruited with great difficulty will suffer heavy losses." The red-haired elder's face darkened as he said coldly, "Akira no Ji, you don't have to worry about this." "Ah, is that so? Then let's go and prepare together." Akira no Ji sneered. "Let's go." The red-haired elder waved his hand and the other 2 elders followed him and flew into the depths of the barren mountains. Akira no Ji led the elders of the Decimo Sword faction into the depths of the barren mountains. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Whoosh! After the elders left, the figures of the Decimo Sword faction flashed and dozens of figures leaped onto the observation pillars. Obviously, these people were the top experts of the Decimo Sword faction. Although their cultivation was at the 6th grade martial master realm, the aura they emitted was extremely terrifying. "Brother Tianyun, do you see the person on the first stone pillar?" Myongcheng asked Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked over. It was a handsome and cold young man in his early 20s. He wore a white swordsman's robe and carried a palm-wide sword on his back. Just sitting there casually, he gave off an extremely dangerous aura. Yes, even Lu Ming felt threatened. "Is this person famous?" Lu Ming asked. "This person is called Yang Zitian. He is an extremely terrifying genius of the Decimo Sword faction. When he was at the Martial Master realm, he was ranked first on the Decimo Sword faction's bronze list. When he was at the 9th grade Martial Master realm, he successfully comprehended force. When he was at the 9th grade Martial Master realm, he killed many martial grandmasters. You must be careful when you encounter this person," Myongcheng said with an extremely solemn expression. There were very few people who could make Myongcheng so serious. "The first on the Decimo Sword faction's bronze list?" Lu Ming whispered. The Decimo Sword faction was the number 1 sect of the Blazing Sun Empire. The first on the bronze list was definitely not to be underestimated. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. "Of course, other than this person, the Decimo Sword faction has a few other people who are also extremely terrifying," Myongcheng said. "Aha, there are quite a lot of people in the General Hall this time. 3 years ago there were less than 100 people. This time there are 120 people." At this moment, an ear-piercing voice sounded from the Decimo Sword faction. "Junior brother, you're wrong. What do you mean by 120 people? In my opinion, it's just 120 trash." Another voice sounded. "Aha, senior brother is right. It's 120 trash. That's right. That's right." There was a burst of laughter from the Decimo Sword faction. "What did you say? Who's the trash?" Someone in the General Hall was angry and shouted. "Oh, you're even angry. Am I wrong? 3 years ago, 98 people entered the General Hall and only 23 came out. If they're not trash, what are they?" A young man with a crooked mouth from the Decimo Sword faction walked out and looked coldly at the people in the General Hall. "This time you have more than 120 people. Don't all die in there." Chapter 218. The crooked-mouthed youth from the Decimo Sword sect looked at the people from the General Hall with disdain. "Damn it! How dare you look down on us?" The people from the General Hall gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. "What are you looking at? Come at me if you want to fight." The crooked-mouthed youth looked at the people from the General Hall with provocation. Disdain, blatant disdain. The people from the General Hall were furious, but no one stepped forward. After all, the reputation of the Decimo Sword sect was not just for show. Humph, what a bunch of trash. The crooked-mouthed youth continued to provoke them. "Damn it, I'll fight him." Myongcheng could not stand it anymore and was about to stand up. "Brother Ming, wait a minute. He's deliberately provoking us to test our strength. Why fall for it? Lu Ming patted Myeongcheng and said. Myeongcheng sat down. Junior brother, I don't think you need to say anything. They're just a bunch of cowards and trash. No matter what you say, no one will dare to fight. A youth from the Decimo Sword sect shouted. A bunch of trash. The crooked mouth youth shouted. You've gone too far. Today I'll have a taste of the Decimo Sword sect's skills. Finally, someone from the general hall could not stand it anymore. He shouted and strode out. It's Mo Gang. He's going to fight. Mo Gang is a 6th grade martial master. He's ranked in the top 20 in the outer hall of the general hall. With him fighting, we can see the strength of the Decimo Sword sect's disciples. Mo Gang walked out and the disciples of the general hall began to whisper. Finally, someone with some guts. How about this? I'll let you have 3 moves. I won't fight back for 3 moves. The crooked mouth youth looked at Mo Gang with contempt. I don't need you to let me have a go. Take this. Mo Gang roared and a mountain-splitting axe appeared in his hand. Waving the mountain-splitting axe, Mo Gang slashed at the crooked mouth youth. The mountain-splitting axe slashed through the void and the space trembled like waves. If the axe slashed down, even a mountain would be split in half. Great. The people of the general hall cheered in their hearts. They were waiting to see how the crooked mouth youth would let them have 3 moves. But in the next moment, their faces froze. The crooked mouth youth spun his sword and drew a circle. An invisible gravitational force was generated and Mo Gang's battle axe was bounced off the circle. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, Mo Gang took 3 steps back. How is this possible? Everyone in the Star General Hall was shocked. What a powerful defensive martial skill. Myeongcheng said with a solemn expression. Profound grade upper grade martial skill 2nd level. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He could see the level of his opponent's martial skill and its maturity. 2 more moves. I've said it before. I won't fight back within 3 moves. The crooked-mouthed young man sneered disdainfully. I don't believe it. Mo Gang roared and swung his axe again. This strike was even more powerful, but it was useless. It was still deflected by the crooked-mouthed young man's sword. How could this be? Could it be that this crooked-mouthed youth is a top genius of the 10 Direction Sword sect? Someone from the Star General Hall shouted in disbelief. They suspected that the 10 Direction Sword sect had purposely sent a genius to attack them. You're thinking too much. Let me tell you, I'm nothing in the 10 Direction Sword sect. There are many people stronger than me. The crooked-mouthed young man said calmly. Impossible. Take my 3rd move. Mo Gang roared and his bloodline erupted. The muscles on his muscular body bulged as he swung his axe at the crooked-mouthed young man. This axe, Mo Gang used his full strength, erupting with his strongest move. Break. Mo Gang's eyes turned red. Break? Do you think you can break it? The crooked-mouthed young man sneered. His battle sword spun and his body was covered with rings of sword light. Clang. Sparks flew in all directions as the battle axe chopped down on it. As for Mo Gang, his body once again staggered backwards. How could this be? How could this be? Mo Gang roared in disbelief. You piece of trash. Die. The sword light flashed like lightning. Retreat. Someone from the Star General Hall shouted. However, it was too late for Mo Gang to react. Puchi. The sword light pierced through Mo Gang's throat. Mo Gang roared and fell to the ground. Mo Gang was killed. The people from the Star General Hall fell silent with a grave expression. You still say you're not trash. Now the truth is in front of you. If you're not convinced, you can come up and fight. The crooked-mouthed young man looked around. The people from the Star General Hall were humiliated. The other disciples of the 10 Direction Sword sect looked at the people from the Star General Hall in disdain. What a bunch of trash. The crooked-mouthed young man looked around and his gaze landed on the 10 pillars. You get down here. The crooked-mouthed young man suddenly pointed at Bai Chi, who was on the 10th pillar. Bai Chi's face stiffened. He squeezed out an ugly smile and cupped his fists. Senior brother, what can I do for you? His attitude was humble, hoping to gain the other party's favor. This made the others unhappy. Unfortunately, the crooked-mouthed young man did not buy it. He shouted, Who do you think you are? Do you think you can call me senior brother? Get down here right now. I'm taking your Realm Seeker pillar. What? You want the Observer pillar? Bai Chi was shocked and his face turned ugly. Don't go too far. The Observer pillar has been allocated between the Imperial family and the 10 Direction Sword sect since ancient times. It represents the honor of the Imperial family and we can't give it to you. On another Observer pillar, a young man in a yellow robe shouted angrily. This young man was a member of the imperial family. What honor. Today you have to give it to me even if you don't want to. If you don't, I'll beat you until you give it to me. The crooked-mouthed young man sneered. Bai Qi almost cried. He was in a dilemma. If he did not give it to the observer pillar, he would have to face the disciples of the 10 Direction Sword Sect. If he gave it to the observer pillar, he would be destroying the imperial family's honor. Everyone in the Star General Hall would despise him and he would never be able to raise his head in the Star General Hall. At this moment he was filled with regret. If he knew this would happen, he would not have been so thick-skinned as to fight for the observer pillar. Bai Qi, if you give it to me, you'll be a sinner of the Star General Hall. No one in the Star General Hall is afraid of death. And most will fight. If we can't win, we'll die. I'll support you spiritually. Ming Qing yelled in an unkind manner, pushing Bai Qi one step further into the fire pit. At this moment, Miang Cheng almost laughed out loud. I'll support you spiritually too. Lu Ming also shouted. Support your sister. Who wants to support you spiritually? Bai Qi roared in his heart. Lu Ming and Miang Cheng were obviously gloating over his misfortune. Please enlighten me, senior brother. Bai Qi had no choice but to bite the bullet and cupped his fists at the crooked-mouthed young man. Looks like you want to compete. Then let me see what you're capable of. I know you're one of the top 10 experts in the Star General Hall. The crooked-mouthed young man sneered. Suddenly he moved and pounced at Bai Qi. White Snake Dragon Palm, Dragon Transformation. Chapter 219. A white dragon roared and pounced at the youth with a crooked mouth. Clang. With a sword hum, the crooked-mouthed youth's sword chi was extremely sharp. He slashed out with his sword and directly cut off the white dragon's head. Bai Qi's expression changed as he continued to attack with his palms. White Snake Dragon Palm, 10 dragons in one palm. 10 dragons danced in the air. Sword roaring in the heavens. The youth with a crooked mouth swung his sword and his sword chi collided with the white dragon. Boom, boom. After 10 consecutive explosions, the white dragons were defeated one by one. Kill. The youth with a crooked mouth swung his sword and a dazzling sword chi slashed at Bai Qi. White Snake Dragon Palm, double palm power. Bai Qi roared as he swung his palms again. Brr. The white dragon roared and formed 20 white dragons that pounced at the youth with a crooked mouth. After a period of hard work, Bai Qi's martial arts had improved and he could form 20 white dragons. He wanted to take revenge on Miang Cheng and Lu Ming, but now he was forced to use it. Is this your limit? How disappointing. The youth with a crooked mouth roared as he merged with his sword and soared into the sky. The white dragons were defeated wherever the sword chi passed. Bai Qi screamed as his body was thrown back and fell to the ground heavily, coughing up blood. Swoosh. The youth with a crooked mouth moved and landed on the observer pillar where Bai Qi was. Haha, from now on this observer pillar belongs to the Shifang Sword Sect. The youth with a crooked mouth laughed. Damn it, get down. The royal disciple from before roared. Hey. Give up your Realm Seeker pillar then. At this time, another disciple from the Shifang Sword Sect rushed out and pounced on the royal disciple. Boom, boom. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle. This royal disciple was stronger than Bai Qi, but the Shifang Sword Sect disciple was also very terrifying. In just a dozen moves, the royal disciple was sent flying while vomiting blood. Another observer pillar was taken by the Shifang Sword Sect. How can they be so strong? Is this the prodigy of the Shifang Sword Sect? The people from the Star General Hall thought in despair. The prodigies on the observer pillar from the Shifang Sword Sect had not made a move yet. Just a few prodigies with unknown rankings had defeated 2 of the top 10 prodigies from the outer Shifang Sword Sect. And it was a one-sided battle. This shocked the people from the Star General Hall and their morale. The difference was too great. If he entered the Blood Ant Mystic Realm, how would he be able to fight against the other party? And the Star General Hall's prodigy. What top 10 masters? They're all trash. I think I'll sweep them all away. That crooked-mouthed young man was incomparably arrogant. He disdainfully swept his gaze over the other 8 of the 10 great experts of the Star General Hall. The 8 prodigies faces his mouth. Young the Shifang Sword Sect. Even if they had the confidence to defeat the crooked-mouthed youth, they were afraid that the Shifang Sword Sect would send someone stronger. That would be troublesome. Shifang Sword Sects. It's Shifang Sword Sect. He had just joined the Star General Hall and did not have much of a sense of belonging. No matter how much the Shifang Sword Sect despised the Star General Hall, he had no interest in making a move. His main purpose here was to obtain the blood ant egg and exchange it for the blood refinement pill. He did not want to get into trouble for no reason. Don't be arrogant. I have someone in the Star General Hall who can defeat all of you. At the side, Bai Qi suddenly shouted. Oh. Everyone was stunned and looked at Bai Qi. They did not understand why Bai Qi suddenly became so aggressive and dared to talk to the Shifang sword sect like that. Kid, are you looking for trouble? The Shifang sword sect looked at Bai Qi. Bai Qi gritted his teeth and said, I'm telling the truth. No matter how strong the Shifang sword sect is, you can't defeat this person. Who are you talking about? Tell him to come out. The Shifang sword sect's disciple shouted. It's him. Bai Qi suddenly pointed at Lu Ming. Swoosh. In an instant, everyone turned to look at Lu Ming. There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. This Bai Qi actually wanted to use someone else to kill him. He deserved to die. It's him. His name is Tianyun and he's a peerless genius of the Star General Hall. He'll definitely kill you within 10 moves. Bai Qi shouted at the Shifang sword sect. Kill me within 10 moves? Ridiculous. I think you're crazy. Well, open your eyes and watch carefully. Let's see how he'll kill me within 10 moves. The Shifang sword sect sneered and then looked at Lu Ming. He pointed his sword at him and said, Kid, come out and fight me. The corners of Bai Qi's mouth curled into a sneer, and his eyes flashed with complacency. He secretly admired himself for dragging Lu Ming into the water with just a few words. Let's see how you'll die against the Shifang sword sect. Bai Qi sneered. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he slowly got up. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, he wasn't afraid of it either. Idiot. This was the first sentence that Lu Ming said to the crooked-mouthed youth. What did you say? The crooked youth thought that he had misheard. Idiot, that idiot is obviously using you to deal with me. How can you see through such an obvious thing? If you're not an idiot, then what are you? Lu Ming scolded as if he was scolding a child. The crooked-mouthed youth's face suddenly turned ashen. His crooked mouth became even more crooked with anger. He roared, You're courting death, brat. Bastard, you're dead. I don't care what the reason is. You're dead because of what you said. That idiot was right about one thing. I only need 10 moves, no 3 moves to kill you. Lu Ming said coldly. Not far away, Bai Qi was gnashing his teeth. Lu Ming called him an idiot left and right so smoothly that he almost vomited blood. Humph, Tianyun, you dare to be so arrogant in front of the Shifang sword sect. Let's see how you'll die. Bai Qi roared in his heart. Kill? The crooked-mouthed youth roared and his killing intent exploded. He couldn't bear it anymore and charged towards Lu Ming. Sword whirled. The crooked-mouthed youth used a killer move right away. The dazzling sword Qi slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The demon-banishing spear appeared in his hand and swept it out. Boom. As the spear swept out, the space trembled violently. The air was suddenly blown apart, making a terrifying sound. Because the spear was too fast, the friction with the air brought about blazing flames. Before the spear arrived, the terrifying explosive force had already blown apart the crooked-mouthed youth's sword Qi. How could this be? The crooked-mouthed youth's pupils shrank rapidly, revealing a look of horror. His body frantically retreated, and at the same time his battle sword spun rapidly, displaying a defensive sword technique. At this moment, the faces of the Shifang sword sect geniuses who were standing on the hopper pillars changed. What a powerful force. Someone whispered. I didn't expect that there would be a decent genius in the Star General Hall. Yang Zitian's eyes revealed a hint of interest, but it was only a hint. Dong. Lu Ming's spear fiercely whipped the sword circle formed by the crooked-mouthed youth. In an instant, there was an ear-piercing and unpleasant roar. Chapter 220. Tianyun is going to win. Someone in the Star General Hall shouted excitedly. Everyone did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. With just one move, he sent the youth with a crooked mouth flying in a domineering manner, causing him to vomit blood. Second move. A cold voice came from Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming did not stop attacking and the second spear shot out violently. Rumble. The long spear shot out and the space shook violently. The power of this spear was even stronger than the previous one. The crooked young man was horrified. He roared and unleashed all his strength to use that defensive martial technique. The battle sword spun, and sword circles appeared one after another in front of the crooked young man. Block it. The crooked young man's eyes were red as he roared. Dong. However, the long spear swept out, and all the sword circles collapsed instantly. The long spear directly hit the crooked young man's battle sword. A terrifying force burst out, and the crooked young man's battle sword exploded with a bang. The crooked young man screamed as his bones cracked. No one knew how many of them were broken. Third move. I'll kill you. The cold voice said again. No. The crooked young man yelled. How dare you? Stop. A young man on one of the observation pillars of the Decimo Sword sect shouted. However, Lu Ming's long spear did not stop. It turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced through the crooked young man's heart. With a thud, it was nailed to the ground. You dare to kill me? The crooked young man roared in disbelief. I said that I'll kill you in 3 moves. There won't be a 4th move. Lu Ming said coldly. The crooked young man's eyes were filled with fear. He let out a roar of disbelief and stopped breathing. Junior brother? How dare you kill a genius of the Decimo Sword sect? You're courting death. I'll tear you to pieces. The disciples of the Decimo Sword sect shouted with killing intent in their eyes. First, cripple his cultivation. Then, I want to break all the bones in his body and hang him at the entrance of the Star General Hall. Let everyone know the consequences of offending my 10-direction sword faction. It was still the same young man on the observer pillar. This young man had a head of long green hair and was incomparably demonic. At this moment, he stared coldly at Lu Ming and spoke. Of course, the other geniuses on the observer pillar were also glaring coldly at Lu Ming. They just didn't say anything. Clang, clang. As soon as the green-haired young man's voice faded, at least 20 disciples of the 10-direction sword sect unsheathed their swords around Lu Ming. Streaks of sword chi flashed out. Kill. More than 20 disciples of the 10-direction sword faction attacked together. More than 20 violent sword chi instantly submerged Lu Ming. Moon seizing. The long spear swept out, emitting a terrifying whistling sound. More than 20 sword chi were instantly destroyed. Get lost. Lu Ming roared. Like a peerless demon god, he charged forward with his spear in hand. Boom, boom. More than 20 explosions sounded in succession. More than 20 disciples of the 10-direction sword faction were sent flying and coughing up blood. Everyone present was shocked. Too strong. Lu Ming was too strong. It was simply a crushing. The opponents couldn't resist at all. More than 20 people were as weak as babies in front of Lu Ming. How can there be such an expert in the Star General Hall? Many of the disciples of the 10-direction sword faction roared in their hearts. Even Yang Zitian's eyes had a trace of seriousness. Swish. Lu Ming took a step forward and directly appeared above the green-haired young man's head, looking down at him. Get lost. Lu Ming's long spear struck down violently. It was very direct and domineering. You're courting death. The green-haired young man shouted coldly. A green battle sword appeared in his hand. With a slash, a substantial green bear pounced at Lu Ming with a roar. The green bear's palms were the size of a table. It continuously slapped at Lu Ming. Boom. A violent explosion sounded. The green bear directly collapsed and the long spear continued to smash down. How can this be? The green-haired young man's eyes flashed with disbelief. He was a top genius and famous in the 10-direction sword faction. Some of the other disciples couldn't compare to him. The fact that he was qualified to occupy a prospect pillar was enough to explain everything. Initially, he thought that no matter how powerful Lu Ming was, he would be able to put up a fight. However, once they exchanged blows, he realized that he was wrong. He was no match for him at all. He was directly sent flying by the surging power. Boom. Lu Ming's long spear directly blasted the prospect pillar. In an instant, the pillar was smashed into pieces. Silence. At this moment, the scene suddenly quieted down. The space seemed to have frozen at this moment. After a while, there was a shocking roar. How dare you? How dare you destroy the aspiration pillar of my 10-direction sword sect? You're dead. We must kill him. Burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Almost all the disciples of the 10-direction sword faction roared. Although the prospect pillar was useless, it represented the face of the 10-direction sword faction. Lu Ming destroying the prospect pillar was equivalent to slapping the faces of all the disciples of the 10-direction sword faction in public. How could they not be angry? Even Yang Zitian and a few other youths from the Shifang sword sect, who had been very calm, looked at Lu Ming with a sullen expression. Boom. Boom, 5 or 6 powerful auras pressed down on Lu Ming in succession. Force. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. These 5 or 6 young men had actually comprehended force. The 10-direction sword faction was indeed full of geniuses. There were actually 5 or 6 people below the 7th level of the martial grandmaster realm who had comprehended force. Those who could comprehend force in the martial grandmaster realm were few and far between. However, even those who comprehended force in the martial grandmaster realm were no small matter. They were definitely rare geniuses. God, there are so many people in the Ten Direction Sword faction who have comprehended force. Tianyun is finished. No matter how strong he is no match for these monsters. Someone in the Star General Hall shouted. Boom! The 6 geniuses of the Ten Direction Sword faction who had comprehended force all pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. He was about to unleash his force to resist. Stop! At this moment, a loud roar was heard. In the sky, a red-haired old man flew over quickly, emitting a terrifying aura. The force of the 6 young geniuses of the Ten Direction Sword faction was blocked. Old Red Monster, what are you doing? Do you want to attack the disciples of the Ten Direction Sword faction? Let me exchange a few moves with you. Following closely behind, Akira no Ji also arrived at the scene. Akira no Ji looked around. When he saw the observer pillar that had been shattered, his expression changed drastically. He shouted gloomily, "Who is it? Who broke the observer pillar?" "Elder, it's that kid. He also killed junior brother Tiger." A disciple of the Ten Direction Sword faction pointed at Lu Ming and shouted, "Kid, how dare you break the observer pillar of the Ten Direction Sword faction? You even killed the elites of the Ten Direction Sword faction. You're courting death." Akira no Ji roared and slapped at Lu Ming. The powerful strength of the martial grandmaster realm was displayed. His palm was like a mountain pressing down on Lu Ming. Boom! The red-haired old man also moved. He punched out and blocked Akira no Ji's palm force. "Old Red Monster, do you want to fight?" Akira no Ji roared. "Chiu Wuji, your Ten Direction Sword sect has also killed a disciple of my Astral General Hall, so we're even now. As for shattering the observer pillar, you can't blame anyone for this." Chapter 221. How can the lives of the Star General Hall be compared to the lives of the Decimo Sword faction? Get lost. Akira no Ji roared. "Akira no Ji, don't go overboard. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. Let's fight." The red-haired old man roared like a mad lion. "You?" Akira no Ji's face darkened. If it was someone else, they might be afraid of the Decimo Sword faction, but this red-haired old man was like a wild beast. He was a lawless master who feared no one when he went mad. This was also the reason why the royal family sent the red-haired old man to lead the team. "Akira no Ji, if you want to fight, then fight. Otherwise, you'll miss the opportunity to enter the Blood Ant secret realm," the red-haired old man said again. "Good, very good. Old Red, what's the use of you protecting this kid now? Disciples of the Decimo Sword faction, listen up. This time I'll give you a new mission. In the Blood Ant secret realm, kill this person with all your might. Whoever kills him will be heavily rewarded." Akira no Ji pointed at Lu Ming. "Alright, Elder, don't worry. I'll kill this person with my own hands. This kid's life is mine." Instantly, all the disciples of the Decimo Sword faction looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. "Also, this time if you encounter anyone from the Star General Hall, kill them without mercy. Don't hold back. If he dares to kill someone from the Star General Hall, not only will he die, the others will die too." Akira no Ji instructed again. "Elder, don't worry. This time, the people from the Star General Hall won't be able to leave." The disciples of the Decimo Sword faction said one after another. At this time, all the disciples of the Star General Hall had ugly expressions. "Damn it, Tianyun, it's all Tianyun's fault. He's the one who caused this trouble. Why should we take the blame?" Suddenly, a scream was heard. Lu Ming looked over and saw that it was Bai Qi again. "That's right, this is all because of Tianyun. It's all his fault. We originally had a way out with the Decimo Sword faction and could have reconciled. It's all his fault. He's pushing all of us into the fire pit." On the observer pillar, a green-robed youth also roared. This person was originally Bai Qi's good friend, so he naturally stood on Bai Qi's side. As soon as these words were spoken, many people in the Star General Hall looked at Lu Ming in a different light. They felt that what Bai Qi and the green-robed youth said made sense. "How about this? Let's enter the Blood Ant mystic realm and work together to capture Tianyun. We'll hand him over to the Decimo Sword sect and reconcile with them. What do you think?" Bai Qi shouted. "Nonsense. Bai Qi, what the fuck are you talking about?" Myongcheng couldn't help but cry out. He was so angry that his chest was swelling with pain. Bai Qi and the green-robed youth were too shameless. Who was the one who was humiliated by the Ten Direction Sword School just now? The entire Star General Hall was suppressed to the point that they could not raise their heads? If not for Lu Ming's intervention, the Star Hall would have lost a lot of face today. Now they were actually making a false countercharge and blaming everything on Lu Ming. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? I'm not talking nonsense. That's the truth. If not for Tianyun, would things have turned out this way? Bai Qi clamored. Shut up. At this moment, the red-haired elder reprimanded and looked coldly at Bai Qi. What are you afraid of? At most we'll fight. Tianyun is not wrong. Elder, the blood and egg is more important. Bai Qi shouted. Haha, Bai Qi is right. If that's the case, we can consider showing mercy. Someone from the Decimo Sword sect laughed. The others also looked at the people from the Star General Hall with a mocking look. It was ridiculous that there was already an internal conflict before they even set off. Bai Qi. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted softly. His voice was calm and indifferent, and no emotions could be heard. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. Bai Qi, everything you've done today has already determined your fate. I will kill you in the Blood Ant secret realm. If I don't kill you, I, Tianyun, will cripple my own cultivation. His voice wasn't loud, but it was incomparably cold. There was a terrifying killing intent and determination to kill Bai Qi. Bai Qi's face turned pale in an instant, and a chill ran down his spine. Elder, look. We're both from the Star General Hall, but Tianyun actually threatened to kill me. How can such a vicious person stay in the Star General Hall? I suggest that we expel him from the Star General Hall and disqualify him from participating in the Blood Ant secret realm. Bai Qi looked at the red-haired elder and shouted. He was scared to death. Shut up. I don't care about what happens in the Blood Ant secret realm. You can settle it yourselves. The red-haired elder reprimanded, clearly unhappy with Bai Qi's actions. And all of you. Lu Ming pointed his long spear at the people of the Decimo Sword sect. His gaze was like lightning and his aura was like that of a demon. All of you from the Decimo Sword sect want to kill me. Fine, I, Tianyun, will take it. Let's see who will kill who then. Let's see who will kill who? The 4 short words swept out like a storm, shaking everyone's heart. Everyone was shocked. Such strong confidence, such strong boldness. Did these words mean that he wanted to fight an entire sect alone? Good, that's how a martial artist should be. The red-haired elder roared, his eyes shining. The more he looked at Lu Ming, the more he felt that he liked him. Arrogant, ignorant. Just because you have some battle strength, you can't tell the difference. There are many people from the Decimo Sword sect who can kill him. We must kill him when we reach the Blood Ant secret realm. The disciples of the Decimo Sword sect roared, their eyes filled with fear and hostility. Clang. A loud sword sound resounded, and a sword chi soared into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. It was Yang Zaiqian. His black hair danced in the wind and his eyes were like stars. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "He's my prey. If I meet him, I'll kill him." As soon as these words came out, the people of the Decimo Sword sect were shocked. Yang Zaiqian wants to kill him. He's dead for sure. There's no chance for him to live. It's rare that he caught the attention of senior brother Yang Zaiqian. It's his honor. The disciples of the Decimo Sword sect sneered. If you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed by me. Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer as he glared at Yang Zaiqian. They were at each other's throats. You don't know what's good for you. The disciples of the Decimo Sword sect sneered. Okay, let's go. The red-haired elder suddenly roared and led the way into the depths of the barren mountain. Let's go too. Qiu Wuji said coldly as he led the people of the Decimo Sword sect to follow. The group ran for a few thousand meters before stopping at a pile of rocks. However, there were inscriptions carved on these rocks. Old Master read, "Let's begin." Qiu Wuji looked at the red-haired elder. The red-haired elder nodded and walked to one side of the rocks with the other elders. Qiu Wuji led the elders of the Decimo Sword sect to the other side of the rocks. Both sides shouted at the same time and waved their hands. Streams of true chi surged out and poured into the rocks. The inscriptions glowed, and then a door of light condensed in the rocks. This was the entrance to the Blood Ant secret realm. Go in. Over at the Star General Hall, there were people impatiently rushing towards the door of light. Once they entered the door of light, they disappeared. We have 10 days to enter this time. What's the use of being so impatient? Chapter 222. Then most of the Shifang Sword sect disciples looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent before rushing into the light gate. Brother Tianyun, you must be careful. Miangcheng warned with a solemn expression. Brother Ming, don't worry. I'm not afraid of anyone below the 7th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He was very confident. During this period of time, he had been training hard in the Divine Wind Valley and gained a lot. His combat strength had greatly increased, so he was naturally confident. I believe in Brother Tianyun. Those people from the Shifang sword sect won't be able to do anything to you. Yongcheng said. The scene of him sparring with Lu Ming a month ago was still vivid in his mind. Let's go in. Yongcheng said. Lu Ming nodded and rushed into the light gate with Yongcheng. When the disciples from both sides rushed into the light gate, the red-haired old man pondered for a while and whispered a few words to an old man beside him. The old man nodded and turned into a rainbow light and disappeared into the sky. Akira Noji's eyes flashed and he also said a few words to an elder of the Shifang sword sect. That elder also turned into a rainbow light and disappeared. On the other side, the sky and earth spun. Then Lu Ming felt his body falling. Around him there was a burst of moist air. Lu Ming took a closer look and smiled bitterly. It turned out that he was in the air and below him was a large river that flowed endlessly. The river was at least 100 meters wide and the river water was turbulent. No one knew where it flowed to. Lu Ming was falling toward the river. High air step. Lu Ming took a deep breath and stepped on the void. His body became as light as a feather as he slowly descended. What? Suddenly the river water below surged and a blood-red ant rushed out of the river. It waved its sharp claws and clawed at Lu Ming. This blood-red ant was very large. It was the size of a puppy. Compared to other ants it was many times larger. Blood ant. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, a long spear condensed and stabbed forward. Puchi. The long spear pierced through the blood ant's mouth, and the blood ant's head exploded. He sucked in the true chi in his palm and grabbed the blood ant's corpse. Blood ant egg. Lu Ming found a blood-red ball the size of a longan in the abdomen of the blood ant. The round ball emitted a dense blood aura. It was their target this time, the blood ant egg. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming's Jin Qi was like a knife as he took the blood ant egg into his hand. Then he stepped on the river with the tip of his foot. His body floated forward and landed on the riverside. I didn't expect there to be blood ants in the river. Lu Ming smiled. This blood ant is equivalent to a first-level martial master. It is a Class 1 LV3 demonic beast. It is said that a Class 1 LV3 demonic beast's blood ant will condense 1 blood ant egg in its abdomen. A Class 2 LV3 blood ant will condense 2 blood ant eggs in its abdomen. A Class 3 LV3 blood ant will condense 4 blood ant eggs. The higher the rank, the higher the number. The blood ant eggs condensed by the blood ant will be twice as many as the previous rank. I have to find a higher-ranked blood ant to quickly obtain the blood ant eggs. Lu Ming pondered. Then he followed the river to see if he could find any blood ants. What? Soon a blood ant emerged from the river and pounced on Lu Ming. This blood ant was bigger than the previous one. There were 2 blood ant eggs in its abdomen. A Class 2 LV3 blood ant. Lu Ming was delighted. He stabbed out with his spear and killed the blood ant. With this, Lu Ming had 3 blood ant eggs. My luck is not bad. I have just entered and I have already obtained 3 blood ant eggs. If I get 3 more, I can exchange them for a blood refining pill. Thinking of the blood refining pill, Lu Ming was full of motivation. He continued to walk along the river. Rustle. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from a mound beside the river. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he rushed toward the mound. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he saw the mound. There was a cave in the mound and a few blood ants were going in and out. Could it be an ant nest? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was about to rush out. Not far away there was the sound of something breaking through the air. 7 figures were rushing toward him. Ant nest, it's an ant nest. Ah, we are so lucky. We just entered and we already found an ant nest. A loud laugh was heard. People from the Shifang sword sect. There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. Tunyun. The 7 disciples of the Shifang sword sect also saw Lu Ming and their faces changed slightly. Good, we are so lucky. Not only did we find an ant nest but we also met Tianyun. As long as we kill him, Elder Chiu Wuji will reward us handsomely. The eyes of the 7 youths lit up. Lucky? The sneer at the corners of Lu Ming's lips deepened. Whoosh, whoosh. The figures of the 7 young men flashed and surrounded Lu Ming. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. 6th level martial master. The 7 of them were all in the 6th level martial master realm. 4 of them were at the peak of the 6th level martial master realm. Tianyun, it's your bad luck to meet the 7 swords of the He clan. Today is the day you die. One of the oldest youths sneered. Although Lu Ming had shown great strength before, they were not afraid and were confident that they could kill Lu Ming. In the Shifang sword sect they were famous geniuses. The 7 of them were from the same clan and were known as the 7 swords of the He clan. They were good at joint attacks. When the 7 of them worked together, not many in the 6th level martial master realm could defeat them. In the Shifang sword sect, other than the 6 geniuses who had comprehended force, no other 6th level martial master was a match for the 7 of them. Therefore they were confident. Shifang sword sect, this time I'll start with you guys. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You are still so arrogant when you are about to die. Brothers, send him on his way. Clang clang, 7 sounds of swords could be heard. 7 people and 7 long swords set up an impenetrable sword net and charged toward Lu Ming. Landslide. The long spear swept out and collided with the sword net. Dong. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He felt that when the long spear collided with the sword net, the strong power of the long spear disappeared without a trace. It barely repelled the sword net, but it did not disperse. What a wonderful joint attack. Lu Ming's heart moved. In the last month in the Divine Wind Valley, Lu Ming's cultivation naturally broke through to the 5th level martial master realm. Given the thickness of Lu Ming's vital energy and his cultivation level as a 5th level martial master, the power of a casual spear sweep was extremely terrifying. An ordinary martial artist at the 7th level martial master realm would be whipped to death by the spear. Even an 8th level martial master warrior would be seriously injured. However, it was blocked by the He clan's 7 swords. Haha Tianyun, your attack is useless against us. Die. One of the He clan's 7 swords laughed. Chi. The sword auras flashed and densely packed sword auras charged toward Lu Ming. Again? Lu Ming smiled faintly and his true chi increased by 2 points. Boom. This spear was stronger than the previous one. When it hit the sword net, it made the sword net tremble violently. What's going on? How can he have such a strong power? Is this still the power of someone below the 7th level martial master realm? The He clan's 7 swords were shocked. Attack with all your strength and kill him. Kill? The 7 people's bloodline erupted. All of them had 5th level bloodline. The eruption of their bloodline greatly increased their battle strength. Go to hell. The He clan's 7 swords roared. Really? You are the ones who will die. Lu Ming said coldly. Boom. Lu Ming's body erupted with a fiery aura like a volcano. Chapter 223. The power of fire erupted and the aura soared into the sky. It was extremely hot. The He clan's 7 swords' faces changed greatly. Power, this is power, the power of fire. What a terrifying power of fire. What level of fire is this? It's too terrifying. Not good. The He clan's 7 swords roared one after another, their faces full of horror. Boom. Lu Ming held a long spear in his hand, his long hair fluttering in the wind like a fire god. Kill. Lu Ming suddenly yelled and a terrifying spear gleam burst forth. The sword net set up by the He clan's 7 swords collapsed in an instant like paper. Not good. Retreat. One of the He clan's 7 swords roared. Retreat? You want to retreat now? It's too late. A cold voice came out from Lu Ming's mouth. Chi. Then several spear lights shot out. A few screams sounded. 4 of the He clan's 7 swords were pierced by Lu Ming's spear light. Run. The remaining 3 of the He clan's 7 swords were scared out of their wits and desperately ran away. The 3 of them scattered and fled. However, Lu Ming stepped on the void and seemed to be traveling in the air. He caught up with one person in an instant. I'll fight it out with you. The young man roared and charged toward Lu Ming with all his might. However, facing Lu Ming, who used the power of fire, he was too weak and was directly killed by the spear. Then he chased after the other 2. Tianyun, you will die a horrible death. My Shifang sword sect will not let you go. You will die without a burial place. In the end, there was no suspense. The remaining 2 were killed by Lu Ming one by one, leaving only desperate roars. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not care. His figure flashed and devoured all the blood essence of the 7 people. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation had reached the 5th level of the martial master realm. The blood essence of a 6th level martial master realm martial artist was of limited help to him. It did not take long for him to completely refine it. Lu Ming's cultivation had only improved slightly. After refining the blood essence, Lu Ming charged towards the ant nest. Chi. Suddenly, a few blood ants pounced on Lu Ming, but they were easily killed by Lu Ming and the eggs were taken away. However, more blood ants crawled out of the nest. There were more than a dozen of them. There were a few of them 2nd level of the 3rd level. Instead of being shocked, Lu Ming was overjoyed. He charged toward the blood ants. Before long, Lu Ming had 20 blood ant eggs in his hands. In addition to the previous blood ant eggs, the blood ant eggs in Lu Ming's hands could be exchanged for 4 blood refinement pills. Lu Ming was very excited. He charged into the ant nest. However, the number of blood ants in this ant nest was not as many as expected. There were only slightly more than 50 blood ants. 2 hours later, Lu Ming killed all of them. Haha, my luck is not bad. Lu Ming laughed. He left the ant nest and continued his search. This small plane was very large. It was even larger than the small plane left behind by the Dongi ancestors that Lu Ming had entered before. Lu Ming searched 100 miles, but he felt that he had only occupied a small corner of this small plane. He did not even encounter many other people. Lu Ming's luck seemed to have run out in the next 2 days. He did not even encounter many blood ants, let alone ant nests. In 2 days he had only obtained 18 eggs. It is said that the depths of this small plane is the nest of the blood ants. There is a mother ant inside. It is said that there are a large number of blood ant eggs, all of which were shed by the blood ants. However, that place is very dangerous. Many experts die there every time. If I don't get much in the next few days, I will go to the nest of the blood ants. Lu Ming thought to himself as he continued to search for blood ants. Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he stopped. He smelled a fragrance. It was the fragrance of spiritual herbs. There are spiritual herbs nearby? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His eyes flashed with a fiery light. The blood ant arcane realm was a small plane that had just been born. Although it was not very stable, it was very easy to nurture rare treasures. It was like the birth of heaven and earth. It was the easiest place to nurture treasures. Once a spiritual herb was nurtured in such an environment, it would definitely not be an ordinary item. Lu Ming's nose twitched. He memorized it, found the right direction, and sped off. Soon he saw a few figures in front of him. They were also heading in that direction. Lu Ming recognized them at a glance. They were from the Decimo Sword sect. It seems that this spiritual herb is not to be underestimated. It has attracted many people. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile as he sped forward. A wide lake appeared in front of him. The lake was very large. It was at least 1,000 meters wide. The lake water was as clear as a mirror. At this moment there were no less than 50 people around the lake. Lu Ming was slightly surprised that there were so many people here. Then Lu Ming looked at the lake. There was a spiritual herb in the middle of the lake. It was a jade-green spiritual herb with 9 leaves. The leaves were crystal clear as if they were polished from green jade. There was a spiritual fruit in the middle of the 9 leaves. The spiritual fruit looked like a dragon. It was vivid and lifelike. Spiritual dragon fruit. This is the spiritual dragon fruit. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His eyes shone with a strong light. The spiritual dragon fruit was an extremely rare spiritual herb. It was rare in the world. Legend had it that if a martial grandmaster martial artist swallowed it, his cultivation would definitely break through to the next level. Even if a martial ancestor martial artist swallowed it, there was a high chance of breaking through to the next level. The medicinal effect was extremely shocking. But to Lu Ming this was not the most attractive thing. What attracted Lu Ming the most was the help the spiritual dragon fruit provided to the true dragon battling technique. Now, Lu Ming's true dragon battling technique had been cultivated to the 3rd level for a long time. But to cultivate to the 4th level he would need 6 precious materials. However, nothing was set in stone. It did not mean that he had to have these 6 materials. There were some very precious natural treasures that could replace 6. The spiritual dragon fruit was such a rare treasure. A single spiritual dragon fruit could help Lu Ming cultivate to the 4th level of the true dragon battling technique. How could Lu Ming not be tempted? Once he cultivated to the 4th level, Lu Ming's true qi would be 5 times stronger than ordinary true qi. Lu Ming's battle strength would definitely increase exponentially. I must get the spiritual dragon fruit, Lu Ming thought to himself. He looked at the spiritual dragon fruit carefully. At this moment, there was a faint layer of light on the spiritual dragon fruit. In the light, he could vaguely see a small dragon dancing. An extremely rich medicinal fragrance was constantly emitted, stirring one's nerves. Obviously, the spiritual dragon fruit was not fully ripe, but it was close to being fully ripe. This was also the reason why so many people had gathered here, but no one had made a move yet. The spiritual dragon fruit was not fully ripe. If it was plucked, its medicinal effect would be greatly reduced. It would not even have 1/10 of the medicinal effect of a fully ripe fruit. It would not be able to break through at all. Tianyun, it's you.